The way of the voice is neither wide nor easy. But if you stray from wisdom, then to sovereign God you will not return.
Veins of vivid aurora streaked across the ether, weaving ineffable hues of pink and blue through the stars. Their deific dance must have been mesmerizing to the mead-drunk warrior souls feasting, fighting, frolicking within the Hall of Valor. Rivers of beer and blood flowed with equal abundance, alive in the northern light smeared above. Perhaps the most intoxicated of all the souls present, and that is no small feat, was a Nord not known for his prowess in battle, but for his words. He was a skald, a clever man, a poet, and this poet cast his gaze beyond the high-vaulted ceiling, too high to be built by man, and sent his sight through the long window out into the eternal evening. The cheers all around carried him higher, until his spirit was beyond the confines of the great hall. The sky opened up like the outstretched arms of the warrior king Shor in the flesh. In the lights he saw the gods, the whole pantheon, and Sovngarde's sky was their vast and vibrant canvas. He tasted the kiss at the end on Kain's sweet lips. He traced the mercurial runes of the Hermetic One. He wept at the beauty of Debella's perfect boreal curves. He even saw the jagged lines of the ravenous dragon. But in such splendid omnicolour, he was impervious to fear. Somewhere beneath this soaring spirit, the Nord body he inhabited raised his tankard, and to thunderous applause made toast to the totems, and to what immeasurable glory came from being a child of the sky. When the skald was restored to his vessel, he wanted to quiet the music, to hush the raucous laughter and the nonsensical chatter. He wanted to express what he had just experienced in his inebriated flight, but he feared he could not possibly transmit his rapture to the others. And in that moment, the poet vowed to channel his love for his people, for the Nords of Skyrim and of Sovngarde, to all who might hear him. He would send it down from the core of his consciousness, through his calloused hands, to parchment in the form of prose and poetry and song, and he would disseminate it through the Orbis to every corner of Aetherius, Oblivion and Mundus, for any soul attuned to his drunken frequency. And so, thanks to that anonymous skald, I, a humble daedrologist, recount to you the transcendent tale of this long-dead hero, a history of the Northern men, written in intangible ink of every colour imaginable. This story starts with a wind. It was that storm aurora the skald had seen, the one named Kain, and she had exhaled upon the land of Dawn's beauty. Her breath rained down upon the realm, gaining speed over the sea of ghosts. Its momentum made it surge up that high summit at the heart of the northern tundras, and the mountain seemed to scream of its own volition. In truth, this was just an echo of Kain's breath, but that distinction mattered little. The mountain had shouted, and so the mortals present began to call the mountain the throat of the world. Those mortals were the children of the sky. This origin story is seldom debated among the Nords. You'd think this story would dispel any arguments over the native homeland of the North, but it appears Kain's exhalation was powerful enough to stir up a tempest and disperse the children of the sky. For this story starts with a conundrum. Are the Nords native to Skyrim, or did they come from Atmora even further in the north? All mortals flow from the same wellspring. This fact might trouble the haughty High Elves, who cling to their connection to the Atada like a mother's teat. But whether you believe Ifri formed you from the ooze, or Azura shaped you from Nirni's litter, or Kain coughed you up the snowthroat, whether you're of the old Elnathay or the Wandering Ones, all life traces its way back to the divine, and to the dawn. The dawn was a confusing time. Even the concept of time didn't really know what was going on at this point. And this is why the homelands of the known races are always shrouded in mystery and misinformation. Yakuda exists, right? It's present in so many stories, and so many Westerners claim to see land in the distance on clear days. So does Old Meris, a land so beatific, so dazzling, that it would drown out the brightness of Alinor. It's so impossibly bright, in fact, that the Aldmer, illustrious sailors all, can't even find it in light or dark. And Atmora, oh Atmora, so many tall tales travel on those northerly winds. Of course, if you ask a Nord in modern 4th era times about Atmora, they'd only be able to tell you the tall tales of their ancestors, but they'd be sure to assure you it most certainly exists. This skald relished in the fact that so few of the things that made up the cultural identities on Tamriel could be considered factual at all. But that's because all skalds love spinning yarn. Facts are a great source material for a story, but facts alone are like a stew without salt, without spice or stock. In fact, it's pretty much just water. And while water is memory, memory is unreliable. That's why we need skalds, and why great cultures are built on myths told and retold. So this skald will tell you about Atmora, but don't ask him if he has any proof for his claims. What is proof anyway? A book from the Imperial Library? If imperial bias is proof enough for you, purely because it exists in written form, then you're more blind than the priests who roam those isles. Set your minds on a course across the blackest sea, over umbra swells, between bergs and glaciers, through the hollow wails of ancient hoary ghosts, and imagine, if you can, a line of green beyond all that blackness. That once verdant land was Atmora. It is generally assumed that Atmora was a desolate, frigid land, but supposed first-hand accounts tend to contradict that fact. One of Ysgramor's companions refers longingly to the distant and chilling green shores of Atmora. The notion that Atmora was green may seem impossible. How could a place so far north be green? But the name Atmora, or Altmora as the elves call it, quite literally translates to Elder Wood. Why would a frozen wasteland be called Elder Wood unless it was once green? Did Atmora's climate shift dramatically? Are the memories of the ancient Atmorans just that hazy? The Pocket Guide to the Empire 3rd edition suggests the former. The descriptions of the land these raiders had left changes radically over the years, leaving many to believe that it was gradually dying, smothered by frost. Expeditions to Atmora in modern times describe a place of permanent winter, with little life and no sign of human habitation. What happened that caused the humans to flee to Tamriel? Was it merely a series of diasporas, or did something drive them out? So many questions. Most Tamrielic scholars aren't audacious enough to publish texts on the ancient history of Nirn, as it's anathema to the expertise of mortal beings. The texts we do cite tend to be, conveniently, anonymously penned. Foremost among these are the monomyth and the Annuad, the latter of which only survives in its annotated form. But from the annotated Annuad, we can develop a rudimentary understanding of the difference between the elven and human races, aside from the shapes of their ears and cheekbones, of course. The Annuad suggests that Tamriel was a fragment of another world, and the old Elnathay, the ancestors of the elven races, inhabited these lands of Tamriel and Somerset, while the Wanderers, the ancestors of the human races, were scattered across Nirn on the continents of Akavir, Atmora and Yakuda. Here is an excerpt from the Annuad. A large fragment of the Elnathay world landed on Nirn relatively intact, and the Elnathay living there were the ancestors of the Mer. These Elnathay fortified their borders from the chaos outside, hid their pocket of calm, and attempted to live on as before. Other Elnathay arrived on Nirn scattered amid the confused jumble of the shattered worlds, wandering and finding each other over the years. Eventually, the wandering Elnathay found the hidden land of Old Elnathay, and were amazed and joyful to find their kin living amid the splendour of ages past. The wandering Elnathay expected to be welcomed into the peaceful realm, but the Old Elnathay looked on them as degenerates, fallen from their former glory. For whatever reason, war broke out, and raged across the whole of Nirn. The Old Elnathay retained their ancient power and knowledge, but the Wanderers were more numerous, and toughened by their long struggle to survive on Nirn. This war reshaped the face of Nirn, sinking much of the land beneath new oceans, and leaving the lands as we know them, Tamriel, Akavir, Atmora, and Yakuda. The Elnathay realm, although ruined, became Tamriel. The remnants of the Wanderers were left divided on the other 3 continents. Eventually, men returned to Tamriel. The Nords were the first, colonising the northern coast of Tamriel before recorded history, led by the legendary Ysgramor. This explanation of the origins of the Tamrielic races fails to account for all the Nedic humans dwelling on Tamriel prior to any elven presence, even Topal the Pilot. Is this Elnathay war something ancient and forgotten, like the war between Lorkhan and Auriel? Or is it just a simplified explanation of the various conflicts between Nedic humans and elves in the late Malefic era? The monomyth even suggests that the elves were present in Atmora, and were chased out by Lorkhan and the Wanderers. If we look at a more contemporary text like Frontier, Conquest and Accommodation, A Social History of Cyrodiil, the notion that Ysgramor and his Atmoran companions were the first humans to settle in Tamriel seems ridiculous. Historians often portray the human settlement of Tamriel as a straightforward process of military expansion of the Nords of Skyrim. In fact, human settlers occupied nearly every corner of Tamriel before Skyrim was even founded. These so-called Nedic peoples include the Proto-Cyrodiilians, the ancestors of the Bretons, the Aboriginals of Hammerfell, and perhaps a now vanished human population of Morrowind. Strictly speaking, the Nords are simply another of these Nedic peoples, the only one that failed to find a method of peaceful accommodation with the Elves, who already occupied Tamriel. Ysgramor was certainly not the first human settler in Tamriel. In fact, in fleeing civil war in Atmora, as the Song of Return states, Ysgramor was following a long tradition of migration from Atmora. Tamriel had served as a safety valve for Atmora for centuries before Ysgramor's arrival. Malcontents, dissidents, rebels, landless younger sons all made the difficult crossing from Atmora to the new world of Tamriel. New archaeological excavations date the earliest human settlements in Hammerfell, High Rock, and Cyrodiil at Malefic era 800 to 1000, centuries earlier than Ysgramor. We know the Dureni, the Thalmor, and the Aelids had dealings with Nedic humans in the regions they chose to colonize, but no one can offer definitive proof of who came first. Tamriel is often called the Arena, and this title makes sense with so many cultures vying for control of a land lovingly titled Dawn's Beauty. Ultimately, we can't say with certainty whether the Nords are native to Skyrim as their myths claim, or whether they encroached on the realm of the Thalmor Snow Elves. So rather than trying to untie that Orbic knot, let's talk about the better-known history of how the Nords came to inhabit Skyrim. The humans living in the north of Tamriel were called the Nords, and their first major city was called Sarfell. At this point in time, they hadn't expanded far south, and the existence of such a prosperous city implies a fairly amicable relationship between the Proto-Nords and the Snow Elves also inhabiting the region. One of the last living Snow Elves in the Fourth Era, named Gelabor, claims that
we were once a wealthy and prosperous society that occupied a portion of Skyrim. Unfortunately, we were constantly at war with the Nords, who claimed the land as their ancestral home.
But Gelabor does not specify whether there was ever a time of peace, or whether it was total war from the moment their cultures overlapped. Whatever the case, Sarfell had been a wondrous city, and the Nords endeavoured to expand its reaches above and below the earth. There was nothing stopping them, The Thalmor and the Dwemer might have laid claim to much of the surface and the depths respectively, but Skyrim was a vast, inhospitable land, and the Proto-Nords only presumed to occupy the very northern tip of it, where the frosts were most biting. Alas, their expansion soon caught the attention of the Snow Elves. Not over borders, but over the arcane secrets unearthed in the lands the Thalmor had initially considered worthless. The Northmen carved long shafts under the skin of Skyrim, and protected their subterranean passageways with impenetrable puzzle locks. Only the keenest minds, knowledgeable in the animal totems of the Atmorans, could possibly infiltrate these locks. It was dark in the depths of the world, but the miners were mesmerized when they saw a rich green gleam where no other light reached. They had stumbled upon something otherworldly. Night of Tears by Draenor Selef states, "The Nords found something when they built their city, buried deep in the ground. They attempted to keep it buried, but the elves learned of it and coveted it for themselves. Thus they assaulted Sarthal, their goal not to drive the Nords out, but to secure this power for themselves." Of course, the fact that the Snow Elves coveted the power the Nords had found underground is purely speculation on Draenor Selef's part. But it's no coincidence that this discovery suddenly increased hostilities between the otherwise amicable races inhabiting the north. What kind of something would warrant such a brazen assault on the capital of the Nords? Did the elves fear it would empower the Nords to expand their growing settlement? Or did they have their own designs for it? This green glow the Nords had found in the depths of Sarthal was the shining eye of Magnus. It did not shine from reflected light, it shone from its own incandescence, the very same orbic energy that brought daylight to Nirn. Magnus was not a Nordic god. The Proto-Nordic settlers of Skyrim, or Mareth as it was called in those elder days, knew little of his radiance, of the meticulous shaping light of creation he used when constructing the Mundus. But the sight of the great orbic architect's eye was undeniable, even to non-believers. According to Draenor Selef, the Nords attempted to keep this power buried, but can you really trust that a warrior culture would stumble upon such a relic and do absolutely nothing with it? Even if Draenor speaks true, when the Thalmor heard word of this discovery, they must have been plagued by a perilous mixture of paranoia and envy. The pious Snow Elves worshipped Magnus. Statues and temples dedicated to his magnificence stood all over their vast northern domain, and not a day passed that every elf didn't thank the sun god for providing the crucial energies needed to sustain them. I'm sure the Thalmor coveted the eye, for they must have felt it was a gift to them, hidden in a land that many elves believed was rightfully theirs. If the eye was meant for men, why didn't Magnus bury it in Atmora, or Yakuda, or Akavir? Would the architect of the Mundus be so careless as to misplace it? No, it was meant for the old Elnathay, not the wandering, placed within the borders of Dawn's beauty, safe from the malignant chaos that permeated across the oceans, ever trying to infiltrate their pocket of calm. Draenor's text continues, "I believe Ysgramor knew something of what the elves would find under Sarthal, and rallied together his people to keep the elves from gaining it. An alternate, simpler theory, posited by the Pocket Guide to the Empire 1st edition, is that, for a time, relations between men and elves were harmonious, and the Nords throve in the new land, summoning more of their kin from the north to build the city of Sarthal, the site of which has recently been located by Imperial archaeologists in the vicinity of modern Winterhold. But the elves saw that the vital young race would soon surpass their stagnant culture. And so, whether it was an act of forward defence or grand larceny, the Snow Elves orchestrated an attack that would go down in infamy as the Night of Tears. In an attempt to catch the Nords unawares, the Snow Elves fell upon Sarthal under the cover of darkness. Even if Ysgramor had been savvy to the Thalmor scheme, it proved largely inconsequential. Elves far outnumbered men in the Merathic times, Malefic was a Nordic word after all, meaning error of the Elves. The details of the Night of Tears were never recorded, for the city was razed to the ground, and the Elves left no survivors. Or so they thought. Ysgramor and his 2 sons matched the elven aggression, and only when all hope was lost, retreated north to the haunted shores. They stole away across the swells, teary eyes cast toward the horizon, and green Atmora beyond it. Another legendary Nord survived, a powerful mage named Azadal, but it was hoary Ysgramor and his promising young sons, Ingal and Ilgar, who would repay the Night of Tears with an age of suffering for the Snow Elves. Ysgramora, Ice Battle Mind, the harbinger of us all. Though his mortal vessel stood at the helm, the harbinger's reputation preceded his longboat. His will blustered through the green tree line, rousing the jarls and thanes of that frigid continent. They had sailed north so swiftly, faster than this humble watercraft could possibly have carried them. It was as if hoary Ysgramor and his sons had possessed their own sails, unfurled like wings from their draconic forms. Like dragons, they traversed Atmora, plucking the mightiest warriors in their greedy talons. Ysgramor called upon the Tear Wives, Half-Wives, Kine Wives, Shield Wives, and the Wind Wives. He roused the Thunder Women, the Oracle Aunts, and the Totem Uncles, whose names possessed too many syllables, too twisted in enunciation for a human skald like myself to even attempt to dictate to you. The precocious Torque nephews were eager to exhibit their vigour, and the nieces of snow smote as masterfully as they seduced. Ysgramor's pets of renown needed only a whistle. Among them were goats and leopards, rabbit hawks, eels, bears, snakes, nix hounds, and most sacred of all, the foxes. The boat thanes bade their carpenters build the fastest longships the North had ever seen. Their curved iron adzes glided over planks of pine, shedding slivers that curled like combers on the shore. They worked until the pale wooden hulls were smooth as the calmest seas. All the while, Ysgramor's sons inspired heroism in his bannermen. They were fine young warriors, with eyes like new-formed ice, and futures like the lights at dawn. They clasped arms and necks in the old fashion, and laughed for their stories to come. And the time of stories was upon them. When the warriors were sober, and yearned to quench their hangovers with bloody vengeance, Ysgramor and his 500 mighty companions set sail. The privilege of taking the vanguard was priceless, and the boat thanes competed for it as they tore south across the Sea of Ghosts. Morgan the Red plunged ahead, only to have his longboat, Drumbeater, thrash against the reefs. Advising caution was hopeless when the Atmorans were full of metal, so Ysgramor let them fly ahead. 500 bloodhounds would be more valuable than 1,000 trained dogs slavering at his heels. Most promising of all the companions were not those vying for the vanguard, but the clever men and the prudent bearded thanes, some of whom swore fealty to kings born under strange suns, like Vraga the Gifted, who had seen the son of Aldmora, and of Morefland aka Tamriel, kings who would not be kings for many years. But Ysgramor knew better than to dwell on the details of Alduin's incessant sphere. The fleet would reach Mareth, for they had the frost giants protecting their passage, swinging lamps afore to ward off the restless spirits of scorched Sarfall. The green summers of old Atmora were left to shrink in their churning wake. With every oarstroke, they left the timeless land and approached the arena, the centre of time, the battleground of Alduin El. The boat thanes shouted zealous war cries between ships, anticipating the end of elfkind. But the Nordic gods were nervous, especially Kine. The widow of Shor feared she would lose her children in the land of time, where she could not preserve their eternal youth. Despite all her efforts to hold back her maternal angst, Kyne wept, and her tears fell in a surly storm of separation, dividing the fleet, testing their spirits before the war to come. The Atmorans held on, some to the gunwales, others to the rigging, all to their faith. And when Kyne breathed through her anxiety, the skies cleared, and the fleet saw Tamriel straddling the horizon, between the blackness of the ghostly sea and the perfect blue of daylight above. But when the seaborne flock emerged from the squall, not every ship could be accounted for. According to one anonymous skald, in their story titled Ingall and the Sea Ghosts. Massa and Secunda passed over Ysgramor's people as their fellowship landed in longboats upon the rocky shores of Hasaric Head, on their journey from Atmora to Mareth. Boats littered the coast, but Ysgramor did not count his kin Ingals among them. Ysgramor commanded the sea ghost to surrender his kin, and a great gale darkened the sky. The seas thrashed and churned, and a wrathful storm appeared. Ysgramor took up the oars and rowed into the storm alone. Upon the sea, Ysgramor wrestled the sea ghosts, and the storm carried him along the jagged coast. 2 fortnights passed without relief, until finally the storm broke. Come the next dawn, Ingol's longboat was found in the icy surf, but the vengeful sea ghosts had already taken Ingol and his clansmen. In his terrible grief, Ysgramor slew a dozen beasts, and burned them in honour of his fallen kinsmen. A barrow hill was dug in the Atmoran tradition, and Ingol was laid to rest with rites and honours among his clansmen, far below the rocky face of Hasaric Head, the first children of the sky to perish in Tamriel. The Thalmor had robbed Ysgramor of his home, and now the passage had claimed his firstborn. Though there was not a single elf in sight, the Harbinger heralded the extinction of the Snow Elves, emboldened by the loss of precious Ingol. To Ysgramor, Ingol had another name, Sunaltir, for as Sun gave his life defending shore from the elven gods, Ingol gave his own for his father. Shore was simultaneously the chief of the Nordic pantheon, yet also a dead god, and Ysgramor pondered this on those quiet nights of the return. It was no secret that when he had fled the Night of Tears, he had wept for the lost potential of his kin. But his tears had not been memories, they had been the purest ebony, and it had been sweet Ingol who had collected these dark volcanic tears in a stein. And then, when Kyne had brought lightning, he had used its heat to shape the tears into a deadly weapon, an axe, and the ocean swells to cool it. Ysgramor gazed across the now soothed surf of the Sea of Ghosts, and he saw sorrow in the face carved into his axe. The axe was named Wulfharth, which means Storm's Tears. It represented the Night of Tears, the reigns over the Sea of Ghosts, but now also the forlorn face of his eldest son, who had died on the quarterdeck of the Harak, without his brother and father, only the crew to witness his glory. Though Wulfharth was forged from Atmoran tears, it would avenge the death of its smith, and shed an ocean of elven tears in due time. There are few tales quite so detailed in their bloody chronicling as the Songs of the Return, and that is largely thanks to Ysgramor's education, and his insistence on documenting the deeds of his host. According to an Altmeri scholar named Icantar of Shimmerine's text, titled Before the Ages of Man, the Nord culture hero Ysgramor, leader of a great colonizing fleet to Tamriel, is credited with developing a runic transcription of Nord speech based on Elvish principles, and so Ysgramor is considered the first human historian. And as the Songs of the Return put on full display, the Nords weave myth into their stories, making their ancient heroes seem like gods. First, the companions came to Sarthal to reclaim their capital and decimate any elf who dared occupy it. The Thalmor soon fled in a flurry, riding the northerly winds back to their lofty white cities. Ysgramor was not concerned by their flight. The Nordic descent would be gradual but complete. The warriors all looked to Ysgramor, who bore the blessed WULFHARTH, for his next commandment. With his lungs that bellowed forth the fury of humanity, he bade them to continue their march, that the devious Mer might know the terror they had brought on themselves with their trickery. Go forth, he roared, into the belly of this new land. Drive the wretched from their palaces of idleness. Oblige them to squalor and toil, that they would see their betrayals as the all sin against our kind. Give no quarter, show no kindness, for they would not give you nor show you the same. The circle of captains, the mightiest of the mighty, Ysgramor's most trusted, gathered with their crews in attendance and plotted their courses. Glory awaited at all southward angles, and the Harbinger assured them there would be no shortage of Mer to kill. Thus a killing arc was drawn from east to west, divvying up the demicircle between the 500. Though some had died in the reclamation of Sarfall, the number would remain 500 for the duration of the conquest. For this was a fateful, historic conquest, and the time of each warrior's death would count for little once enough sand passed through the Akka hourglass. As the red hands of dawn stretched from the east, so broke the 500 companions of Ysgramor, setting about their journeys, sailing now across the land with waves of stone and crests of trees flowing under their footed hulls. The 500 companions traversed the north on wings of inexorability, wings that carried them to the tallest snow-capped peaks, to pluck the elves from their highest havens. One captain, named Jeek of the River, guided his crew south-southwest to the vast plains of modern-day Whiterun. Jeek was the captain of Jorvaskr, a longship crewed by Ysgramor's closest friends. Let me just say, the various tales of the companions are full of metaphors. At times the Nords seem closer to mythical beasts than to men. Draconic metaphors are used often, though these mostly occur in forbidden texts. And we see heroes like Ysgramor, who predate the war to come, using powers that were supposedly not available to the Nords at this time. More on that later though. But while we can argue for hours about the relationship between the Nords and the dragons, and the metaphors that justify how 500 men could conquer such a vast land, there is one metaphor that we cannot swat away. Songs of the Return stated that the 500 companions of Ysgramor set about their journeys, sailing now across the land with waves of stone and crests of trees flowing under their footed hulls. And while any skald will tell you this is a stirring metaphor, filling any creative sails with a wind of inspiration, the stark reality is, this is no metaphor. Jeek and his crew did in fact sail across the land to the heart of Skyrim, all the way to the city we know as Whiterun. And unless we are to believe they rolled their ship over logs for leagues, there is no way they could have sailed to Whiterun from the Sea of Ghosts, unless they sailed against the current, up the rapids and waterfalls of the White River. Behold Jorvaskr, preserved in all its glory. It would appear that the southward advance of the Atmorans was so solidified in the scrolls of destiny that these men could sail over the green and white as easily as the blue. Southwards they went, by beast and by foot. Elves they found, though none remained to tell what those battles entailed. The numbers of the Jorvaskr never faltered, so shrewd were they in battle, with minds as sharp as their blades. Once, as the sun beat from its high home, yonder the tiny, the one who ran ahead, came over the hill to tell what was seen. Amidst a vast plain his eyes had met a monument of a bird, whose eyes and beak were opened in flame. When his brothers and sisters crested the hill, they too saw its glory, but they were afraid, for no elven settlement could be seen to the horizon. But this is not seemly, said Clu, who went by Lot when hiding his face. Is not this wide land fit for harvest? Why have not the elves, vile to their core, seen to exploit and tame it? They asked of their elven captives, for they had many, what they found unfit about these plains. Yet even the captives who still bore their tongues could say nothing of the valley. They looked with fear at the winged colossus, and from their babblings did the warriors of the Jorrvaskr learn that it was older than even the elves themselves. Of those who wrought it solid from its mother stone, nothing could be said, but it was known to drive a magic almost as old as Nirn itself, some remnant of the gods' efforts to render a paradise in Mundus before the shattering of Lorkhan. This first of many, this crew of the Jorrvaskr, heathens and ancestors to us all, feared no stories or gods. Indeed, if there was something the elves feared, they would have it for their own. Thus began the labours, once more, of Menro and Manwë, whose eager hands again laid to the Atmoran wood which had borne them all across the sea. And what was their ship became their shelter, as this valley became their purview until the end of all their days. Thus began the building of the great city, circled by the running of the White River, as brought forth by these beloved of Ysgramor, yet but 22 of the glorious 500 companions. Jeek and 21 of his companions built Whiterun around the upturned hull of Jorrvaskr. But what of that great predatory bird, surveying the plains with sharp eyes of stone? Why had the elves abandoned it, or avoided it altogether? Had this monument been built by the Proto-Cyrodiilians, or another of the human Atmoran migratory groups as they moved south? Was it devoted to Kine, and thus a symbol of trepidation for the Thalmor? And if it was, how had such primitive men constructed it? I guess similar questions could be asked in another universe, our one, when we look at the ancient megalithic structures like Stonehenge dotting the earth. Whatever the case, Jeek and his compatriots knew they had encountered something significant, a hub of their burgeoning civilization. The companions won many battles. For a time, the Black Sea of Ghosts threatened to turn red with elven dead. The Nords who travelled east soon came upon the perfect place to build a barrow to Ysgramor's firstborn, Ingol. Ingol might have died before the reclamation of Skyrim, but there was a virtue in that, for he had fallen to the whims of Kine rather than the treachery of the elves. The sight of Ingol's barrow drew Ysgramor into a renewed bout of grief, and tears of such immense power were shed that an armoury of legendary weapons like Wulfharth might have been forged. Alas, the one who harnessed those tears was interred beneath the barrow. But Ysgramor, despite not having met the Ayleids, knew, like the elves knew, that architecture was a form of expression that echoed the divinity of the gods. So, to cope with his sorrow, he set the elven captives to work on constructing his new seat of power, the new capital of the Nords. His eyes turned to the south, where a river met the sea, and decreed that there would he and the crew of the Ilgamet create a great city, in monument to the glories of mankind, that from his palace he might always look upon the hill of his dear son's resting place, and feel that his line would know peace in this new home that was never known in Atmora. The elven captives were set to work, bringing forth stone to build in their conqueror's fashion. As many elves died in the building of the city as had the crew of the Ilgamet slain while on way to its site, and Ysgramor drove the wretches evermore to build higher, to lay a claim to the river so that none might pass into the interior of this land without first showing due respect to its rightful claimant. Thus was the great bridge constructed, forever striding the river that no elf might sneak through to avenge his devious cousins. As the bridge was built long, so too was the palace built high, spires reaching the sky to show dominion even over the very winds that had brought forth such a grief. In the deep hollows beneath the city, a great tomb was prepared for the day when Lord Ysgramor, harbinger to us all, would be called home to glory in Sovngarde. But as we know, he chose instead to be buried on the shore, facing towards Atmora, that though his heart lived and died in this new land, it would forever yearn for the beauties of still green Atmora, before the freezing took it. Thus was the founding of Windhelm, the city of kings. Though her history is long, and her glories did not end with her founder. The Nordic advance was inexorable. The only respite the elves were given came when the Nords mourned their dead, and like all respectable cultures, burial rites trumped all other matters. If the songs of the return are to be believed, some of the eastern Atmorans even soar beyond the borders of Skyrim, into distant lands like Valenwood, elsewhere, Blackmarsh, even potentially Yakuda and Akavir. The songs sing. When the time came for breaking of camp, not all crews took southwards across the rolling lands. Some turned with quick eyes back to their ships, for their hearts were bounded to the waves as sure as they were bounded to each other, as allied companions. One such crew was that of Krillot Lock, sinewy longfolk from the eastern edge of Atmora. Their ruddy skin matched the dawn, and it was often said that morning herself learned her glorious colours from the first faces to meet her at the break of day. The great kine lifted their souls and their winds, propelling them westwards with the new lands of Tamriel ever beckoning to the south. In time, these perpetual wanderers came upon sights fearsome and terrible, entire kingdoms of men beyond their recognition, skin charred like overcooked meat. Elves, even more devious than the northern betrayers, disgraced their horizons, until they learned the sheltered ways between. Great deserts, the likes of which were never known in the homeland, peopled by beasts that spoke like men, with the savagery of elves. Many a notable and well-sung companion met his end at the spears of the legged snakes of the southern marsh. But their mythic gaze did not end at the borders of Blackmarsh. Among the brave crew of the Krillot Lock were of Roaf and Bref the Elder, the great shield brothers, who often swapped spears, and their war wives, Britta and Grafe, the fair child, shield sisters in their own right, who could bring the face of terror across the ice-chilled seas. Together, these four stared into the abyss of trees that formed the foul-smelling homeland of the Snake Men. And as they were blessed Atmorans who feared no shore of Tamriel, they ventured forth to seek out their glories in the most dangerous of these new lands. Onward they flew, ravaging the swamplands, beating a trail between themselves and their ship, such that they would never lose sight of the shore. In the far-off day when at last Roaf would fall, when Britta screamed her famed war cry so that all the marshes were emptied, this trail would fill once more with the treacherous Snake Men. So began the burning march of these great captains of us all. If the songs are to be believed, then the 500 companions obtained a kind of omniscient understanding of Nirn, unrestricted by geographical limitations. Mountains, marshes, jungles and seas, nothing could check the Atmoran advance. In the west, they saw men with skin charred like overcooked meat. In the south, they saw elves crossed with beasts, and legged snakes squirming in the marshes. But ultimately, the truth is inconsequential, as in the material mundus, the Nordic conquest was confined to the north, and to the snow elves that had displaced their people. The songs swell in glorious crescendos, but we rarely hear of the refrains, for they tell the subtle, demoralizing tragedies. Though the sacred number of companions remained resolutely at 500, a great many warriors certainly fell. Files of ferocious northern fighters filtered their way through the Orbic threshold into Aetherius. The Nords were emboldened by the belief that death in battle meant following the blessed pathways to Sovngarde, where infinite meat and mead awaited in the Hall of Valor. This assurance made it easy for the Northmen to avoid desertion. Why would you run from battle when a far greater plain was held in store for those who died in battle? As the companions whittled away at the snow elven population, they also encountered giants. Where they came from isn't certain. Some skalds, like Cord the Curious, claim that the ancient Atmorans were a strange mix of man and giant. The Atmorans were huge and smart. Nords descended from these ancient folk became the small, relatively speaking, intelligent people that we are today, Giants, on the other hand, became the huge, stupid creatures that we watch from a distance. Once we honoured our cousins with offerings of cows, but this practice has fallen out of favour. These cows were marked with swirls of paint to indicate they were offerings, but it seems the efforts to make peace with the giants quickly fell out of custom, for the Nords were sick of coexisting with others. The 27th Song of the Return sings of Ysgramor's battle with Sinmuir of the Giants. At last Sinmuir was brought to bay. Ysgramor, harbinger of us all, boldly led the remaining companions into the final battle. Many a brave companion had already fallen to the giants. Stalwart Valder and sly Hakra, long may their spirits be honoured, fell assaulting the wily half-giant. Many others now trod the blessed pathways to Sovngarde. With all his kin slain, only Sinmuir still defied the greatest among us. The axe Wulfharth, dripping with the gore of 100 dead giants, gleamed in the darkness of Sinmuir's barrow. Ysgramor strode forward, halting his followers with a gesture. With another he dared Sinmuir to face him in mortal combat. The giant-kin proved willing, roaring his defiance and leaping to battle. His massive iron-bound club swung forward to crush. Our lord Ysgramor stepped aside, and the club shattered the stone a pace from his side. Wulfharth sang a blood song as it chopped into the club, breaking it asunder as if made from straw. Sinmuir howled his rage and hurled the stub of his once fearsome weapon at our lord Ysgramor's head. He grappled Ysgramor, seeking to squeeze life away. A roar of laughter was the answer the monster received. Ysgramor's forehead and knee delivered 2 mighty blows. Sinmuir screeched and fell to his knees before our lord. A song of death and delight keened from Wulfharth as Ysgramor buried it deep in the giant-kin's skull. A splatter of gore and a death rattle came from Sinmuir as Ysgramor gave a victory yell. The companions cheered mightily as Wulfharth waved overhead. The depredations of the giant and his vile kin were at last ended, and the legend of Ysgramor, harbinger of us all, grew mightily that day. But the giants were little more than a lurching distraction from the true enemy in Skyrim. Wulfharth's edge was honed on Sinmuir's bones, ready to slay more snow elves. Ysgramor's horde eventually purged the Pale Elven menace from Skyrim, and most magnanimous mortals would have considered this revenge enough. But Ysgramor's thirst was not sated. He knew some of the snow elves had scarpered to Solstheim, and he would not stand for it. To assure the Thalmor would never again pose a threat to the Nords, but mostly for the sake of total and unmitigated vengeance, Ysgramor guided his warriors back across the Sea of Ghosts to Solstheim. The Battle of the Mosring Mountains would end this treacherous elven race once and for all. And while I'd love nothing more than to spin a story about this conclusive conflict, the legendary skald named Lochheim already did. And what's more, he was there, serving as a chronicler to the Nordic chieftain named Ingildir White-Eye. Lochheim writes of the final moments of that final battle. The Battle of the Mosring was to be the final stand between Nord and Elf on our fair island. Led by Ysgramor, we had driven the Elven Scourge from Skyrim, and were intent on cleansing Solstheim of their kind as well. Our warriors, armed with the finest axes and swords Nord craftsmen could forge, cut great swaths through the enemy ranks. The slopes of the Mosring ran red with elf blood. Why then would our foe rejoice? Could one rider bring such hope to an army so hopeless? From whence he came we did not know, but into the battle he rode, on a brilliant steed of pallid white. Elf we called him, for elf he was, yet unlike any other of his kind we had ever seen before that day. His spear and armour bore the radiant and terrible glow of unknown magicka. And so adorned, this unknown rider seemed more white than warrior. To most of our kind, the meaning of the call was clear, but the words were but a litany of elven chants and cries. There were some among us, however, the scholars and chroniclers who knew well the words and shuddered at their significance. The Snow Prince is come, doom is at hand. All of a sudden, the finest of Lorkhan's soldiers, the Northmen, feared that Auriel had created a champion of the same caliber as Ysgramor, one last gambit for the Thalmor in the face of extinction. Could one elf undo all of the Harbinger's works? There was then a great calm that overcame the elves that still stood. Through their mass the Snow Prince did ride, and as a longboat slices the icy waters of the Fjalding, he parted the ranks of his kin. The magnificent white horse slowed to a gallop, then a trot, and the unknown elf rider moved to the front of the line at a slow, almost ghost-like pace. A Nord warrior sees much in a life of bloodshed and battle, and is rarely surprised by anything armed combat may bring. But few among us that day could have imagined the awe and uncertainty of a raging battlefield that all at once went motionless and silent. Such is the effect the Snow Prince had on us all, for when the joyous cries of the elves had ended, there remained a quiet known only in the solitude of slumber. It was then our combined host, elf and Nord alike, were joined in a terrible understanding. Victory or defeat mattered little that day on the slopes of the Mosring Mountains. The one truth we all shared was that death would come to many that day, victor and vanquished alike. The glorious Snow Prince, an elf unlike any other, did come that day to bring death to our kind, and death he so brought. At long last, Ysgramor's Nordic companions met their match. The gods revealed their hands, and the odds fell in no race's favour. Like a sudden, violent snow squall that renders travellers blind and threatens to tear loose the very foundations of the sturdiest hall, the Snow Prince did sweep into our numbers. Indeed, the ice and snow did begin to swirl and churn about the elf, as if called upon to serve his bidding. The spinning of that gleaming spear whistled a dirge to all those who would stand in the way of the Snow Prince, and our mightiest fell before him that day. Ulfgi Anvilhand, Strom the White, Freyda Oakenwand, Heimdall the Frenzied, all lay dead at the foot of the Mosring Mountains. For the first time that day it seemed the tide of battle had actually turned. The elves, spurred on by the deeds of the Snow Prince, rallied together for one last charge against our ranks. It was then, in a single instant, that the Battle of the Mosring came to a sudden and unexpected end. Finna, daughter of Joffrey, a lass of only 12 years and squire to her mother, watched as the Snow Prince cut down her only parent. In her rage and sorrow, Finna picked up Joffrey's sword and threw it savagely at her mother's killer. When the elf's gleaming spear stopped its deadly dance, the battlefield fell silent, and all eyes turned to the Snow Prince. No one that day was more surprised than the elf himself at the sight that greeted them all, for upon his great steed the Snow Prince still sat, the sword of Joffrey buried deeply in his breast. And then he fell, from his horse, from the battle, from life. The Snow Prince lay dead, slain by a child. We can wax all we like about those mighty Nords who reduced the Snow Elves from exaltation to extinction, but the truth is, without the intervention of one orphaned young girl, the Snow Prince might just have ended this chapter of Nordic history as the last one. Such is the capricious nature of history and all mortal affairs. The Nords won, but not a single soul among the companions could claim they did so without fearing all was lost. Alas, close calls are almost meaningless in the annals of the histories. We have losers and we have victors. Pyrrhic or not, the winners won and the losers didn't. The Snow Elves at this point were truly eradicated. The Empire of the Nords could now officially commence. Peace came to Mareth, which would soon be known as Skyrim, now that the Elves were a bloody memory. And with the Thalmor eradicated, the Nords chose to forget the artifact that had started this conflict. Draenor Seleth writes of Magnus's Eye, When Nords once again controlled Skyrim, this power was buried deep below the earth and sealed away. The fact that the Eye of Magnus's potential was never explored by the Nords supports Selef's earlier claim that they had intended to keep it buried from the beginning. But intent is obsolete in the aftermath of war. Intent would not bring back the countless casualties. The Eye would burn out beneath the ground just like the surviving Snow Elves would. There are many battles and much glory I've neglected to mention in this account of the deeds of the 500 companions, but their victory over the Pale Elves was total, and their expansion was inevitable. The Nords cast their gaze east, in their first, but certainly not their final effort to annex the domain of the Chimer and the Dwemer. But as the Northmen were expanding in a land that was then called Resdain, news reached them of their hallowed hero, Ysgramor. The 56th song sings, "It was in one of the uncounted years after the retaking of Sarfall that the crew of the Cryon was declaring their fortunes in the eastern lands near the Red Mountain. They were encamped, surrounded by bodies of murderous elves who had attempted to make them believe they held peace in their hearts. The shrewd Rorlach was the Cryon's captain though, and would show no quarter to the liars of the Southlands, as had been commanded by his lord Ysgramor, harbinger of us all. It was in this state of carousing that they were approached by a young and breathless messenger of their sister crew from the Kars. The boy, Asgir as his name is now sung, had ran unimaginable distance at breakneck speed from the blood-stained fields of the clouded sun to deliver the news to all who would hear. When he reached their camp, he bellowed a great sob before relieving his heart with the news that the mighty Ysgramor had breathed his last. Asgir continued his swift run to inform the other crews as quickly as they could be found, for there were many now crawling the land, rendering our legacy from their deeds. And the camp of the Cryon descended into a mourning of the most forlorn sort. Among these fires sat the bravest men and fiercest women who have ever graced the dirt of this land, and they were brought low by such a notion. While we in the dayshine know only Ysgramor's glory as it gleams through history, these companions knew his might with their own eyes. And such a loss hangs so heavily on the heart that mere words cannot express the altering of their world. For indeed the stories tell that Rorlach, the most battle-hardened and unflinching of all captains, did collapse with grief, and never lifted again his mighty axe. And all around Tamriel, as the news spread, as a dark cloud washes from horizon to horizon, did brilliant lights go out in silent honour of their fallen general and war leader. So ended the period of the return, and the original glories of the 500 companions of Ysgramor, harbinger of us all. Many years prior, Ysgramor bade his men build the wondrous city of Windhelm where the river met the sea. From this vantage, the harbinger could always keep the barrow of his firstborn son, Ingol, in his peripherals. Beneath this city, a tomb worthy of kings was constructed. But as we know, he chose instead to be buried on the shore, facing towards Atmora, that though his heart lived and died in this new land, it would forever yearn for the beauties of still green Atmora, before the freezing took it. Ysgramor's passing to the Hall of Valor in Sovngarde was a great blow to the heart of the companions, but they endeavoured to preserve and proliferate his legacy, no matter what stood or flew in their way. Alas, it would not be long before a new enemy manifested in Skyrim, and that short-lived peace was sundered. But this was a wildly different beast to the Thalmor. One of the key figures in the Nordic pantheon is none other than Alduin. When you hear that name, you probably think of the tyrannical black dragon raining fire over Skyrim in the Fourth Era, igniting the Dragonborn prophecy. But that's only a manifestation of Akka. Alduin is the Nordic equivalent of Akatosh and Auriel, and if you've seen any of my videos on the topic, you'll know that's an entirely worthless equivalence. Imperial Akatosh would not exist for some time, and Auriel is only one facet of the many-faced Akatosh. Auriel is an Anuic spirit, as opposed to a Paarthurnax one. In as simple terms as I can manage, this distinction is based on how the original spirits view Lorkhan's creation, and how those spirits impact the various mortal religions. Some spirits are sympathetic to Lorkhan's realm, and as a result, Paarthurnax religions tend to support its survival. The Nords thank Shor for giving them life, even if that life is fleeting, full of suffering. The changed elves of Morrowind were taught by Paarthurnax Boethia to appreciate Lorkhan's test, and to undergo the Sigic endeavour should they wish to master their minds and the mundane plane they inhabit. Auriel's disdain for the mortal trap is an Anuic viewpoint. This is why his Old Elnathay armies clashed with Lorkhan's wanderers in the dawn. According to the monomyth, Auriel pleaded with Anu to take them back to Aetherius, but he had already filled their places with something else. But his soul was gentler and granted Auriel his bow and shield, so that he might save the Aldmer from the hordes of men. Some had already fallen, like the Kaimer, who listened to tainted Atada, and others, like the Bosmer, had soiled time's line by taking mannish wives. From an elven perspective, ascribing to a Paarthurnax philosophy and breeding with men meant solidifying Lorkhan's realm, validating it, making it tangible and harder to dismantle. In many ways then, Nordic Alduin is like elven Auriel. Auriel is the god of time, and he grows weaker and more fragmented as his sphere turns. Alduin's essential purpose is to stop the sphere from rolling away. His duty is to reset time, to loop the mundus around to the dawn. Varieties of faith in the Empire states. Alduin is the Nord variation of Akatosh. He only superficially resembles his counterpart in the Imperial Eight Divines. For example, Alduin's sobriquet, the World Eater, comes from myths that depict him as the horrible, ravaging firestorm that destroyed the last world to begin this one. Nords therefore see the god of time as both creator and harbinger of the apocalypse. He is not the chief of the Nord pantheon. In fact, this pantheon has no chief, see Shor, but its wellspring, albeit a grim and frightening one. The problem is, the mundus is not purely metaphysical. It has rules set in place by the Earthbones. Therefore, Alduin could not be a formless idea, an unnatural Armageddon event. He had to be as real as the realm he was duty-bound to destroy. But what happens when you take a world-devouring spirit and make it manifest? You get a ravening beast with an insatiable appetite. That's Alduin the Black Dragon. If Alduin consumed the world, what would he have left to eat? Why not enslave the world and feed off of obeisance instead? Why end the world when you can rule it? When Alduin and the dragons appeared in Skyrim, or on Nirn in general, is hard to ascertain. Since they are associated with the concept of time, it's hard to place their origins at any one given point. According to one Nord, Torhol Bjorik's report on the nature of dragons, there is no credible story of how dragons came to be. According to Dremora that the College of Whispers have questioned, they just were and are. Eternal, immortal, unchanging and unyielding. They are not born or hatched. They do not mate or breed. Some say the dragons hail from Eastern Akavir. The Pocket Guide to the Empire 3rd edition says the following on the subject. There are the dragons, Akavir's most deadly and beautiful former native child. The very name Akavir in fact means Dragonland. Now I'm going to do my best to steer clear of extra canon sources, but Michael Kirkbride's writings on the continents of Nirn shed new light on what it means to come to Tamriel from other continents. He writes, "And Aldmeris wasn't a place, it was an idea. And Atmora wasn't a place, it was an idea. And Yakuda exists in the literal past, and Akavir exists in the literal future." In another post he elaborates, "Tamriel is the present. It is literally the centre of time. Akavir is to the east, and it is in the future. Hammerfell is to the west, and it is in the past." Travelling from west to east means more than taking time to sail. It means sailing across time. Atmora to the north is frozen in time. As such, it didn't really exist at all. Aldmeris to the south is outside of time. As such, it didn't really exist at all. Asserting that these continents don't exist in time-space, as Tamrielic mortals understand it, is bold. We have stories of mortals travelling to and from Yakuta and Akavir, of their peoples interacting. But stories, as all Skalds know, are malleable. The notion that Aldmeris is outside of time, a notion of Aetherius held in the hearts and minds of the Oldmer, is fitting. The same can be said of Atmora, or Altmora, the eternal battleground of Auriel and Lorkhan, of the old and wandering Elnafey. So, is Akavir called the Dragonland because dragons were born there? Or is it called that because of its importance in the timeline? Any opinion I may give is speculation, as until these extra-canon writings appear in the Orbis, they are themselves only speculative. Back on the topic of dragons though, the point is, we cannot determine their origins, for Alduin's hungry maw is both the beginning and the end. The Nords feared the dragon, they worshipped the World Eater. So when they made their presence known in the north, it's no wonder that the dragon cult, whenever it may have been founded, grew in popularity. The Nordic gods were rarely depicted as men. They were primeval, bestial, and as such, the pantheon were most commonly portrayed in animal form. The text titled The Dragon War by Torhall Bjork states, "In the Malefic era, when Ysgramor first set foot on Tamriel, his people brought with them a faith that worshipped animal gods. Certain scholars believe these primitive people actually worshipped the divines as we know them, just in the form of these totem animals. They deified the hawk, wolf, snake, moth, owl, whale, bear, fox, and the dragon. As gods, the fox sure was the chief. But in their physical manifestation on Nirn, one of these animals is clearly more dominant than the rest, the dragon. If a Nord were to see a wolf, a bear, or a hawk, they would show reverence for these skilled natural predators. But if a Nord were to see a dragon, they would genuflect before the beast's enormity and pray for mercy. So when the Northmen found themselves coexisting with dragons in Skyrim, led by a great black dragon destined to bring an end to the material world, it was no wonder that the dragon totem of Alduin soon engulfed the preeminence of the fox in the small minds of mortals. The Dragon War goes on to say, foremost among all animals was the dragon. In the ancient Nordic tongue it was Dra-Kon. Occasionally the term Dovra is used, but the language or derivation of that is not known. Using either name was forbidden to all except the dragon priests. Grand temples were built to honour the dragons and appease them. Many of them survive today as ancient ruins haunted by Draga and undead dragon priests. Dragons, being dragons, embraced their role as god-kings over men. After all, were they not fashioned in Akatosh's own image? Were they not superior in every way to the hordes of small, soft creatures that worshipped them? For dragons, power equals truth. They had the power, so therefore it must be truth. Dragons granted small amounts of power to the dragon priests in exchange for absolute obedience. In turn, the dragon priests ruled men as equals to the kings. Dragons, of course, could not be bothered with actually ruling. Alduin's purpose is to eat the world, to end the Kalpa, which is a cycle of the mortal world, the end of an age, and the dawn of a new dawn era. In Yakutan spirituality, Satakal the World Serpent is the god of all things, and is depicted as an Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail, forming a perfect circle. Alduin of the Nordic pantheon is akin to the open mouth of this snake, devouring itself. But in this Kalpa, Alduin refused to devour the world, and rather gazed upon his umbrous scales with delight, red eyes burning with avarice. Those hordes of small soft creatures knelt before him and built monuments to him and his kin, in the words of Paarthurnax.
Dov Walan Farel, we were made to dominate. The will to power is in our blood.
Power and subjugation tasted much better to Alduin than his own tail, and these were tastes he could truly savour, indulging in them endlessly. And by granting small amounts of power to the most obeisant of those small soft creatures, the dragons could luxuriate in their grand temples and partake in tempestuous philosophical debates. Alas, men might not be tyrannical to the same magnitude as dragons, but never underestimate the potential of power going to the heads of mortals. The dragons' needs were simple. They wanted followers with undying loyalty to their overlords. Therefore, the best men to assure this would be men with devotion, but also with their own influence and power. At first, it seems, the dragon priests were not cruel, haughty tyrants. In fact, some of the most decorated warriors, mages and scholars stepped up to these positions. I have videos dedicated to two of these priests, Azadal and Mirak. The first of these was among the Nords who lived at Sarfall prior to the Night of Tears, only he was away, living among the elven races, learning their sorceries. So legendary was his arcane prowess that he was welcomed by such illustrious cultures as the Dwemer, the Aelids, the Chimer, Altmer, even the Thalmor. The name Azadal means embittered destroyer, for his wife and child died during the Night of Tears, and he vowed to use his accrued knowledge to avenge them. Azadal offered his aid to the 500 mighty companions, and it is believed that he was the one to enchant WULFHARTH with its elf-slaying power. He played a part in the downfall of the Snow Elves, but sought more knowledge. This brought him to the altars of the Dragon Lords. He mastered the dragon tongue, and won a seat among their human high priests. Say what you will about the winged oppressors, they didn't reserve promotions only for spineless sycophants. Mirak, on the other hand, was driven not by vengeance or a thirst for knowledge, but rather a thirst for power. We cannot say for sure what brought Mirak into the ranks of the dragon priests, but he soon considered himself superior not only to his peers, but to the dragons that presided over them all. The dragons were powerful, and Alduin was the manifestation of a god, but they spent most of their time blustering and bickering, which to the Dove were one and the same. So Mirak sought the patronage of greater minds, specifically the boundless mind of Hermaeus Mora. For more on both of these fascinating figures, check out my videos on each of them. The dragon priests were respected leaders, but, as is sadly quite predictable, leaders tend to change their tune once they have formally been chosen to lead. The Dragon War text goes on to say, in Atmora, where Ysgramor and his people came from, the dragon priests demanded tribute and set down laws and codes of living that kept peace between dragons and men. In Tamriel, they were not nearly as benevolent. It's unclear if this was due to an ambitious dragon priest, or a particular dragon, or a series of weak kings. Whatever the cause, the dragon priests began to rule with an iron fist, making virtual slaves of the rest of the population. The Nords were no strangers to evading the jabs of iron fists, and as they countered the near-fatal blow delivered by the Snow Elves, they would do the same to the dragons and their priests, or die in the effort. The Dragon War continues. When the populace rebelled, the dragon priests retaliated. When the dragon priests could not collect the tribute or control the masses, the dragons' response was swift and brutal. So it was the Dragon War began. The Nords could no longer count on hoary Ysgramor to lead them into battle, but there was no shortage of gallantry among the armies of the north. Unlike in the taking of Sarfall and the reclamation of the Nordic homeland from the pointy-eared pretenders, this war would take an enormous human toll. But Kind's winds would ever favour the children of the sky, so they knew no fear. At first, men died by the thousands. The ancient texts reveal that a few dragons took the side of men. Why they did this is not known. The priests of the Nine Divines claim it was Akatosh himself that intervened. From these dragons, men learned magics to use against dragons. The tide began to turn, and dragons began to die too. In a few sentences, Bjorik's account succinctly summarizes the Dragon War. But history is seldom so simple. No doubt, as the dragons burned through ranks of Nords like kindling, leaving charred corpses to rot in the melted snow, the survivors would have beseeched the gods for help. But as I've discussed in many videos, and I apologise to anyone who's familiar with this argument already, Akatosh was not a Nordic god, and he did not exist by this name or shape at this point in time. The Nords worshipped Alduin, the very being that was waging war against them, so they would have directed their pleas instead to the dead chief of their pantheon, Shor, who would eventually become one half of Akatosh, and Shor's wife, Kyne. They would have called upon Shor's warrior sons, Stun and Sun, the latter of which may or may not have died in the retaking of Skyrim. This would not be the only time that a human's answered prayers were credited to Akatosh, and just like this other time yet to occur, where justice took the form of a diamond soaked red with the blood of elves, it was in fact another spirit who listened. If we heed the word of Paarthurnax, former lieutenant to the World Eater, then it was Kyne who responded to the Nord's prayers. According to varieties of faith, Kyne, kiss at the end, Nordic goddess of the storm, widow of Shor and favoured god of warriors. She is often called the mother of men. Her daughters taught the first Nords the use of the Thu'um, or storm voice. The Thu'um was the perfect tool to fight the dragons with, according to Alduin's former ally Paarthurnax.
There is nothing else but philosophy to Adova. It is no accident that we do battle with our Thu'um, our voices. There is no distinction between debate and combat to a dragon. Tinvak Loskra. For us, it is one and the same.
If the Storm Voice is the primary form of persuasion and combat for the dragons, and the Nords could learn to speak it, then their physical shortcomings would become extraneous. The etched tablets of High Hrothgar offer more information. Before the birth of men, the dragons ruled all Mundus. Their word was the voice, and they spoke only for true needs. For the voice could blot out the sky and flood the land. Kyne called on Paarthurnax, who pitied man. Together they taught men to use the voice. Then Dragon War raged, dragon against tongue, and Paarthurnax himself confirms that he defected from Alduin to assist the losing side.
Yes, there were a few of us that rebelled against Alduin's Thur, his tyranny. We aided the humans in his overthrow. But they did not trust us, ni Ov. Their inner counsels were kept hidden from us. I was far from here on the day of Alduin's downfall, but all Dove felt the sundering of time itself.
Dragons are tricky beasts. History is tricky enough when time flows as it should. But as Paarthurnax himself attests, time is anything but reliable when it comes to creatures that are inextricably tied to the very concept. These sources I've mentioned seem to confirm the fact that the Nords learned their characteristic racial power from Kyne and Paarthurnax during the Dragon War. Yet there is evidence that other dragons bestowed their gifts upon the dragon priests as well. When Merak plotted against his masters, one of his contemporaries, named Varlok, stood in his way. According to the text titled The Guardian and the Traitor, the two fought a mighty battle that lasted for days, each hurling terrible arcane energies and Thu'um shouts at the other. So great and terrible were the forces unleashed in this contest that Solstheim was torn apart from the mainland of Skyrim. So, prior to Kyne's involvement, only the men who served the dragons loyally in the midst of the rebellion could speak the dragon tongue. But now that Paarthurnax made it accessible to all, the tides of battle inevitably began to turn. The mightiest Nordic warriors began learning to project their voices, to rend Alduin, to make him vulnerable. And then, with the help of an Elder Scroll, they banished him from the present, to be lost in the tumultuous tides of time. The Dragon War text concludes, "The war was long and bloody. The dragon priests were overthrown, and dragons were slaughtered in large numbers. The surviving dragons scattered, choosing to live in remote places away from men. The dragon cult itself adapted and survived. They built the dragon mounds, entombing the remains of dragons that fell in the war. They believed that one day the dragons would rise again and reward the faithful. Perhaps they would rise again, but those faithful priests would rot beneath the ground for millennia in the waiting. With the dragon dominion ended, and a power worthy of Kyne's children emboldening them, the civilization of the Nords was free to flourish." Miraak, as a dragonborn, had taken to the Thu'um naturally, but for most Nords not possessing the Aka blood, it took years of practice and meditation. Those who showed promise had enormous potential. No longer was might measured only by how well one held an axe or shield. The Nords could exercise their dominance while completely unarmed, with naught but their opinions. Finally, we can analyse that text fundamental to understanding the culture of the early Nords. An anonymously penned description of the Nords, titled Children of the Sky, reads as follows. "Nords consider themselves to be the children of the sky. They call Skyrim the throat of the world, because it is where the sky exhaled on the land and formed them. They see themselves as eternal outsiders and invaders, and even when they conquer and rule another people, they feel no kinship with them. The breath and the voice are the vital essence of a Nord. When they defeat great enemies, they take their tongues as trophies. These are woven into ropes and can hold speech like an enchantment. The power of a Nord can be articulated into a shout, like the ki of an Akaviri swordsman. The strongest of their warriors are called tongues. When the Nords attack a city, they take no siege engines or cavalry. The tongues form in a wedge in front of the gatehouse and draw in breath. When the leader lets it out in a ki, the doors are blown in, and the axemen rush into the city. Shouts can be used to sharpen blades or to strike enemies. A common effect is the shout that knocks an enemy back, or the power of command. A strong Nord can instill bravery in men with his battle cry, or stop a charging warrior with a roar. The greatest of the Nords can call to specific people over hundreds of miles, and can move by casting a shout, appearing where it lands. The most powerful Nords cannot speak without causing destruction. They must go gagged, and communicate through a sign language and through scribing runes. The further north you go into Skyrim, the more powerful and elemental the people become, and the less they require dwellings and shelters. Wind is fundamental to Skyrim and the Nords. Those that live in the far wastes always carry a wind with them. We may call the Nords men, but the children of the sky are outsiders. All lands they inhabit are taken by force, and no neighbour can be trusted. Ysgramor ingrained that lesson deep in the hearts of the Northmen, and this lesson lingered in Vraga the Gifted's mind as the Nords began their mainland conquests, ushering in a new age of Nordic supremacy. When Ysgramor fell in the return, his second son, Ilgar, took up his mantle and led the Nords. Ysgramor's line continued through the early history of the Nords, through the late Malefic and early First Eras. But it wasn't until the threats of the Snow Elves and the dragons were dealt with that the Nords truly came into their own. It was with Vraga, 14 generations after Ysgramor, that the Empire of Nords began. Vraga's father, the legendary High King Harald, famously relinquished all Nordic holdings in Atmora, and this said to all Nords henceforth that their destiny lay in Skyrim and on the continent of Tamriel. When Vraga the Gifted ascended to Windhelm's throne, the Skyrim conquests began, and all the races of Mer felt real fear. 15th monarch of Skyrim, the gifted High King Vraga knew the strength of Ysgramor's line, and of all the warriors who flourished in the Harbinger's wake, and he knew it was time for the Children of the Sky to expand their domain beyond the mountains, to claim the lands the snows didn't touch. The Nordic expansion, unsurprisingly, was relentless. According to the Pocket Guide to the Empire 1st edition, within a span of 50 years, Skyrim ruled all of northern Tamriel, including most of present-day High Rock, a deep stretch of the Nibelheim Valley, and the whole of Morrowind. The conquest of Morrowind was one of the epic clashes of the First Era, when ensued many a desperate contest between Nord and Dark Elf in the hills and glades of that dire kingdom, still recalled by the songs of the minstrels in the alehouses of Skyrim. Most of these regions succumbed without much pressure. High Rock was presided over by the Durrani Elves, who despite their brilliance were few in number and could not realistically manage all the lands they declared as their own. The extent to which the Nords conquered Cyrodiil or the Nibelheim Valley is up for debate, as during this time the Ayleid Empire was still dominant, despite being unknowingly on the cusp of its downfall. It is Morrowind that serves as the truest testament to the implacable expansion of the Northmen. The Nords invaded at the tail end of High Velothi culture, after the Chimer people had established themselves in Morrowind, or Resdayn as it was known in those days. At this time, none of the residents of Resdayn could have anticipated a foreign power emerging. Resdayn was occupied by Needs, Orcs, Dwarves and the Chimer, the latter two being by far the most dominant. The growing Chimeri civilization was concerned about the Deep Elves, their technologies, and their vast subterranean dominion. But their western border was naturally protected by the Velothi Mountains, and the strongest of the Chimer houses, House Redoran, vigilantly guarded those foothills from raiders. But when Vraga's unified Nords came in the first half of the 3rd century, there was a sense of inevitability about their subjugation. All of the greatest Chimeri heroes lived during this time: Vivec, Sophasil, Almalexia, Nerovar, Vorin Dagoth. These legends could only watch and despair. The most complete account of this western invasion comes from Vivec, who in his 36 lessons details the might of the fair-haired conquerors. From the 9th sermon of Vivec. Then came the war with the Northern men, where Vivec did guide the Hortator into swift and tricky union with the Dwemer. The greatest demon chieftains of the frigid west were those listed below, 5 in unholy number. Hoga, the Mouth of Mud, who appeared as a great bearded king, had the powers of marshalling and breathing the earth. On the battlefields, this demon would often be seen on the sidelines, eating the soil voraciously. When his men fell, Hoga would fill their bodies back with it, whereupon they would rise again and fight, albeit slower. He had a secret name, Fenya, and destroyed 17 Chimeri villages and 2 Dwemeri strongholds before being turned away. Kemua, the Running Hunger, who appeared as a mounted soldier with full helm, had the powers of heart roaring and of sky sickening. He ate the Chimeri hero, Drez Kizimete, sending the spirit back to the Hortator as an assassin. Sometimes called First Blighter, Kemua could give clouds stomachaches and turn the rain of Veloth into bile. He destroyed 6 Chimeri villages before he was slain by Vivec and the Hortator. Barg, the Two-Tongued, who appeared as a great bearded king, had the powers of surety and form change. His raiders were small in number, but ran amok in the west hinterlands, killing many Velothi trappers and scouts. He fell in a great debate with Vivec, for the warrior poet alone could understand the northern man's 2-layered speech, though Almsavi had to remain invisible during the argument. Barthok, Maid of Plains, who appeared as a winged human with lick-encrusted spear, had the powers of Event Denouement. Battles fought against her would always end in victory for Barthok, because she could shape outcomes by singing. 4 Chimeri villages and 2 more Dwemeri strongholds were destroyed by her decision enforcement. Vivek had to stuff her mouth with his milk finger to keep her from singing Veloth into ruin. Ysgramor, the Dragon of the North, who always appears as a great bearded king, had powers innumerable and echoing. He was grim and dark, and the most silent of the invading chieftains. Though when he spoke, villages were uplifted and thrown into the sea. The Hortator fought him unarmed, grabbing the dragon's roars by hand until Ysgramor's power throat bled. These roars were given to Vivek to bind into an ebony listening frame, which the warrior poet placed on Ysgramor's face and ears to drive him mad and drive him away. These are only 5 of the numberless heroes responsible for expanding the First Empire of the Nords. The last of these heroes will be spoken about in great detail later. And though Vivek and the Chimera fought valiantly to repel the Northmen, their efforts were hopeless, and from First Era 240 to First Era 416, almost 2 centuries, the land of Resdayn endured occupation from outlanders. The Nords were so powerful that the antithetical cultures of Chimera and Dwemer were forced to unite to finally expunge them from the elven lands of the northeast. This alliance was one factor in liberating Resdayn from the Nords, but internal strife played a significant role as well. Vraga had begun the Empire of the Nords, but he was only human and did not live long enough to assure eternal dominion over the Chimera. In First Era 369, High King Borgus, last of Ysgramor's direct dynasty, was assassinated by the Bosmeri Wild Hunt, plunging the Nordic Empire into a war of succession that lasted some 51 years. Civil war consumed Skyrim from within, and they could no longer adequately defend their territories. 4 years before the end of the Succession War, the First Council of the Chimera and Dwemer pushed the Nords out of Resdayn. The Pocket Guide to the Empire First Edition states, "And seeing that the Nords were divided and weak, the Dunmer took counsel among themselves, and gathered together in their secret places, and plotted against the kinsmen of Borgus, and suddenly arose, and fell upon the Nords, and drove them from the land of Dunmerith with great slaughter." The 3rd edition of the Pocket Guide also claims that this War of Succession ended the Nordic occupation of High Rock and Cyrodiil as well, stating, "Taking advantage of the internal strife in Skyrim, the Durrani hegemony began taking land north and south of High Rock, claiming portions of Skyrim and present-day Hammerfell. The Nordic Empire had aided the Needs in their emancipation from Aeliad tyranny, but by the end of the Nordic War of Succession, they no longer saw the Nords as all-powerful liberators, and were able to secure their own borders. Finally, the Nords and their Thu'um were humbled. It was a kind of identity crisis for many of the Great Tongues, who had never known defeat, not even against the dragons. And so, the Storm Voice was scrutinized, and one of the legendary tongues present at the humbling of the Nords in Resdayn meditated on the nature of this great gift. The etched tablets of High Hrothgar register, Emblem 6, with roaring tongues the Sky Children conquer, founding the First Empire with sword and voice, whilst the dragons withdrew from this world. Emblem 7, the tongues at Red Mountain went away humbled. Jurgen Windcaller began his 7-year meditation to understand how strong voices could fail. Jurgen Windcaller. Ankle deep in ash, Jurgen Windcaller peered through a grey haze as the mighty tongues were sent back. The golden elves in their chitinous robes spewed flames from their palms, and the anemic elves by their side sent copper-skinned contrivances to do their bloody bidding. The blessed Empire of the Sky was routed and retreating. Every strained inhalation brought Jurgen closer to choking on his breath. Were he to shout, it'd emerge as a weary rasp. This alien land, and the demons stalking it, had worn the Nords down. Jurgen hoped never to see this wretched place again for the rest of his days. Humid, hideous, utterly inhospitable, it brought Jurgen the Calm precariously close to despair. He saw in that moment how the children of the sky had erred, wrestling in the mud and dust with these infernal beings. The Thu'um had failed them, and it all came down to their own hubris. The Nords had taken sweet Kind's gift to a place where the winds could not reach, where the air was laced with ash and foul humours. When the fatigued survivors finally made it back across the Velothi Mountains to the fatherland, Jurgen wished only for peace and quiet, and where better to cleanse his battered lungs than the birthplace of the Nords. Jurgen Windcaller left his station and reputation among the warmongers of Windhelm, and ascended the throat of the world. At this time, there were no stairs to guide him, no well-trodden paths, but every laboured step up that steep incline was soothed by the purest air this great tongue had ever breathed. Exhausted, Jurgen rejoiced at the crispness of it. He coughed up the ashes of the east in great globs, and left them as brown splotches in the snow. When Jurgen came finally to the summit, he perched atop Skyrim's laryngeal prominence, and let the Hyperborean winds penetrate his chest. For days he fasted, sustained only by snowmelt and the words in the winds. He found a sacred cave to sleep in, and the dreams he had were rife with revelation. So began Jurgen Windcaller's 7-year meditation. Some say he stayed atop the throat for the entirety of that holy odyssey. Some say he came and went, seen in nearby villages, but never interacting with others. Whatever the truth may be, Jurgen set out to learn how strong voices could fail, and he found his answer. Jurgen Windcaller had never been the mightiest of tongues. There were others, like Derek the Tall, Jorg Helmbolg, and Hogue Merkiller, who were more illustrious. But Jurgen was unique in his introspective nature, in always giving thanks to Kind before he demonstrated the dragon breath. Compared to the speech patterns of men, the storm voice was more akin to an aggressive shout, and the Nords naturally began referring to these abilities as shouts. But the Thu'um was not just a form of aggression. The dragons had known this. They had used their voices to debate as well, even if the distinction between the two was hard to hear. Kind had given the Nords this power for defense, not for domination. So, Jurgen Windcaller chose silence. He had an array of shouts at his disposal, yet he chose to be a pacifist, only relying on his gift in times of great need. What's more, he challenged any of his detractors to face him in a duel. The Storm Voice was a gift from Kind, and she would embolden him if he was right, and reward his truth with power. A philosophy long held by the dragons. According to the etched tablets of High Hrothgar, 17 disputants accepted his challenge, and Jurgen the Calm welcomed each and every one. The Pocket Guide 1st edition states, his victory was sealed in a legendary confrontation, where the Calm is said to have swallowed the shouts of 17 tongues of the militant school for 3 days, until his opponents all lay exhausted, and then became his disciples. News of this confrontation was carried on the winds, and tongues flocked to Jurgen Windcaller to become students of his philosophy, a philosophy that would become known as the Way of the Voice. Thus, the Greybeards were born. With his initiates in tow, Jurgen began paving his path of pilgrimage in stone. 7,000 steps, each one quarried and hauled from the foothills, bringing Jurgen's converts closer to understanding through grueling, humbling exertion. And when they at last came to the apex, they set about constructing a monastery worthy of hosting the divines. The songs sing of rambunctious banquets attended by the spirits of the gods, intermingled with the most devout tongues. If there's any truth to that, as a meagre skald, I cannot say, but high upon the throat of the world, where the air is clear, the minds of the tongues were freed from confusion. This solitude and altitude brought clarity. At the apex, the monks of Jurgen's order studied the Way of the Voice, seeking peace and inner balance. they cast their heads toward the heavens and watched snow whales bob in the upper air like dwarven dirigibles. The whales sang their songs of stun and rained white euphoria upon the enlightened pilgrims. Rapturous, Jurgen's followers let their beards grow long to catch the whale dew and proceed to meditate in bliss. Beneath long grey beards, the lips of Jurgen's acolytes remained sealed. Immense power lay between them, but they would only part for true need. Such is the creed of the Greybeards. And so, the halls and corridors of High Hrothgar were silent. Times would come when the voice was needed, of course, as the greatest tongues knew that the apocalyptic threat of Alduin had never been conclusively dealt with. But those times will have to wait for later in this tale. Surrounded by his disciples, Jurgen the Calm knew that his long, arduous meditation had been guided by the divine, and as flecks of grey sprouted in his dark beard, he knew his purpose had been fulfilled. The other beards often witnessed him leave Hrothgar, horn in hand, in search of solitude, and no one dared stop him. On the coldest nights, Jurgen Windcaller sat atop the throat of the world and watched the slow decay of daylight, when the stars made their presence known. Every time he did, without fail, the aurora borealis streaked across the sky, and from this vantage it shone brighter than any soul down below at sea level could possibly fathom. As Jurgen aged, he felt the pull of the gods more strongly, and the lights were impossibly vivid. When he was finally ready to die, he gave himself to that dizzying weightlessness, and was carried into the most dazzling aurora he had ever seen in his long, long life. Jurgen's pacifism tamed the Nords, causing a great paradigm shift. Nordic expansion was no more from that day forward. As history has shown, few outsiders dared challenge the Nords of Skyrim though, as the Thu'um and the Way of the Voice was maintained for defence and for true need. Jurgen Windcaller was buried in the barrow of Ustengrav, and the empire of the Nords, while retaining its might, became insular. Though the Nords had been humbled, and their reach had been restricted to their own borders, there was still a great deal to discover within their own kingdom. With the dragons gone from Skyrim, the Nords inherited an enormous domain, dotted with cities built to house creatures far larger and more powerful than themselves. For some scholars and clever men, there was a wealth of knowledge to be found in these old citadels, where only the skeletons of dragons and the comatose dragon priests dwelt. One wizard, named Shalidor, was fascinated by the scale of these dragopolises, and delved into them hoping to uncover arcane knowledge and treasures that were not destroyed during the Dragon War. Foremost among these cities was Labyrinthian, or Bromyanar as it had been known to the dragons. This was the hub of dragon civilization, the capital of the dragon cult. Situated in a mountain pass, it was vast above and below the surface of Nirn. Shalidor was bemused by his fellow Nords for letting these dragon cities go to ruin. Were they ashamed of them? Did they serve as enormous reminders of their subservience to their draconic overlords? It was foolish. Yes, the Nords built these grand temples to honour and appease the dragons, but the dragons were dethroned, and now these temples presented an entirely different image of the Nords who constructed them. They were not slaves, they were great architects, akin to the Heartland and Southern Elves. If you thought human temples and chapels inspired awe to visitors, compelling even the godless to kneel, then imagine temples built for creatures 10 times their size. Not just temples, but entire cities. For unlike the absent gods, these things were greedy and demanded space and luxury. In Shalidor's long life, he must have looked upon his old homeland and taken great pride in these enduring feats of architecture. Modern Nords have lost the expertise needed to maintain them, but the Nords of old built things to last, and so they did. Shalidor was a figure surrounded by myth. Some say he built the city of Winterhold with a whispered incantation. Some say he single-handedly warred with the Dwemer of the Rorken clan, leading the gifted Deep Elves to forge Spellbreaker in self-defense. Another rumour tells that the wizard discovered Glamouril and stole it from the dragon god of time. Glamouril is an Elnifex word meaning the secret of life, and it is this secret that took Shalidor to the capital of the dragon cult, to Bromyanar. Knowing that the city had been abandoned but for trolls and the undead, Shalidor knew this was the perfect location to hide his ethereal secret. Taking inspiration from ancient Nordic architects, and most certainly utilising Glamouril, Shalidor single-handedly built a labyrinth in the heart of Bromyanar. The labyrinth itself would not be hard for adventurers to find, but the secret hidden within the labyrinth, well, that was another story. Shalidor's labyrinth is the reason this city shed its dragon name and became known as Labyrinthian. Shalidor hid his secret well, for it has never been found. Perhaps that is why so much of his incredible magical knowledge has been lost, because he did not want it to be found. But with the Nords focused on affairs at home, contemplating their voices, licking old wounds, a new superpower was rising in Tamriel. This new superpower in the Age of Men lay to the south. The Elysian Rebellion, with the help of the Nords, burgeoned into a continent-spanning empire. Just as the Nords had been blessed by Kine and given the tools needed to vanquish their oppressors, so too were Alessia and her Nedic followers. Kine gave Alessia her demigod son Morrowind as a champion husband, as well as a fragment of her beloved shore in the form of Pelennor Whitestrake. Skyrim wouldn't have to fear the Cyrodiilic Empire turning against them, at least not for some time, as Alessia was very grateful to the Nords for assuring her victory over the Ayleids. But there was cause for concern among the most traditional Northmen. You see, in order to appease both the Nords who had aided in her uprising and the Elves remaining in Cyrod, Alessia created a new pantheon of gods, known as the Eight Divines. Some Nordic gods made it into this new religion, namely Akatosh, Arkay, Dibella, Julianos, Kinnereth, Mara and Stendar, but these gods were gentrified. Their bestial sides were suppressed, and the gods that were too antagonistic towards elf-kind were swept under the gold-trimmed rug. Most controversial of all these changes existed within Akatosh and Shazar. Shazar was the Elysian version of Shor, but the chief of the Nordic pantheon was not welcome among the Eight. The mantle of chief went instead to Akatosh, who to the Nords seemed more akin to Elven Auriel than any of their northern gods, according to the text titled Shazar and the Divines. Concessions were made, and Empress Alessia instituted a new religion, the Eight Divines, an elegant, well-researched synthesis of both pantheons, Nordic and Aldmeri. Shazar, as a result, had to change. He could no longer be the bloodthirsty anti-Aldmer warlord of old. He could not disappear altogether either, or the Nords would have withdrawn their support of her rule. In the end, he had become the spirit behind all human undertaking. Even though this was merely a thinly disguised, watered-down version of Shor, it was good enough for the Nords. Little did the public know, Alessia's appreciation for Shor went deep. He was, after all, the answer to her prayers in the slave pens. And that is why she smuggled Shor into Akatosh, making him the human face of this two-headed god. But as Shazar and the Divines emphasized, his inclusion within Akatosh could not be public knowledge. Akatosh needed to be a coming together of human and elven worship. The author of this text, Faustilius Junius, sub-curator of ancient theology and paleonumerology in the Imperial Library, was confident in his assertion that the Nords were appeased by Shazar's inclusion in this new, cosmopolitan religion. And for a short while this might have seemed true, but it would not be long before the Nords grew tired of the Imperial pantheon of divines. In the wake of the disastrous War of Succession, an internal conflict that removed Skyrim from their place as the preeminent colonial force in Tamriel, the Nords came together to stanch their hemorrhaging power. The year was First Era 420, and the Pact of Chieftains was made. A strong and respected High King was needed, one that each and every chieftain was willing to follow. That High King was named Olaf One-Eye. Olaf was well loved for his courage in defeating the mighty dragon Numenex atop Mount Anfor. However, Olaf's 32-year-long reign was wrought with controversy. One bard named Svafnir decried him in verse. Svafnir's verse was immortalized in the Poetic Edda, which was the most recognized collection of songs, stories and legends, comprising their living history of Skyrim. King Olaf's verse goes as follows. O Olaf, our subjugator, the one-eyed betrayer, death-dealing demon and dragon-killing king, your legend is lies, lurid and false. Your cunning capture of Numenex, a con for the ages. Olaf grabbed power by promise and threat. From Falkreath to Winterhold, they fell to their knees. But Solitude stood strong, Skyrim's truest protectors. Olaf's vengeance was instant, inspired and wicked. So ends the story of Olaf the Liar, a thief and a scoundrel we of Solitude commit to the fire. In Solitude, bards train for their service. They also gather each year and burn a king who deserves it. The Poetic Edda is a revered text among the creatives of the Bard's College in Skyrim, and it has become a custom to celebrate the death of King Olaf every year by burning an effigy of Old One-Eye. 2 more High Kings came and went after Olaf's death, a death that was met with elation in Skyrim. There was Kjorek the White, who was, according to the text, the Crown of Freydis, a soft-spoken yet fierce leader. His 26-year reign was succeeded by his son, the ferocious Hogue Merkiller, whose power was testified to by Vivek in his 9th sermon. Both Kjorek and Hogue ruled Skyrim during their conflict with Emperor Gorius of the Elysian Empire. While they were both formidable leaders, they ruled Skyrim at a time where Nordic holdings on Tamriel were shrinking. The Durrani hegemony claimed great swaths of land that had once been a part of the Nordic Empire, and some sources claim Kjorek died defending Falkreath from the Elves of High Rock. Alternative sources suggest he in fact died at Fort Sungard while fighting the Elysians. The same historical inconsistencies applied to Hogue Merkiller too, who either died in Falkreath like his father, or allied with the Durrani against the common threat of Gorius. In the latter case, Hogue died at the Battle of Glenumbria Moors against the Elysians. Sadly, the years have obscured the lore of these warrior kings, but one thing we know for sure is that Hogue's successor would become one of the most legendary figures of all time. Behold High King WULFHARTH, Ysgramor, Dragon of the North, Tongue of Shore, Breath of Kine. Across the Sea of Ghosts he came, from old green Atmora, the land of truth, and with him came a sense of manifest destiny. He sailed on winds of his own conjuring. Through the mists he looked like the spectre of an ancient Atmoran glory, and his ascent to the prime seat at the Palace of the Kings was an inevitability. Most who saw him saw only his ice-blue eyes, like Ysgramor's, only laced with divinity. In other lights, those same eyes appeared white as freshly fallen snow, or grey like ash. It was as if he was more than one man, and a maelstrom of identity raged around his pupils. At once he was a beacon of newfound promise, and a blank slate of white, as if the gods had only just now artificed him from Oblivion's most precious and scarce asset, hope. Yet also an undead thing, the past unnaturally restored in flesh. And when he argued in whispers with the Greybeards, his eyes were said to have even turned red, like Alduin's, or like he'd been cursed by some foreign god. For a time, he was all the people spoke about, and all the skalds sang about. He was poetry in motion, weaving myth in his wake. Were you to ask a superstitious Nord about WULFHARTH, about his journey from Atmora, the answers would be mixed. Some would say he sailed, because the Nords were the finest seamen. but others would swear he flew over the breakers on dragon wings, on dark wings that brought dark omens to the enemies of Skyrim. I once heard, in full sincerity, a bard tell that every time WULFHARTH pissed, a torrential downpour was unleashed across the north. So powerful was WULFHARTH, Dragon of the North, that he came gagged to his own coronation, lest his Thu'um tear the gathered onlookers asunder. Most of what we know about WULFHARTH's reign comes from a text titled The 5 Songs of King WULFHARTH, that read like mythic tales. The first song states, "The first song of King WULFHARTH is ancient, circa First Era 500. After the defeat of the Elysian army at Glenumbria Moors, where King Hogue Merkiller was slain, WULFHARTH of Atmora was elected by the Pact of Chieftains. His Thu'um was so powerful that he could not verbally swear into office, and scribes were used to draw up his oaths. Though Kjorek and Hogue had been great leaders, the Nords were far removed from their glory of old. Since the death of King Borgus, that vile traitor who had replaced the animal totems with the southern divines, Skyrim had been in a steady decline. Scholars argue over whether Kjorek and Hogue died at the hands of the Elysians or the Dureni, but to the new High King, the distinction didn't matter in the slightest. Both were enemies of the North, and both were inferior. WULFHARTH was stubborn, he was belligerent, he was proud, he was just what Skyrim needed. High King WULFHARTH did not waste a moment. Time was the sphere of the enemy after all. The first song continues. Immediately thereafter, the scribes wrote down the first new law of his reign, a fiery reinstatement of the traditional Nordic pantheon. The edicts were outlawed, their priests put to the stake, and their halls set ablaze. The shadow of King Borgus had ended for a span. For his zealotry, King WULFHARTH was called Shor's Tongue, and Ysgramor Dragon of the North. The Nords had secured victory for the Elysian upstarts. A drop of blood from their almighty father Shor had done most of the taking, and almost all of the killing. And when that avatar had been cut into apes by the demon sorcerers of the Heartland, the Elysians hadn't waited long to wage war with the men of the North. It made WULFHARTH sick, and when the bile projected from his core, storms had ravaged the land. Under WULFHARTH, Shor's name was rejoiced once more. Not Akatosh, not Shazar, but Shor, High King of Sovngarde, Master of Men. There would be no Kinnereth under his watch, no Julianos or Stendar. Their true names were restored, Kain and Janal and Stun and Sun, who had died defending Shor from foreign gods. His name was spoken again, and Skyrim knew the names of power once again. Next, High King WULFHARTH declared war on the enemies of Skyrim, the Orcs and Dureni to the west, the Elysians to the south, the demons of the east. These lesser races would learn to fear the children of the sky again. First he descended upon the Orcs of the Hrothgarian mountains, the spawn of Trinamach's dung. The second song of King WULFHARTH glorifies his deeds in the eyes of the old gods. He fights the eastern Orcs and shouts their chief into hell. Hell, I can only assume, means the ash pit of Malakath, where the air is thick with dust and smoke. To a Nord, the breath is sacred, and in the hellish pits of the humiliated prince, the souls of his followers are punished for their poor choices, cursed never to breathe fresh air ever again. After this victory, WULFHARTH showed his respect to the free people of Skyrim, and to Jurgen Windcaller, who despite his pacifistic nature was no caitiff. He climbed the 7,000 steps, and feasted with the silent monks of Hrothgar upon high. The second song proceeds. He rebuilds the 418th step of High Hrothgar, which had been damaged by a dragon. And though his aggression defied the quiet nature of his hosts, he assured them that his voice would be used only in service of Shor's children. When he swallowed a thundercloud to keep his army from catching cold, the Nords called him the Breath of Kain. Perhaps the Greybeards considered him garrulous. Later in this tale, WULFHARTH would lose their favour, But right now, the High King had wrongs to right, and silence would not suffice. According to Wulfharth's plaque in Windhelm, he defeated the Durenni and cleansed Skyrim of the Elysian heresy. During Wulfharth's reign, from First Era 480 to 533, both the Durenni and the Elysian empires endured major setbacks. Despite emerging victorious in the Battle of Glenumbria Moors, the already scarce ranks of the Durenni suffered severe losses. Their numbers were scattered, overextended, and their hold on High Rock gradually diminished. The Elysians were humbled by their defeat in the same battle. Were these outcomes in any way Wulfharth's doing? The histories would suggest that they were not, but Wulfharth's plaque gives him credit. In regards to the Elysian heresy, this could simply be a reference to Wulf's religious reforms. Ultimately, these events took place thousands of years ago, and in the land of Dawn's Beauty, history is not infallible. Historians hold biases, and myths crush reality in the minds of mortals. And speaking of myths, the 5 songs of King Wulfharth only get stranger from here. The 3rd song tells of his death, and of a battle between gods. One of the most unique Nordic spirits is Orki, Old Knocker, god of death. Varieties of faith in the Empire claims that, god of mortality, Orki combines aspects of Morlock and Archay. He is a lone god for the Nords, who seem to have taken up his worship during Aldmeri rule of Atmora. Nords believe they once lived as long as elves until Orki appeared. Through heathen trickery, he fooled them into a bargain that bound them to the Count of Winters. It is believed that Atmora, or Altmora, is stuck in time, a battleground between the gods of men and mer. As the god of mortality and of death, Orki is akin to Archay, whose sphere is the cycle of birth and death. And this sphere could even be taken to a higher metaphysical level, representing the birth and death of the world, of the Kalpic cycle. Whatever the case, he was no friend to men, whose lives were shorter than the lives of elves. An old song of gods, written by a forgotten skald, sings, Orki tests all mortals, he likes to start all quarrels. A snake no one can flee, none may fall wary Orki. In some cultures, the snake is associated with Lorkhan, but to the Nords, the snake is more aligned with the cold-blooded dragon than it is with the fox. And the 3rd song of King Wulfharth details this battle with the fox and man on one side, and the snake and dragon on the other. Orki, an enemy god, had always tried to ruin the Nords, even in Atmora where he stole their years away. Seeing the strength of King Wulfharth, Orki summoned the ghost of Alduin Time Eater again. Nearly every Nord was eaten down to 6 years old. Boy Wulfharth pleaded to shore, the dead chieftain of the gods, to help his people. Little Wolf and his companions waddled to the top of the knoll, beards reaching their knees, to watch as Shadow Alduin and the tricky fox Shore battled overhead, beyond the stars in Ephirius, their childish babbling forming into small shouts of encouragement to their immortal king. Shore's own ghost then fought the Time Eater on the spirit plane, as he did at the beginning of time, and he won, and Orki's folk, the Orcs, were ruined. And if varieties of faith is to be believed, this victory backfired on Malak Orki, as Shore not only removed the curse, but threw it onto the nearby Orcs. This is theorized to be the reason why the Orsimer have human lifespans, despite being an elven race. The 3rd song concludes with Wulfharth's heroic sacrifice. As boy Wulfharth watched the battle in the sky, he learned a new Thu'um, what happens when you shake the dragon just so. He used this new magic to change his people back to normal. In his haste to save so many though, he shook too many years out on himself. He grew older than the Greybeards and died. The flames of his pyre were said to have reached the hearth of Kine itself. And so ends the story of the legendary High King Wulfharth in First Era 533, at least for now. He returned some 135, Or was it 167 years later, for the next major event in Nordic and Tamrielic history? This event is believed to be a dragon break, for there are so many conflicting accounts as to how it unfolded. I've gone into great detail about it in the past, in both my Morrowind and my Dwemer videos, but I've hardly spoken about the involvement of WULFHARTH and the Nords. The first council between the Dwemer and the Chimer, an alliance forged to oppose the Nordic occupation centuries prior, came to a bitter end. The War of the First Council broke out, which culminated in the Battle of Red Mountain. Both of the most detailed accounts of the Battle of Red Mountain neglect to mention the involvement of the Nords at all, while a brief account titled The War of the First Council only makes one small comment, suggesting the Nords and Orcs allied with the secular houses of Dwemer and Dagoth. It reads, "The secular houses, less numerous, but politically and magically more advanced, and aided by Nord and Orc clans drawn by promise of land and booty, initially campaigned with great success in the north of Morrowind, and occupied much of the land now comprising Redoran, Vardenfell, and Telvanni district. The Orthodox houses, widely dispersed and poorly organised, suffered defeat after defeat until Nerevar was made general of all house troops and levies. The idea that the Nords would join forces with the Orcs is quite unlikely given the history between them, and while it would make sense for some nostalgic Northmen to pounce on any opportunity to regrow the Nordic Empire, they would have been inserting themselves into a battle between arguably the two most powerful races in all Tamriel. Most of what we know about this Nordic involvement comes from WULFHARTH's myth songs, and these controversial songs contradict much of the recognised canon. The fourth song of King WULFHARTH tells of his rebirth. The dwarves and devils of the Eastern Kingdoms had started to fight again, and the Nords hoped they might reclaim their ancient holdings there because of it. They planned an attack, but then gave up, knowing that they had no strong king to lead them. Then in walked the Devil of Dagoth, who swore he came in peace. Moreover, he told the Nords a wondrous thing. He knew where the heart of Shor was. Long ago, the chief of the gods had been killed by elven giants, and they ripped out Shor's heart and used it as a standard to strike fear into the Nords. This worked until Ysgramor shouted some sense, and the Nords fought back again. Knowing that they were going to lose eventually, the elven giants hid the heart of Shor so that the Nords might never have their god back. But here was the Devil of Dagoth with good news. The dwarves and devils of the Eastern Kingdom had his heart, and this was the reason for their recent unrest. The Nords asked the Devil of Dagoth why he might betray his countrymer so, and he said that the devils have betrayed each other since the beginning of time, and this was so, and so the Nords believed him. The tongue sung Shor's ghost into the world again. Shor gathered an army as he did of old, and then he sucked in the long-strewn ashes of King WULFHARTH and remade him, for he needed a good general. But the Devil of Dagoth petitioned to be that general too, and he pointed out his role as the blessed harbinger of this holy war. So Shor had two generals, the Ash King and the Devil of Dagoth, and he marched on the Eastern Kingdoms with all the sons of Skyrim. Vorin Dagoth's role in the dissolution of Dwemeri-Chimeri relations is supported across many sources. Despite being the head of a Chimer great house, his house was unique in that its seat of power was on the Isle of Vardenfell. Kogorun's proximity to Red Mountain meant that House Dagoth had a uniquely intimate relationship with the dwarves. I theorised in my video on this fascinating villain that Vorin was made aware of the Heart of Lorkhan because of the chimes that are involved in Dagoth rituals and ceremonies. They tinkled with the dead god's divine pulse, and Dagoth followed them. He discovered that Chief Tonal Architect Kagranak was constructing a new god, and he shared this news with Nerevar and the Tribunal. His affiliations with both sides of the war make it notoriously difficult to decipher his motives. The notion that the Devil of Dagoth might have disclosed his monumental discovery with a third party isn't out of the question, but short of sowing chaos and further complicating the conflict between the dwarves and the Eastern Elves, it's hard to see why he would have made the effort. Perhaps he saw the obstinate, hot-headed Nords as a tool to be unleashed on his political rivals. Once again, if you're unfamiliar with the events of the Battle of Red Mountain and the disappearance of the Dwemer, I highly recommend watching my video on the Dwemer. It's a quick watch, I promise. But in short, High Priest Kagrenak, despite his meticulous nature, failed in his plan to turn the dwarves into gods. It could have been a major miscalculation, a misunderstanding of divine metaphysics, even just a lack of time to execute his plan. But his error caused every last dwarf in Tamriel to vanish in an instant. A contradictory theory, too profane and convoluted to mention here, suggests he did not err at all, and his scheme went perfectly to plan. But I'll leave those truths for you to unearth, if you care to know. Nordic history at this time was scarce, but it's reasonable to assume the Northmen would have taken a keen interest in any rumblings regarding the still-beating heart of their eternal king. Every spiritual child of the sky knew the tragedy of Shor, how Trinomac, champion of Auriel, cleaved Shor's chest apart and ripped his heart out. How the enemy of mankind fired it long across the sea when he could not stop it from pounding its myth rhythm. So I'll give some credence to the involvement of the Nords in the Battle of Red Mountain. But the Nords were arguably at their weakest in those years, so maybe they were stricken from the annals of history. Perhaps another defeat at the hands of the dwarves in Keimer was too much for the populace of Skyrim to suffer, and so they allowed it to fall out of memory. But the 5 songs of King Wulfharth detail it anyway, for it was his second coming. The 5th and final song, accepting the secret song, goes as follows. The 5th song of King Wulfharth is sad. The survivors of the disaster came back under a red sky. That year is called Sun's Death. The Devil of Dagoth had tricked the Nords, for the heart of Shor was not in the Eastern Kingdoms, and had never been there at all. As soon as Shor's army had got to Red Mountain, all the devils and dwarves fell upon them. Their sorcerers lifted the mountain and threw it onto Shor, trapping him underneath Red Mountain until the end of time. They slaughtered the sons of Skyrim, but not before King Wulfharth killed King Du-Malakath the Dwarf Orc, and doomed his people. Then Vek the Devil blasted the Ash King into hell, and it was over. Later, Kain lifted the ashes of Ysmir into the sky, saving him from hell and showing her sons the colour of blood when it is brought by betrayal. And the Nords will never trust another devil again. It is a strange song, unlike the previous songs, which were all incredible, in that they were almost impossible to believe. They did not contradict the histories of Greater Tamriel. The 5th song, however, goes against everything we understand about the heart of Lorkhan, and of the events leading up to the war between the Keimer and the Dwemer. Metaphorically, Shor's heart was trapped beneath Red Mountain, but this happened before the ages of mortals. The secret song of Wulfharth Ash King retells the 4th and 5th songs from a new perspective, claiming that it was Almsavi, the tribunal, who sent Dagoth to do their bidding. They sent him to convene with Shor Lorkhan, to beseech the god of men to smite down the blasphemous dwarves. This sacrilegious song places Nerevar on the side of Jumak Dwarf King, and the Nords on the side of the Keimer and Dagoth. All of these contradictory accounts of what went down at Vardenfell created a historical, spiritual malaise, and the bewildered masses cried Dragonbreak, for no one could be certain of what on Nirn happened. The Dwemer disappeared, the Keimer became the Dunmer, Shor remained a prisoner, Wulfharth died a second death, and all went quiet for a time. To escape this existential agitation, I will end this chapter here, and bring this account of the Nords in Skyrim back to their cold and comfortable fatherland. But this will not be the last time we hear Wulfharth's name, for he has another major role to play in the history of Tamriel, and in the making of kings. For over 2,000 years, little else about Skyrim's history was recorded. Most of what we know about Skyrim during these dark ages comes from the stories of their adversaries. The survivors of Ysgramor's snow elven extermination sought refuge among the subterranean dwarves. But once their hosts vanished from the mortal plane, they inherited the lands of their captors. According to the Pocket Guide 1st edition, Nords attribute almost any misfortune or disaster to the machinations of the Thalmor, or snow elves, be it crop failure, missing sheep, or a traveller lost crossing a high pass. These mythical beings are popularly believed to be the descendants of the original elven population, and are said to reside in the remote mountain fastnesses that cover most of Skyrim. The other blight to the north comes from the Reachmen. In the east, Skyrim's border with Morrowind is quite clear. West of the Velothi Mountains belongs to and is guarded by the Nords. East of the Velothi Mountains belongs to the Dunmer and is guarded by Great House Redoran. Skyrim's west, however, is closer in appearance and culture to High Rock than it is to Skyrim. But the Nords don't intend to give it up no matter how it looks, or how infested it is with savage pagans. The Reach is a unique region in that its rugged highlands border 3 distinct provinces, namely Skyrim, High Rock and Hammerfell. It is occupied mostly by a race of Nedic Bretons called the Reachmen, or Witchmen. Elves call them men call them half-elves. Neither race wants to be affiliated with these barbarians. But no matter how inferior to the civilized races the Reachmen may be, they are notoriously difficult to eradicate. Like skeevers they appear, procreating and wailing to their heathen gods, and not even the greatest armies can displace them. Their lore is surprisingly deep, and we'll delve into it in a future video, but no history of Skyrim would be complete without mentioning them. The Reach was long fought over between the Dureni of High Rock and the Nords of Skyrim, but as the legend of Red Eagle proves, the one constant was the presence of the Reachmen. In the 11th century of the First Era, there was a Witchman king named Phelan, the Red Eagle, who refused to surrender the Highlands to any colonial force. Red Eagle was the first Briarheart, and the Briarheart is proof of the Reachman connection to the god of Nords and of all men, Lork. Red Eagle led the Reachmen against the Elysian empress named Hestra. The might of the Imperials was overwhelming, and all the other kings fell, or bent the knee before her. But when Hestra came to the Sundered Hills, where Phelan's legend was born, Red Eagle stood his ground. Alas, no matter how valiantly Red Eagle and his wild men fought, Hestra's legions seemed to replenish themselves infinitely. So Red Eagle sought the help of the Hagravens, and they fashioned him into the Briarheart. The legend of Red Eagle says, "Thus was brokered to the witch, his heart, his will, his humanity. From that day forth, his was a spirit of vengeance, pitiless and beyond remorse. The rebels grew in strength and numbers, and none could stand against them. Phelan's eyes burned coldly in those days, black opals reflecting a mind not entirely his own. 2 years passed, and the foreigners were all but driven from the Reach. Like Lorkhan, a Briarheart's heart is ripped from his chest, and in the cavity is placed a poisoned seed of the Briarheart tree. This ritual is carried out in honour of Lork's immortal sacrifice in the dawn, and the recipient is turned into an undead warrior, nigh invincible to mortal foes. Ultimately, not even this great sacrifice, and the thousands of imperial casualties, was enough to stop the spread of the Cyrodiilic Empire. But it did serve as a statement to all foreign powers that the Reachmen would never be completely wiped out, and that they would be a thorn in the side of all who attempted to claim their lands. The Reachmen, therefore, would play a major role in the future of Skyrim. The next time Skyrim featured in the histories came 1700 years later, and once again it would not bode well for the Nords. The Children of the Sky, who had never known peace, endured an invasion from the most unlikeliest of angles, from the north. Their people had come across the Sea of Ghosts, to haunt the Snow Elves like vengeful spectres, and now they were victims of the same attack. The invaders came from Akavir, and after sailing many leagues to the west, they came down through Skyrim and met the Nords, who witnessed their home penetrated through pitchers of mead and were powerless to stop it. The Dragon Guard of Akavir were on a mission, seeking the Dragonborn. But WULFHARTH was long dead, and long dead a second time. They were not halted until they reached the Pale Pass, where Reachmen Cyrodiil, gestated in the ghost of Alessia, impregnated upon a hillock, and born to claim the Heartland crown, emerged to thwart them, and to rally them to his cause. When Reachmen Cyrodiil displayed his Dragonborn powers to the invaders, even the Nords noticed, and they too pledged their blades to his new empire. Reacmen's empire united all of Tamriel, except for Morrowind, which was led by the Tribunal, and accepted no human overlords. WULFHARTH returned again, briefly, during the second Akaviri invasion. According to the Arcturian heresy, penned by the Underking and Ysgramor Kingmaker. Oddly enough, it is Alessia who disturbs his rest, summoning the Underking to fight alongside the Tribunal against Adasum Dur Kamal, the Akaviri demon. WULFHARTH disappears after Adasum is defeated, and does not return for 300 years. It wasn't until the chaos of the Interregnum, in the late Second Era, that the Nords restored enough of their pride to once again threaten the surrounding provinces. But when this time came, so did another legendary uniting hero, a hero named Talos. The Greybeards, who had been isolated and meditating ever since the death of Jurgen Windcaller, finally made their voices known to the people of Tamriel, and WULFHARTH, for the 4th time, answered the call. It is the rumbling of the Greybeards that wake him. Though the Empire has crumbled, there are rumours that a Chosen One will come to restore it. This new Emperor will defeat the Elves and rule a united Tamriel. Naturally, WULFHARTH thinks he is the figure of prophecy. He goes directly to High Hrothgar to hear the Greybeards speak. When they do, Ysgramor is blasted to ash again. He is not the Chosen One. It is a warrior youth from High Rock. As the Grey Wind goes to find this boy, he hears the Greybeards' warning. Remember the colour of betrayal, King WULFHARTH. WULFHARTH was humbled by the wise old beards, but his role in the coming Mythquakes was not over. This warrior youth from High Rock would need his help. Excited by the prospect of conquering the Elves, WULFHARTH did not heed the warning of the Greybeards, to beware the colour of betrayal. WULFHARTH was not the Chosen One. The Chosen One came from humbler beginnings, a young Nordic Breton Imperial who was born in High Rock and Atmora, somehow all at once. The Song of Tiber Septim, recorded in the first edition of the Pocket Guide, states, "He was born in Atmora as Talos, Stormcrown in the language of the ancient Elnathay, and it was from that shore he sailed. He spent his youth in Skyrim among the Nords. There he learned much from the tongues and their chieftains, and their ways of war. At 20 he led the invasion of Old Hroldan, taking it back from the Witchmen of High Rock and their kinsmen. Soon the Greybeards made known that they were restless. Already the storms had begun from their murmurs. The Greybeards were going to speak. The surrounding villages were abandoned as the people fled the coming blast. The villagers warned Talos to turn back, for he was marching to the mountain where the Greybeards dwelt. Inside he went, and on seeing him they removed their gags. When they spoke his name, the world shook. The tongues of Skyrim told the son of Atmora that he had come to rule Tamriel, and that he must travel south to do so. And it is true that Talos did come to Cyrodiil shortly after the Battle of Old Hroldan, and it is true that a great storm preceded his arrival. Talos Stormcrown is the everyman, Nord, Breton, Imperial. There's only one race of man he couldn't realistically claim to be. The Pocket Guide to the Empire makes it clear that he came from Atmora, but the Arcturian heresy offers an alternate origin story. Normally, we would dismiss the independent, unverified document in favour of the Pocket Guide, but there are multiple reasons why we should give credence to the heresy. Firstly, the Pocket Guide will always tailor its narrative to suit the best interests of the Cyrodiilic Empire. And secondly, the credited authors of the Arcturian heresy, the Underking and Ysmir Kingmaker, are both crucial figures in the coming events, and their perspectives are invaluable, though potentially equally biased in the other direction. According to the heresy, Talos Stormcrown did not sail south from Atmora, but actually came from the small holding of Alcair on the coast of the Iliac Bay in High Rock. Perhaps sailing south from Atmora was just a metaphor, a symbol of ancient Atmoran glory returned to Skyrim. The Western Reach, which we know to be a region in perpetual chaos, was at war, and one Colovian king, King Cuchulainn of Falkreath, who was embroiled in the conflict, allied himself with the Nords of Skyrim and plotted to defeat the wild Reachmen at the Battle of Old Hroldan. According to the Arcturian heresy, Cuchulainn had chosen a young general in his army to head his forces at the battle. That young general hailed from Alcair, and his name was Hjalti Earlybeard. Such a precocious leader, it's quite difficult to verify anything about him. The names seem to appear in the histories out of absolutely nowhere. But to support this claim, there is a ghost at Old Hroldan, who haunts the local tavern centuries after the battle, who keeps addressing a man named Hjalti. And when the Last Dragonborn presents Hjalti's sword, he has this to say:
"It's been an honor to serve you, brother. Remember our lessons from the Sword Masters of Alcair? Let me show you a few things you may have forgotten before we leave Hroldan."
With this evidence to support the claims of the Arcturian heresy, the arguments made by the Underking become compelling. Could it be that a young lad from High Rock knew the storm voice of the Nords, and was chosen by the Greybeards? Or were there other factors at play? It would appear undeniable that Hjalti Earlybeard possessed the Thu'um. His feats in battle spoke for themselves. But since we're looking quite far back in history, let's allow the heresy to speak for them. Hjalti was a shrewd tactician, and his small band of Colovian troops and Nord berserkers broke the Reachmen line, forcing them back beyond the gates of Old Hroldan. A siege seemed impossible, as Hjalti could expect no reinforcements from Falkreath. That night, a storm came and visited Hjalti's camp. It spoke with him in his tent. At dawn, Hjalti went up to the gates, and the storm followed just above his head. Arrows could not penetrate the winds around him. He shouted down the walls of Old Hroldan, and his men poured in. After their victory, the Nords called Hjalti Talos, or Stormcrown. So, if we listen to the pocket guide, he was always Talos Stormcrown. But the heresy offers a well-explained alternative. What if the storm that visited Hjalti Talos was not a metaphor for his own power, but another entity altogether? The Song of Tiber Septim states that a storm preceded Talos' arrival in Cyrodiil, and this is certainly a reference to his major impact as Cuchulainn's advisor. But I also believe, for various reasons we'll explore throughout his story, that this storm might be a reference to WULFHARTH. WULFHARTH was sent away humbled by the Greybeards, but it seems as though he did not give up there, and instead became Hjalti's advisor, visiting him in his camp many times in the form of a ferocious storm. The Arcturian heresy claims that Hjalti's men were halted at the gates of Old Hroldan, and it seemed that a prolonged siege was imminent. But then that storm came to Hjalti in his camp, and surrounded him, and allowed him to shout down the walls of the keep. Had Hjalti Talos been chosen by the Greybeards on the young warrior's own merit? Or were the Greybeards deceived by the youth's promising face, which hid the great power of WULFHARTH behind it? A combination of Hjalti's fresh face, his youthful vigour, and WULFHARTH's wisdom and prowess with the Thu'um might have been exactly what the Greybeards believed might unify the realm. The Greybeards and High King WULFHARTH had never seen eye to eye. Wulf had been a mighty tongue prior to Jurgen Windcaller's meditation, and he would have been antagonistic toward their pacifism, which he would have considered weak, even cowardly. But if young Hjalti had a dragon aspect driving him, an ancient Atmoran spirit, then the Greybeards would have been quick to speak his praise. This would explain why some call WULFHARTH the Kingmaker, for he made a king of Hjalti Earlybeard. Perhaps WULFHARTH was too long in the tooth to be Shor's heroic avatar on Nirn. Perhaps new blood was needed, and Wulf could serve as Hjalti's mentor and Shor's prophet avatar to guide the young future king. Since the end of the Elysian Order, there was a real risk of another malefic era commencing. What with the rise of the Second Aldmeri Dominion in Somerset? A new leader was vital for mankind's ongoing supremacy in the arena of Tamriel, and maybe Shor learned from Saint Alessia's sagacity. Maybe flagrant worship of Shor was more divisive and inflammatory than Shor working behind the scenes, behind the guise of more cosmopolitan spirits and mortals. That would explain why WULFHARTH needed to be hidden too. If Talos Stormcrown was influenced by Wulf and Shor, he would be the perfect representative of men, and would be destined to subdue Auriel's followers once again. And I believe the coming events support this idea. Maruk was honourable, and his attempts to excise the spirit of Auriel from Akatosh, restoring Shor back to the head of the Imperial Pantheon, made Shor proud of the beast folk. But Maruk's dogmatism was dangerous. It was divisive, and it threatened not only the status quo, but also Shor's entire mundane realm. If you're not familiar with what I'm referring to, I recommend watching my video on the Ape King of the Empire. But in short, Maruk caused a dragon break, a 1008-year-long Middle Dawn in his efforts, and the realm suffered immensely because of it. Once again, we can draw from both the Pocket Guide and the Heresy to see two sides of what came next in Hjalti Talos' tale. Firstly, the guide states, General Talos had studied in Skyrim and used the Thu'um. He could rout armies with his battle cry and shout lesser men off their feet. A year later, more than half of the Cyrodiilic Empire was reclaimed or consolidated, and Khulakain saw fit to move into the Nibene Valley, capture the capital city, and proclaim himself emperor. By this time, High Rock and Skyrim, which bitterly opposed a return to Cyrodiilic rule, gathered their armies for a joint invasion of the Colovian West. Talos met them on the field of Sancretor. The Nords that had come to cripple the Empire soon joined the general's forces, for when they heard his Thu'um, they realised he was Skyrim's son and the heir to the empires of men. While the Heresy states, Khulakain, with his new invincible general, unifies West Cyrodiil in under a year. No one can stand before Hjalti's storms. The Underking knows that if Hjalti is to become Emperor of Tamriel, he must first capture the Eastern Heartland. Hjalti uses them both. He needs Khulakain in the Colovian estates, where foreigners are mistrusted. It is obvious why he needs Izmir. They march on the east. The battle mages surrender before their armies, and they take the citadel. And now we come upon the dilemma of the Khulakain-Hjalti dynamic. Khulakain is the king, and the empire is his for the taking. But Hjalti Talos is the hero of the story, and he is the one who the people truly follow. As if by divine providence, this dilemma was resolved by a completely unrelated party. On the eve of Khulakain's coronation, a great tragedy unfolded. The conflict in the Western Reach had left many sore losers, many embittered widows, and many former lords stripped of land and power. But the victorious armies of Khulakain were caught with their eyes affixed to the crown of Cyrod. The Bretons were sent back to High Rock with tales of Khulakain's new general, where they decided to combat the Emperor's sorcery with their own. In CE 854, a Nightblade from the Western Reach made his way to the Imperial Palace at Nibene. There, the Witchmen assassinated the Emperor, caught the palace on fire, and slit the throat of General Talos. Glory had turned to ashes in the mouths of the Colovians who followed the King of Falkreath. Little did they all know that Hjalti's personal glory was forged in ash, assured by the Ash King. But from the smouldering ruin he came, one hand to his neck, and with Khulakain's crown in the other. The legions wept at the sight. His northern magic had saved him, but the voice that led them would be more silent from that night on. His word could no longer rout an army with a roar, but he could still command one with a whisper. He took for himself a Cyrodiilic name, Tiber Septim, and the Nordic name of kings, Ysgramor, the Dragon of the North. And with those names he took too the red diamond crown of the Cyrodiils, and became their true emperor. Thus came the Third Empire of Men, and born from the cinders came Tiber Septim to rule it, an imperial name for a Breton youth and a Nordic tongue. If the imperial orthodoxy, as documented in the Pocket Guide, is to be believed, then it would be impossible to oppose Tiber Septim's claim to the throne. As the footnotes reinforce, even those on the wrong side of the war, with every reason to hate Talos, could not help but weep and cheer at the sight of this legend-made man emerging from the flames. Treachery and foul play could not put an end to his rise, and gods help any who dared stand in his way now. No more would the risen ruler need to exercise his supremacy with dragon shouts. His throat wound was a testament to that. But all who saw that wound were too enamoured by Talos' resilience to see the convenient excuse beneath the scar tissue. If we subscribe to the idea that Hjalti was a Breton warrior alone, but Talos Stormcrown went under the influence of WULFHARTH the Stormcloud, aka Ysgramor Kingmaker, then it's extremely beneficial to Tiber Septim to not have to constantly prove his mastery of the Thu'um to the masses. This way, WULFHARTH didn't always need to be at Tiber's side. He could aid the Emperor in new ways. The Pocket Guide provided that stirring speech about Talos' survival, but the heresy is not nearly so complimentary. Instead, it contends that Hjalti had plotted the whole thing, murdering Cuchulainn and usurping the throne. Before Cuchulainn can be crowned, Hjalti secretly murders him and his loyalist contingent. These assassinations are blamed on the enemies of Cuchulainn, which, for political reasons, are still the Western Reach. Zurin Arctus, the Grand Battle Mage, not the Underking, then crowns Hjalti as Tiber Septim, new Emperor of all Cyrodiil. Now, Shor is not the type to facilitate the assassination of a great man like Emperor Zero Cuchulainn, but he's also not heavy-handed in his involvement when he unleashes one of his Shezarines upon Tamriel. Pelinal the Whitestrake did far worse when liberating the Elysian hordes, although in his case, the victims were always elves, and those casualties are far more acceptable. Ultimately, Hjalti Tiber Talos is ambitious, and so is the Ash King WULFHARTH. As Shor's tongue, he is permitted some freedom to exercise Shor's power. Of course, just like the sources we cite from, our analysis is open to interpretation. It isn't entirely impossible that the assassination of Cuchulainn was real, and Talos had always possessed the voice before his throat was slit. But isn't it all a bit too convenient? Hjalti's advisor, the Underking's story is compelling. The Underking, as we'll uncover, was created from Tiber Septim's deceptions after all, and he is therefore an expert in the consequences of deception, which is Boethiah's fear. The rest of Tiber Septim's tale should be reserved for our exploration into the lore of the Imperials, and for more information on the topic, I strongly suggest you queue up my video on Talos the Fraud. But I will delve into one final part of this Emperor's story before we move on, because it pertains to the great Nord WULFHARTH. Tiber Septim sat the ruby throne in silence, his reputation resonating further and louder than any shout possibly could. With the Imperial Battle Mage Zurin Arctus at his right hand, and Ysgramor WULFHARTH operating in secrecy, Septim was poised to bend the entire continent to his will. The Tiber Wars, spanning Second Era 852 to Second Era 896, began when Imperial forces set about realizing the Greybeard prophecy, to unite all Tamriel. Pocket Guide. Cyrodiil in the Third Empire is the young, vital embodiment of its ancient heritage. Internally, it has undergone an incredible restoration. Reconstruction of the ruined sections of the Imperial city is nearly complete. Roads and cities destroyed in the interregnum have been rebuilt. East and West are unified for the first time in 4 centuries. Cyrodiil's present stability and strength have not been seen since the Reachmen dynasty. Indeed, they were born under similar circumstances. a Westerner winning the Eastern Throne, forging them both into the greatest power in Tamriel. And now, in but 20 years' time, Tiber Septim has secured imperial authority in High Rock, Skyrim and Hammerfell. Every human region stands with him against the Elven menace. Arcturian heresy. The Underking continues to press on Tiber Septim the need to conquer Morrowind. The Emperor is not sure that it is a wise idea. He has heard of the Tribunal's power. The Underking wants his vengeance, and reminds Tiber Septim that he is fated to conquer the Elves, even the Tribunal. Arctus advises against the move, but Septim covets the Ebony in Morrowind, as he sorely needs a source of capital to rebuild Cyrodiil after 400 years of war. The Underking tells him that, with the Tribunal dead, Septim might steal the Tribunal's power and use it against the High Elves, certainly the oldest enemies of Lorkhan, predating even the Tribunal. And this is where we see Tiber Septim and WULFHARTH Kingmaker finally butt heads. The Empire was in such a strong position that WULFHARTH was finally able to envision the downfall of the Dark Elves, a race he despised even more than the High Elves far to the south. But Tiber Septim, despite all the warfare, was a diplomat at heart. He wanted to rule all Tamriel. If eradicating all elven enemies was the best way to achieve that, he would have done so. But an alternative appeared, one that prevented a huge death toll fighting the forces of Morrowind. The Septim Empire was strong, but so too was Morrowind. In the wake of the Battle of Red Mountain, during which WULFHARTH was blasted to ash by the devil Vivec, the Tribunal had harnessed the power of the Heart of Lorkhan, and turned themselves into demigods. Waging war with Morrowind meant coming up against the Tribunal and the Great Houses. WULFHARTH might have wanted vengeance, but Tiber Septim knew this was unwise. Not everyone could be blasted to ash over and over again and return to the realm of the living. Nevertheless, the ever-reliable battle mage Zurin Arctus insisted that Morrowind's wealth of volcanic glass would be a huge boon in funding the Imperial war effort. Despite several battles, including a successful attack on the capital of Mournhold, Septim ultimately opted for diplomacy. He had faith in his legions, but his foes were unpredictable. If Almsevi were gods, could they not conjure a flood to drown the Imperial army as they'd done to the Akaviri invaders? Therefore, Septim met with Lord Vivec and they began exchanging terms for the armistice, an agreement that would send transcendental tremors through the mundane realm. Vivec had been cunning to count on the reputation of Almsevi, because in truth, the Tribunal's power was waning. Dagoth had stirred beneath Red Mountain, and the demigod rulers of Morrowind were cut off from their power source, the Heart of Lorkhan. A historical synopsis of the Imperial conquest of Morrowind, titled On Morrowind, elucidates on Septim and Vivec's negotiations. The situation changed radically when Vivec appeared in person in Vivec City to announce his negotiation of a treaty with Emperor Tiber Septim, reorganising Morrowind as a province of the Empire, but guaranteeing all rights of faith and self-government. A shocked temple hierarchy, which apparently had not been consulted, greeted the announcement with awkward silence. Indoril swore they would resist to the death, with the loyal support of Dress, while Redoran, grateful for a graceful excuse to avoid facing the legions unsupported, joined with Hlalu in welcoming the agreement. Telvanni, seeing which way the wind blew, joined with Hlalu and Redoran in supporting the treaty. The negative response of the Great Houses might suggest that Morrowind was getting a bad deal in these negotiations, but that response largely correlates to their disdain for Outlanders and the inherent weakness in accepting a foreign power's terms. But the truth is, Vivec had worked a miracle. The armistice allowed the Dunmer to preserve their laws and customs, meaning upholding the institution of slavery, maintaining house-operated law enforcement, preserving the tradition of Morag Tong political assassinations, and recognising the Tribunal Temple as an official faith by the Empire. On top of these, the Great Houses maintained local governmental control, and there was a general air of non-interference which the Imperial occupants did not meddle with. In return, the Septim Empire were able to choose a figurehead king of Morrowind, maintain a military presence in the region, and an imperial charter on valuables such as ore and dwarven metals. Considering the fact that the Imperials were winning all of their conflicts with the Dunmer, it's miraculous that Vivec was able to broker such significant concessions with Tiber Septim. Surely there was something else at play. What about Zurin Arctus? He had been insatiable in his insistence that Imperial forces should advance east to Morrowind, rather than south to Somerset. Was it truly only ebony he coveted? On Morrowind proceeds to say, nothing is known of the circumstances of the personal meeting between Septim and Vivec, or where it took place, or the preliminaries which must have preceded the treaty. The public reason was to protect the identities of the agents involved. In the West, speculation has centred around the role of Zurin Arctus in brokering the agreement. In the East, rumours suggest that Vivec offered Numidium to aid in the conquest of the Ultima and Somerset Isle, in return for significant concessions to preserve self-rule, house traditions, and religious practices in Morrowind. And there it is, the Numidium, the god of walking brass. That was how the Empire would force the haughty High Elves to grovel before the humans. If you're unfamiliar with the significance of the Brass Tower, you may want to refer to some of my other videos, specifically my videos on Talos, the Dwemer, and the Siege of Alinor. But in short, this weapon of cataclysmic proportions would guarantee Tiber Septim success in his war efforts. He could even wage war on the cosmos with such a tool, but Vivec had no choice but to make such a significant concession. He was powerful, yes, so too were Almalexia, Sofasil, and all the warriors of Resdain, but Tiber Septim was something else. One man with a hidden face behind his own, a face Vivec had seen before among the demon chieftains of the north, a great bearded king. Sermon 19 of Vivec's Lessons states, Vivec then saw the moths that would come from the starry heart, bringing with them dust more horrible than the ash of Red Mountain. He saw the twin head of a ruling king who had no equivalent, and 8 imperfections rubbed into precious stones, set into a crown that looked like shackles, which he understood to be the twin crowns of the two-headed king, and a river that fed into the mouth of the two-headed king because he contained multitudes. There is an awful lot of lore hidden within these words. The moths that would come from the Starry Heart refers to the Imperial legions coming from Cyrodiil. The dust more horrible than the ash of Red Mountain is the dust of High King WULFHARTH, who had been blown to ash and reformed too many times. The twin head of a ruling king is Hjalti's head, with Ysgramor WULFHARTH kingmakers behind it. The 8 imperfections rubbed into precious stones is the Amulet of Kings, worn by the Emperor. It is Pelinal the Whitestrake in gem form. It is the blood of Lorkhan. The two-headed king is Akatosh, the coalescence of Auriel and Shaw. Vivec knew his secret meetings with Septim and Arctus would not make him more loved by the populace. But what was the alternative? If the masses knew of his dwindling power, then the province would surely fall into disarray, or be entirely swallowed up by the ravenous Red Empire of the Heartland. Surrendering the Numidium to men was a great sacrifice, but great leaders make great sacrifices for their people, and Vivec kept the two-headed king at bay, even if it wasn't on the battlefield. With the Numidium, Tiber Septim would finally subdue the Somerset Isles, and create the unified Tamriel he was destined to create. But in doing so, he realised not one, but 2 of the Greybeards' prophecies. Firstly, as the Song of Tiber Septim sings, he had come to rule Tamriel. But secondly, he made real the warning the Greybeards had given to WULFHARTH in the Arcturian heresy. The heresy stated, WULFHARTH thinks he is the figure of prophecy. He goes directly to High Hrothgar to hear the Greybeards speak. When they do, Ysgramor is blasted to ash again. He is not the chosen one. It is a warrior youth from High Rock. As the Grey Wind goes to find this boy, he hears the Greybeards' warning. Remember the colour of betrayal, King WULFHARTH. What comes next in the story is the betrayal WULFHARTH so long feared. WULFHARTH had thought that this betrayal was Tiber Septim's decision to negotiate with the Eastern demons. When the armistice was signed, WULFHARTH was furious, for the man he had lifted to the Ruby Throne had shaken hands with Wulf's enemies, rather than annihilating them. But that betrayal was minute compared to the betrayal that followed. And this is the point in Tiber Septim's story where the Imperial archives fail. We know Tiber Septim besieged the High Elven capital of Alinor, but how did he power the Numidium without the heart of Lorkhan? Zurin discovered a gem of such size and capacity that, adequately infused, would galvanize the Numidium into new life. But a gem needs souls, and the Numidium needs the soul of a god. So Tiber Septim hatched a great and treacherous scheme. He called upon WULFHARTH and promised him that together they would destroy the Tribunal of Morrowind. But this was all a lie to lure WULFHARTH to him. The heresy writes, "The Underking arrives and is ambushed by Imperial guards. As he takes them on, Zurin uses a soul gem on him. With his last breath, the Underking's heart roars a hole through the battle mage's chest. In the end, everyone is dead. The Underking has reverted to ash, and Tiber Septim strolls in to take the soul gem. When the Elder Council arrives, he tells them about the second attempt on his life, this time by his trusted battle mage, Zurin, who is attempting a coup. He has the dead guards celebrated as heroes, even the one who was blasted to ash. He warns Cyrodiil about the dangers within, but says he has a solution to the dangers without. The Mantella, the Numidium, while not the god Tiber Septim and the Dwemer hoped for, the Underking was not exactly Lorkhan after all. It does the job. With the souls of WULFHARTH Kingmaker and Zurin, and perhaps some of Tiber's own soul, the Mantella was charged, and the Numidium bent Somerset to his will. Tamriel was unified, and the only real casualty is a spirit who had always operated out of the public eye. Thus, it was the perfect crime. WULFHARTH's final involvement in Tamrielic history was this. With the unification of Tamriel, Tiber Septim declared the end of the Second Era and the beginning of the Third. This feat was accredited to Tiber Septim and the Imperials, but in truth, it was a Nordic achievement and WULFHARTH's final conquest. Though Shor's champion WULFHARTH had been betrayed, Tiber Septim had carried out Shor's divine will. He had restored humanity's dominance in the arena of Dawn's beauty, and prevented another malefic era of the Elves from ever occurring. With the end of the Tiber Wars and the dawn of the Third Era, Tiber Septim declared that the Age of Chaos was over, and a new Golden Age commenced. The monarch's power only seemed to burgeon in these times of peace. It is said that Tiber Septim chose to reward the faithful fighters of his empire by reshaping their homeland of Cyrodiil. A non-canon text, called From the Many-Headed Talos, quotes Septim's speech to the populace after the unification of Tamriel. "You have suffered for me to win this throne, and I see how you hate jungle. Let me show you the power of Talos Stormcrown, born of the north, where my breath is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you." Normally, I wouldn't quote an out-of-lore text like this, even if it was written by Michael Kirkbride. But this particular quote is backed up by Heimskir, the Nordic priest of Talos found preaching in Whiterun in 4th Era 201. Heimskir says,
But you were once man, aye, and as man you said, "Let me show you the power of Talos Stormcrown, born of the north, where my breath is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you."
Tiber Septim died at the extraordinary age of 108, 10 short of the length of the Middle Dawn, and many believe that in death, the great Golden Emperor ascended not just to Aetherius, but to godhood, becoming the 9th Divine. One text titled The Talos Mistake states, "But when Tiber Septim passed to Aetherius, there came to be a ninth divine, Talos, also called Ysgramor the Dragon of the North. The man who was so loved in life became worshipped in death. Indeed, it can be argued that Talos, the ninth divine, became even more important than the 8 that had preceded him, at least to humans. For he was a god who was once just a man, and through great deeds actually managed to ascend to godhood." This text goes on to discuss the events of the Fourth Era, which we'll come to soon, but the general consensus was that Tiber Septim became the god known as Talos. A brief history of the Empire claims, on Tiber's death, it rained for an entire fortnight, as if the land of Tamriel itself was weeping. And varieties of faith in the Empire includes Tiber Septim in its roster, also referring to him as Ysgramor, Dragon of the North. Now, all of us who have the full context know that this title belonged to WULFHARTH, not to Septim, yet it seems the two reached heaven together. This may seem ironic, what with the betrayal and all, but the combined efforts of Tiber, Wulf, and Arctus created a figure in Imperial history that certified human supremacy in the land. And at the end of the day, what better determining factor is there for who should be considered God than who is the most worshipped? There are rumours, blasphemous rumours, that Talos actually mantled Shor. Mantling is the process of replacing or becoming one with an already existing god, such as the champion of Cyrodiil mantling Sheogorath. But if this is true, then I believe Talos only became a part of Shor, not his replacement, and Talos' rise was just Shor returning to the forefront. In some respects, these mantling rumours are true. Tiber Talos was so influential and powerful and unifying that he maintained human superiority and inspired future emperors, and his name became far more recognisable than Shor's in the wider human world. But I believe that was always Shor's intention, for Shor operates behind the scenes, seeking refuge in the belief that he's a dead god. But Talos deserves credit as an aspect of Shor Lorcan, because he is the perfect manifestation of the spirit of all human undertaking. Tiber Talos could not enter Sovngarde, because only one of his faces was Nordic, and that is the beauty of Talos the Many-Headed. He serves whatever purpose is required of him, representing all men. He combines his Breton side with Wulf's Nordic side, with Zurin's Nibonese Imperial side, to create an amalgamation that can adapt to whoever invokes him. He is at once the young ambitious warrior, the intelligent Imperial mage, and the wise old Hermetic master. And just like the Talos of Greek mythology, he wields the giant bronze automaton that protects his empire from external forces. The Nords of Skyrim had trouble finding common ground with the empires of old, who were more interested in declaring Skyrim their vassal state than providing utility to the inhabitants of the province. But Talos had inspired the Nords ever since he exercised his Thu'um. They didn't know it was WULFHARTH, they just knew that a man had come from Atmora, had been blessed by the Greybeards, and had been sent south to unite the continent under a human yoke. And for over a century after the beginning of the Third Era, the Nords seemed to integrate seamlessly into Septim's empire. There were a few hiccups, like the War of the Red Diamond in Third Era 121, which was a war of succession between Empress Kintyra II and Uriel III, who was the son of Patima, the Wolf Queen of Solitude. The Wolf Queen successfully dragged Kintyra's reputation through the mud and uplifted her son to the Ruby Throne, but he was replaced by his uncle after his death. The War of Succession lasted 6 years, though his mother continued to fight the Empire for another 10. For the better part of the next 3 centuries, Skyrim remained a part of the Septim Empire, but toward the end of the Third Era, we began to see glimpses of the old Skyrim, with the Nords looking to expand their territory again, not taking orders from foreign powers. Despite many controversies over lineage and legitimacy, the Septim Empire overall did a remarkable job of keeping the peace for 400 years. One of the greatest emperors, not just of the Septim dynasty, but of Cyrodiil's long history, was none other than Uriel Septim VII. Uriel VII, according to a brief history of the empire, had the diligence of his great-aunt Morrowind, the political skill of his great-uncle Uriel VI, and the military prowess of his great-granduncle Uriel V. Uriel VII's greatest misstep was in his choice of council. We saw through Tiber Septim the importance of choosing a competent imperial battle mage, and it seemed as though Uriel VII had an equally deft right-hand man in Jaeger Farn, but Farn was as conniving as he was capable, and the imperial battle mage plotted to usurp Uriel's throne. To achieve this, he imprisoned Uriel within a dimension of the wizard's creation. The Emperor was swept away into the waters of Oblivion, and the disharmony of Farn's dastardly deed sent tremors throughout Tamriel. The Bosmer and Khajiit entered a bloody 5-year war. So did the Argonian slaves and the southern plantation-owning Dunmer. The Bosmer entered another war against the Elves of Somerset. And finally, there was the War of the Bendermark, in which the Nords sought to reclaim lands in the Western Reach that they had lost to the Dureni eras ago. Was it finally time for the Nords to return to their former glory? According to the Pocket Guide 3rd edition, the War of Bendermark increased the territory that is considered Skyrim considerably, allowing the Nordic counts to swallow up many miles of eastern High Rock and Hammerfell. Ultimately though, while chunks of lands exchanged hands in the late 3rd era, the events of the 4th era would undo a lot of this positive progress. It would take another 2 centuries into the 4th era before the focus of Tamrielic politics truly returned to the north, and new Nordic heroes would write their names into the histories of Men and Mer. 4th era Skyrim is quite a different place to the Skyrim of old. The land of frigid winds and deep snows, presided over by animal gods, is long gone. Skyrim in the 4th era seems to be essentially just a colder Cyrodiil. WULFHARTH's work as High King is undone, and the Cyrodiilic divines reign supreme. The ancient magics that distinguish the Nords from other human races are all but extinct. In fact, magic is so frowned upon that no magically inclined Nord would proudly boast their affiliation with the College of Winterhold. Some of what makes Skyrim special endures, but it seems to be under constant threat. The Oblivion crisis wrought havoc all over Tamriel. The only province that fared well was Blackmarsh, according to some nameless gateguards in Cyrodiil. There is grave news from Skyrim, from Falkreath to Windhelm. The foul Daedra attack the land. I hear all of Skyrim is under siege. The Daedra lay waste to the old holds, and there is little to do to stop it. There are foul tidings from Skyrim. The Greybeards speak of the end of all times. Fortunately, the crisis was put to an end by Martin Septim and the Champion of Cyrodiil, and you could count on the Nords to mend the damage done by Dagon's demons. Alas, that invasion was only the beginning of Nordic misfortune in the 4th era. With every province faltering, and many struggling to recover, those who were less affected soon capitalized. The Bretons and Redguards used this opportunity to once again sack the city of Orsinium, and once it fell, the Cyrodiilic Empire decided to dump these Orc refugees in Skyrim. They would be well suited to the climate, having lived in the heights of the Hrothgarian mountains. But many Nords were aggrieved, for many of the Orcs did not integrate. Orc strongholds are prevalent across the north, and venturing too near can mean death for unsuspecting Nords. To make matters worse, 5 years after the end of the crisis, Red Mountain erupted in the east. The Dunmer were suffering immensely. They endured the Oblivion crisis, then the eruption of Red Mountain, and then, seizing their opportunity, the Argonians invaded southern Morrowind. You may be wondering how all of this came to be Skyrim's problem. Well, there were a great number of Dunmeri refugees. They could not go east due to the volcano. They could not go south because of the Argonians. So most of the refugees were forced to seek asylum among their ancient enemies in Skyrim. A plaque at Refugees' Rest in eastern Skyrim reads as follows: This tower once served as a meeting place where those brave souls who achieved safe passage to Skyrim would find loved ones, and leave notice for others who could not be found. Let it stand in honour of those who had the strength and spirit to accept Skyrim's offer, untithed to any fane or hold, and self-governed, with free worship, with no compensation to Skyrim or the Empire, except as writ in the armistice of old, wheresoever those might still apply. And henceforth let no man or mer say that the sons and daughters of Kine are without mercy or honour. We, the Jarls of Skyrim, hereby decree this site as monument to the struggle of those who fled their native home of Morrowind in the time following the Red Year. The wording of Skyrim's offer is strange to me. Would they really have welcomed droves of Dunmer, a people their ancestors referred to as demons, into their land without any restrictions, totally self-governed, free to worship their Daedric spirits? Mentions of the Empire and the armistice between Tiber Septim and Vivec suggest to me that this open-armed acceptance of Dunmer refugees was the Empire's doing, and as a vassal state of the Empire, Skyrim acquiesced. Soon later, the High King of Skyrim saw this mistake for what it was, and in 4th Era 16, in what appeared at first to be a grand gesture, ceded control of the Isle of Solstheim to Morrowind. Many of the Dunmer refugees, tenuously coexisting with the Nords, opted to live among their own kin on Solstheim. For Skyrim, this was a worthwhile sacrifice. Half of Solstheim had been ravaged by the eruption of Red Mountain. Even 2 centuries later, the place is still choked with ash, and the people of Skyrim were appeased by the fact that many of the Dark Elves left to settle this desolate isle. This would not be the end of the friction between native Nords and Dunmer refugees in Skyrim though. The city of Windhelm, which had historically been the seat of the ancient High Kings of Skyrim, possessed a big stinking blemish in the form of the Grey Quarter slums. As a brief aside, since we mentioned Solstheim, an offshoot tribe of Nords named the Skaal inhabit the coldest reaches of this remote island, making them the most northern of all the Nords and closest to old Atmora. Isolation led the Skaal not only to a unique way of life, but to a religion completely alien to that of Skyrim. Instead of worshipping the totemic animal gods of the Nords, the Skaal give thanks to the Allmaker for all things. They are one with nature, and as one Skaal shaman named Freya put it,
"We are bound to this land, like a great pine with roots that run as deep as the tree is tall."
Theirs is a more rudimentary belief system, a creator and an antagonist, akin to Anu and Padamai, the primordial spirits of all creation. According to a Nord named Fasten of Solitude, who documented his journeys across Solstheim in the text Children of the Allmaker, for the Skaal, the Allmaker is the source of all life and creation. When a creature dies, its spirit returns to the Allmaker, who shapes it into something new and returns it to Mundus. The concept of death as an ending to life is unknown to the Skaal. Rather, death is seen as simply the beginning of the next stage of an endless journey. This great respect for life is evident in one of the most important Skaal beliefs, a concept the villagers call oneness with the land. The Skaal try to live in harmony with their surroundings, making as small an impact on their environment as possible. When a Skaal villager sets out to collect firewood, for example, he or she takes it from fallen, dead trees. When the Skaal hunt, it is only out of necessity and not for sport, because they hold all life in great reverence. The Skaal people will resort to violence only as a last resort. You can see why the Skaal might have evaded the histories of greater, more domineering cultures. While the Allmaker is the source of all life and creation, the adversary serves as the testing god to the Skaal. The heavy ashfall over Solstheim after the eruption of Red Mountain would be a perfect example of one of the adversary's tests. One of their legends tells of the Skaal being punished for not showing proper appreciation for the Allmaker. To atone for this, one hero made a pilgrimage across Solstheim to the 6 gift stones of the Allmaker. Another legend tells of the traitor and how Solstheim was sundered from the mainland of Skyrim. This traitor was none other than the dragon priest Mirak, who was seduced by the woodland man Hermamora, corrupting him in exchange for forbidden knowledge. More on Miraak later. The Skaal also take pride in safeguarding a sacred form of ice known as Stalrim. This ice is so rare that Skyrim is too warm for it to freeze there. It is only found on Solstheim, perhaps because Solstheim is closest to Old Atmora, and is the only landmass capable of feeling the reverberations of its myth echoes. The enchantments present within Stalrim ice is inimitable, and is so sturdy that the Nords of Atmora would encase their greatest warriors in it upon death, and seal their tombs with it. So precious it was to the Children of the Sky that only Nords were allowed to be interred within it. Not even the Snow Prince, who won the hearts of many Nords in the taking, was buried in it. Fall of the Snow Prince states, "And so we brought the body of the Snow Prince, wrapped in fine silks, to a freshly dug barrow. The gleaming armour and spear were presented on a pedestal of honour, and the tomb was arrayed with treasures worthy of royalty. All of the mighty chieftains agreed with this course, that the elf should be so honoured. His body would be preserved in the barrow for as long as the earth chose, but would not be off of the protection of our Stalrim, which was reserved for Norddead alone. The Skaal hold the secret to crafting weapons and armour with Stalrim, and consider this secret sacrosanct. According to a Nord named Graring, who lived on Solstheim in the late Third Era, the Skaal consider the Stalrim to be holy. During the Great War with the Dark Elves, many heroes fell in battle. Some could not be returned to Skyrim, and were buried here. Great magics were worked on their tombs to protect their belongings from grave robbers, and their corpses from worse things. Energy was drawn from the land itself, and all heroes were encased in tombs of ice. That ice is Stalrim. We learn that Stalrim can be forged much like iron or steel. We were made outcasts for it. The Skaal are too narrow-minded to understand its practical value. Perhaps the Skaal were close-minded, or perhaps they were wise. After all, the passage of time has stolen much of Skyrim's sacred ways from the Nords. But by preserving the secrets of Stalrim, no other race was able to harness its divine power. Only ancient Nordic pickaxes can shape Stalrim, making it indestructible to any who don't possess the sacred knowledge of ancient Nordic craftsmanship. If you wish to see the undisturbed magics of the Children of the Sky, there is no better place to go than Solstheim. Sadly, as will become starkly clear in the coming chapter, few bastions to their olden glory endure in the Fourth Era. Since the Dawn Era solidified into the Malefic, up until the last recorded date of the Fourth Era, 6,950 years have passed. The further the Mundus came from the dawn, the more the glamour of the place settled into tedium. With every catastrophe that came about only to be thwarted, the realm grew agitated. How much could the Mundus endure before its inevitable collapse? Each doomsday event brought with it chaos, and this chaos brought fatigue. Like worms rising to the surface when the Armageddon rains drum the earth. The Battle of Red Mountain, the Middle Dawn, the Soulburst, the Warp in the West, the Corpus Curse, the Oblivion Crisis. So much chaos was sown, ripe for the reaping. The harvest was surely nigh. The Dawn War would come again, when old and wandering Elnefey, Mer and Man, would take up arms as they had all those years ago. Fourth Era. The Fourth Era finds every province struggling. Not for the first time, Cyrodiil was caught up in an interregnum. The death of the last living Septim created a power vacuum. When you have empires founded on cosmopolitan, inclusive ideals, it's easy for regimes to come and go quickly. What makes one ruler more fit than another? Even though Somerset was affected by the Oblivion Crisis, and the Crystal Tower was destroyed, the High Elves actually emerged from the invasion unified. That's because the new leaders did not abide sedition. The Thalmor had existed as a sect of every iteration of the Old Merry Dominion, but the first two Old Merry Dominions had proven inferior to the Cyrodiilic Empire. The third time was going to be different. The Old Merry monarchy had failed the High Elves. They had allowed the despicable hordes of Daedra to wander their perfect isle and desecrate their sacred sites. They had allowed the Imperials to impose their taxes and restrictions. The Thalmor would change all that, and they would do whatever it took to wrest control from the fools who came before. One Altmer of Sunhold, who witnessed the toppling of the Crystal Tower, kept a diary during the rise of the Thalmor. The text is called Rising Fret, and Lathanil of Sunhold writes, "Before my numbed mind could comprehend the tumult that consumed my beloved Somerset Isle, before I could formulate the question, how, they were there, dripping honeyed poison in our ears, the Thalmor. They were the ones that saved us, they claimed, working deep and subtle magics. It was their efforts, their sacrifices, that delivered the Altmer from extinction. By taking credit for ending the Oblivion crisis, the Thalmor shored up support from the High Elves, and renamed Somerset to its traditional name of Alinor. The Thalmor were heading towards the dawn. They swiftly brought Valenwood into the fold, and then, when the moons disappeared in the Void Nights, the Thalmor took credit for returning them, and this led the Khajiit into their welcoming arms. The Third Aldmeri Dominion was in full force, while the kingdoms of men were scattered and weak. It was time for the Thalmor to execute their grand scheme, to end the Empire of Men once and for all. So began the Great War, and as a vassal of the Cyrodiilic Empire, Skyrim was called to arms. While the Thalmor were busy building their strength, Skyrim was dealing with an influx of Orsimer and Dunmer refugees, and in 4th Era 122, the great collapse of Winterhold occurred. The Sea of Ghosts came alive with monstrous waves that battered the city. Much of the city was demolished, except, coincidentally, the College of Winterhold, which somehow remained untouched. If the Oblivion crisis hadn't already shaken popular opinion of magic, then this was the final straw. It seemed as though the Nords had entirely lost their ties to the old ways. Tongues were scarce, most of those who could wield it were troublingly silent, and there were few prominent magic users. Nevertheless, the Nords came to Cyrodiil's aid, and when all hope seemed lost, and the Thalmor advance seemed unstoppable, they helped the Empire retake the Imperial City. Foremost among the Nordic heroes in the Great War was a man named Ulfric Stormcloak. Ulfric Stormcloak. With eyes as green as old Atmora, hair of spun gold, and skin as white as fresh fallen snow, Ulfric Stormcloak was a true-born child of the sky. He was the son of the Jarl of Windhelm, and he was bound for greatness. But in his youth, this greatness was to be a quiet kind. His life was supposed to be one of meditation, of wisdom gained through discipline, of power obtained through restraint. Ulfric was destined to apprentice among the Greybeards. In his own words,
"I studied with them when I was young. They taught me how to shout. Yes, they chose me when I was just a lad. It was a great honor, of course. I was to become a Greybeard myself. I spent almost 10 years at High Hrothgar, learning the way of the voice. Then the Great War came. I couldn't stand missing it. I often think about High Hrothgar. It's very disconnected from the troubles down here. But that's why I couldn't stay, and why I couldn't go back. I suppose the Greybeards care about Skyrim's troubles, in their way. But I needed to do something about it. I'm sure Arngir would call it one of my failings. I doubt he's forgiven me for leaving. And for what he'd consider blasphemy. Using shouts for anything but worship of Kynareth.
Ulfric had been fated to learn from the Greybeards. They had explicitly chosen him. So, if it was his fate to join them, then it was also his fate to leave them. Ulfric Stormcloak came of age in a time of immense strife, and it was his destiny to be caught up in the chaos of it all. He might have been born in a time of peace, and he might have become the most powerful and most silent of the Greybeard monks, but heroes are wasted on times of peace. Ulfric therefore went to war with abilities bestowed upon him by men who seemed to believe he would never have wielded them. In 10 years, Ulfric would have become very familiar with Jurgen Windcaller's philosophy. That much time at such elevation, in such isolation, the foolishness of youth can't endure that. Ulfric will come to be criticised for what pundits consider his impulsivity, but I'm not so sure this was an example of such impulses. Jurgen had meditated on how strong voices could fail, and he concluded that the Nords had become hungry for conquest, and that their powers lost their purpose when used for offense and not defense. Was Ulfric's decision to join the war effort an act of offense, of conquest, or was it an act of defense? Scholars can discuss this for centuries to come, if there are centuries to come, but Ulfric was not destined to become a scholar. He was a man of action, and that would define the rest of his life. The Greybeards possessed the ancient knowledge that served as the foundation for the first empire of the Nords in the early First Era, when even the Dwemer and the Chimera couldn't hope to repel their advance. It's no wonder that they guarded this knowledge and were hesitant to harness it. In 10 years, Ulfric could only scrape the surface of this wisdom. His beard only grew to his larynx. It would have taken another 5 decades for it to reach his lungs. Nevertheless, his limited knowledge was actually trained for use, and not nurtured in seclusion, and that counted for so much more in times of war. Ulfric Stormcloak went to war for his country, and fought valiantly for the Cyrodiilic Empire, but he was captured and subjected to interrogation by the Aldmeri Dominion. What exactly happened to Ulfric then is lost in the fog of war, but there was a dossier detailing exactly what the Thalmor obtained from him during his imprisonment. The dossier says he was an uncooperative asset. His use to the Dominion was considered dormant, as if despite his unwillingness to give information, he would still be a useful tool for the Thalmor. The dossier states, Ulfric first came to our attention during the First War against the Empire, when he was taken as a prisoner of war during the campaign for the White Gold Tower. Under interrogation, we learned of his potential value, son of the Jarl of Windhelm, and he was assigned as an asset to the interrogator, who is now First Emissary Elenwen. He was made to believe information obtained during his interrogation was crucial in the capture of the Imperial City. The city had in fact fallen before he had broken, and then allowed to escape. After the war, contact was established, and he has proven his worth as an asset. The so-called Markarth incident was particularly valuable from the point of view of our strategic goals in Skyrim, although it resulted in Ulfric becoming generally uncooperative to direct contact. What was this so-called Markarth incident? And what were these strategic goals in Skyrim exactly? The Reachmen were resilient, no matter who laid claim to their land, be they Dureni, or Elysian, or Nordic, the Reachmen persisted. They were one with the land, and they would not be displaced. In the War of the Bendermark, the Nords had taken back the Reach, but the Great War pulled away their best fighters, and one group of Reachmen, known as the Forsworn, saw an opportunity. The wild witchmen of the Reach descended upon Markarth, that gemstone of a city, carved into the mountain long ago by the dwarves, and they took it. As far as the Forsworn were concerned, this was a reclamation, not a conquest. They considered themselves to be the true sons and daughters of the Reach, and these words were chosen carefully to mock the Nords, who called themselves the true sons and daughters of Skyrim. According to a cultural treatise on the Forsworn, titled The Madmen of the Reach, which documented the words of the Forsworn named Cortoran. You want to know who the Forsworn are? We are the people who must pillage our own land, burn our own ground. We are the scourge of the Nords, the axe that falls in the dark, the scream before the gods claim your soul. We are the true sons and daughters of the Reach. The spirits and hags have lived here from the beginning, and they are on our side. Go back and tell your empire that we will have our own kingdom again, and on that day we will be the ones burying your dead in a land that is no longer yours." The Forsworn were emboldened by their king, Madanach, who was known as the King of Rags. He was a wise and competent witchblade, and he came from nothing, as all true Reachmen did. Madanach says,
"This was our land. We were here first. Then the Nords came and put chains on us, forbid us from worshipping our gods. Some of us refused to bow. We knew the old ways would lead us back to having a kingdom of our own. That is who we are, the Forsworn, criminals in our own lands, and we will cut a bloody hole into the Reach until we are free."
Remember these words should any Nord tell you the Reachmen stand for nothing, and that the Forsworn uprising was founded upon nothing. The Forsworn cause was just, but so too was Ulfric's. Ulfric Stormcloak might have fought for the Cyrodiilic Empire, but he cared only for one thing, and that thing was Skyrim. When the Thalmor turned him loose, Jarl Hrolfdir of Markarth called upon Ulfric and his militiamen to liberate the city and restore control of the region to him. While Ulfric had been incarcerated, the White Gold Concordat had been signed. It had been a bitter betrayal of everything the vassal states of the Empire had fought for. This agreement included terms that humbled the entire Empire. Hammerfell was to cede land. Cyrodiil was to become a puppet of the Dominion, and for Skyrim, no term hit closer to home than the outlawing of Talos worship. Skyrim had accepted the Cyrodiilic religion of the Divines, and they had taken solace in the fact that one of the Divines, the newly appointed Ninth Divine Talos, was one of their own. But the High Elves could not permit such worship. Talos had obliterated their capital in the Siege of Alinor, and he was a god of men. But Ulfric had stumbled upon an opportunity, for Jarl Hrolfdir of Markarth assured him that, if he could liberate Markarth, he would ensure freedom of religion, which meant free worship of Talos. So, as you'd expect, Ulfric was quick to accept these terms. It wasn't since the olden days of the late Malefic, early First Eras that the Nords used their Thu'um in battle, but Ulfric changed that. According to one Nord named Kibble,
"Then Ulfric Stormcloak came with his militia. That must have been a sight to see him shouting folks to death. You'd think that'd be the end of it, but those Forsworn are still in the hills, and they're as wild as wolves."
How exactly Ulfric and his men took back Markarth so swiftly isn't clear, but judging by this account, it seems likely that Ulfric utilised his Thu'um. Perhaps as the text Children of the Sky claims of ancient times, and as Hjalti did at Old Hroldan, Ulfric used his storm voice as a battering ram to shout down the walls of Markarth. Children of the Sky states, when the Nords attack a city, they take no siege engines or cavalry. The tongues form in a wedge in front of the gatehouse and draw in breath. When the leader lets it out in a kiai, the doors are blown in, and the axemen rush into the city. However he did it, he did. Ulfric and his militia did as they were bid, and reclaimed Markarth for the Jarl. The desperate Hrolfdir said nothing about how it was to be done though. An imperial account of the Forsworn rebellion states, every official who worked for the Forsworn was put to the sword, even after they'd surrendered. Native women were tortured to give up names of Forsworn fighters who had fled the city or were in the hills of the Reach. Anyone who lived in the city, Forsworn and Nord alike, were executed if they had not fought with Ulfric and his men when they breached the gates. "You are with us, or you are against Skyrim," was the message on Ulfric's lips, as he ordered the deaths of shopkeepers, farmers, the elderly, and any children old enough to lift a sword that had failed in the call to fight with him. So when a grateful empire accepted Ulfric's victory and sent soldiers to re-establish the rule of law in the Reach, it was no surprise that he would demand to be allowed to worship Talos freely before the Legion could enter. With chaos running through the streets of Markarth, and the reports of deaths rising every day, the Empire had no choice but to grant Ulfric and his men their worship. We allowed them to worship Talos, in full violation of the White Gold Concordat with the Old Merry Dominion, which recognises the elven belief that Talos, as a human, cannot be one of the Divines. In jeopardizing the treaty that so many sacrificed for during the Great War, the Empire was wrong. But what choice did they have, I ask you? Against the Bear of Markarth, Ulfric Stormcloak, no is not an answer. There's much to go over with this account. I often emphasize the fact that, like with the history of our own world, Tamrielic historical sources cannot be taken as gospel. The author of a text is just as important as the text itself. Ysgramor understood this. That's exactly why, as Before the Ages of Man states, he developed a runic transcription of Nord speech based on Elvish principles, and so Ysgramor is considered the first human historian. Ysgramor understood that the chronicler was akin to God. The chronicler turns the tumult of history into one cohesive story, including and excluding whatever details they choose. With this in mind, is it surprising to see that accounts of Ysgramor's adventures are glorious, bordering on the divine? We must apply the same scrutiny to imperial texts, which have dominated most of history since Alessia's rise. The Bear of Markarth, which is the account we quoted just before, was written from an imperial perspective by the scholar Arrianus Arius, and it alludes to many imperial biases. It's undeniable that Ulfric has an indomitable nature, and will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. That much will be proven as this story unfolds. But putting Forsworn and Nord alike to the sword, would Ulfric murder innocent Nords living in Markarth simply because they opposed his brutal approach? Would he punish children for not fighting for his cause? Or is this an attempt by an imperial historian to justify why the Empire might go back on an agreement they had overpromised on? By undermining Ulfric's honour, the Empire had the perfect excuse to rescind Hrolfdir's promise of free Talos worship, and that's exactly what they did. Markarth was restored to Jarl Hrolfdir, and what was Ulfric Stormcloak's reward? No, not the reluctant free worship of Talos. The reward was imprisonment. Ulfric fought for the Empire. He was interrogated by Elves for the Empire, yet he was taken prisoner by that same Empire for liberating a city of that Empire from Forsworn savages. If radicalization was a possibility for this hot-blooded son of Skyrim, then the Empire made sure of it. In his own words,
My father, the Great Bear of Eastmarch, died during my imprisonment after the Markarth incident. I, his only son, forced to deliver his eulogy via letter I had smuggled out of prison. Such is the love of Titus meat for his subjects. When finally set free, I returned to Windhelm and was greeted by a city in mourning, at one with my own grief and anger, clamoring in angry voices, calling out for justice, for war. They sat me on the throne of Ysgramor, the throne of my father. I only hope I can prove worthy of that honor.
Ulfric returned to Windhelm, the ancient seat of the High Kings. The High Kings who would never have knelt for foreign powers. He missed his father's interment into the Hall of the Dead. He was told not to worship the god of men, to close the Temple of Talos. And to top it all off, his people were upset over the instability caused by racial tensions within the city. What had happened to Skyrim? Ulfric kept the temple open, making it the last official temple of Talos in Skyrim. And the people of Windhelm took comfort in the fact that Ulfric was less tolerant of the unrest in the Greyquarter than his father had been. Ulfric was a veteran of the Great War, and this shaped every aspect of his leadership.
I fight for the men I've held in my arms, dying on foreign soil. I fight for their wives and children whose names I heard whispered in their last breath. I fight for we few who did come home, only to find our country full of strangers wearing familiar faces. I fight for my people, impoverished to pay the debts of an empire too weak to rule them, yet brands them criminals for wanting to rule themselves. I fight so that all the fighting I've already done hasn't been for nothing. I fight because I must.
Soon after Ulfric became the Jarl of Windhelm, the High King Islod of Solitude, and of all Skyrim, died. A Kingsmoot was held, and though Ulfric was there, loud and proud as ever, they determined Islod's son Torig was to be the new High King. Ulfric had not hesitated to make his voice heard at the moot. According to Sybil Stentor,
but Ulfric was at that moot, continually talking about Skyrim's independence in terms just shy of treason.
Of course, Stentor is a Breton mage and the court wizard of Solitude. Her allegiances would always lie with Islod, his kin, and the side of Skyrim that allies itself with the Empire. There's also more to Stentor than meets the eye. Ulfric's words were not for her ears, they were for the Nordic Jarls, who grew up hearing stories of Ysgramor and WULFHARTH and the Greybeards. But for whatever reason, Ulfric's words had fallen on deaf ears. Perhaps the chiefs and Jarls feared leaving the Empire during such turbulent times. Perhaps they favoured peace and diplomacy, which Islod's son was bound to work toward. After all, as Stentor states,
Torig's father Islod had held Skyrim together for nearly 25 years.
But if Stentor's analysis is reliable, then it seems all parties involved misunderstood the new young king.
I don't think Ulfric knew how much Torig respected him for that. If Ulfric had asked Torig directly to stand up, to declare independence, Torig might have done it.
But Ulfric did not put his faith in the young, regal son of nepotism. He assumed Torig would be spineless and peaceful like his father. Maybe the other Jarls did too. Instead, Ulfric saw opportunity. It was an interesting political climate for the Nords. The province enjoyed peace, and peace was promised to them for their compliance to the Cyrodiilic Empire. And compliance to the Cyrodiilic Empire meant compliance to the Old Merry Dominion. But the romantic part of the Nordic identity, the wind that every child of the sky carries with them, that part longed for a return to Skyrim's former glory, even if those days were barbaric and uncertain. Ulfric resembled that romance. While poor little Torig represented, whether he liked it or not, that imperial unity, Ulfric could have worked alongside High King Torig to secure Skyrim's independence. Or he could capitalise on the growing sense of yearning among the populace, a populace that saw their fathers, brothers and sisters die in an imperial war, a populace that extolled the old ways. And that's exactly what Ulfric did. He invoked an ancient Nordic custom, one that the Nords had become too civilised, too cosmopolitan to invoke, yet too sacred to ever remove from their customs entirely. Ulfric Stormcloak came to the Blue Palace. He requested an audience with the High King, but instead he challenged Torig to a duel. The lords and ladies gathered around their king, and Torig gave his guards the signal. The gates were opened for the illustrious Jarl of Windhelm, but when the doors to the palace swung wide, the king realised that Ulfric had not come to talk. Words would be exchanged that day, but there would be no debate, not in the human sense. Ulfric Stormcloak invoked ancient Nordic tradition to challenge the High King's might. Stentor states,
By Nord custom, once the challenge was issued in court, Torig had no choice but to accept. Had he not, Ulfric would have had cause to call a new moot and a new vote for High King.
And so, in the palace gardens, young Torig, arse still sore from settling onto his throne, stood before the most decorated warrior in Skyrim, a warrior that the High King had an immense amount of respect for, no less. Torig's trembling hand reached for his baldric, but before his pale fingers could be reassured by the sturdy grip of his regal blade, Ulfric's lips parted. Torig was sent sprawling. He landed on his back in the dirt, and his head cracked against the stone. The shock of the fall disoriented him, and time seemed to stand still as he recollected his wits. Strangely, he felt a pang of anxiety wash over him at the thought of his fine garments caked in muck. All the while, his eyes were fixed on the sky above, blue as the banner of Windhelm, he thought. And then realization struck him. He looked down, and Stormcloak stood over him. He motioned to speak then, but the tip of Ulfric's blade pierced his chest, and twisted the words inside him, until they leaked out of his mouth as a clumsy, incoherent rattle. Ulfric had come to Torygg with a challenge, but there was no challenge here, only a master of the Storm Voice, and a young man who'd been dressed in fine clothes since the moment he emerged from the womb. Torygg was not a bad man. In fact, he was exactly the opposite. He was, by all accounts, a kind and passive man. But times of turmoil don't call for kind, passive men. They call for men who will give their life fighting for their people, who will be pulled swinging into Sovngarde. Ulfric says as much.
I killed Torygg to prove our wretched condition. How is the High King supposed to be the defender of Skyrim if he can't even defend himself? I challenged him in the traditional way, and he accepted. There were many witnesses, no murder was committed. True, he didn't stand a chance against me, but that was precisely the point. He was a puppet king of the Empire, not a High King of Skyrim. His father before him, perhaps, but not Torygg. He was too privileged and too foolish, more interested in entertaining his queen than ruling his country. There hasn't been a true High King in Skyrim for generations. For too long he's been hand-picked by the Emperor, and given emphatic nods by milk-drinking Jarls addicted to Imperial coin. It's time we had a real High King, one of our own making. Indeed, Elisif has become Jarl of Solitude. Historically and conveniently home of the High King, backed by Imperial interests. But the Moot has not yet met to name her High Queen. And they won't. Not as long as I have any say in it.
There is no doubt about it. So long as Ulfric Stormcloak lives, Skyrim will not be a willing vassal of the Empire. The Imperials fight for a just cause, but they do not fulfill the fundamental purpose of an empire. If you're going to make foreign states your vassals, if you're going to make them pay levies and fight in your wars, then you better protect their best interests. And no matter how much we may praise the Empire, who have nothing but good intentions for their vassal states, they have failed in this fundamental purpose, plain and simple. This is how Ulfric and his Stormcloaks see it. Maybe the Stormcloaks want nothing more than to return to the old ways. And this continental conflict is just an excuse to get the Dunmer and the Imperials and the High Elves out of Skyrim. Maybe. But this conflict is real, and Skyrim is suffering for it. Cyrodiil is a diverse place. It is founded on the idea that elves and men might coexist. They should fight for that belief, even when the Old Merry Dominion is at their throat. But Skyrim is older and wilder. Skyrim is where Shor's soldiers live, and Shor has always been the enemy of Auriel and his elves. So long as the Empire upholds the terms of the White Gold Concordat, and continues to capitulate to elven demands, they are the enemy of Ulfric and the Nords who follow him. You would expect exactly the same from the High Elves if they were forced to accommodate the Nords on their homeland. The civil war cannot end unless the Concordat is torn to shreds. No one understands this reality better than the Old Merry Dominion. That much is clear from the Thalmor dossier regarding Ulfric. I mentioned the dossier before. It said that the so-called Markarth incident was particularly valuable from the point of view of our strategic goals in Skyrim, although it resulted in Ulfric becoming generally uncooperative to direct contact. These strategic goals are obvious now. The next section of the dossier states, as long as the civil war proceeds in its current indecisive fashion, we should remain hands-off. The incident at Helgen is an example where an exception had to be made. Obviously, Ulfric's death would have dramatically increased the chance of an Imperial victory, and thus harmed our overall position in Skyrim. A Stormcloak victory is also to be avoided, however, so even indirect aid to the Stormcloaks must be carefully managed. So long as the civil war rages on between the Empire and the Stormcloaks, the races of men will continue to destroy themselves.
We're fighting because we're done bleeding for an empire that won't bleed for us. Untold numbers of Nords died defending the Empire against the Dominion. And for what? Skyrim being sold to the Thalmor so the Emperor could keep his throne. We're fighting because our own Jarls, once strong, wise men, have become fearful and blind to the people's suffering. We're fighting because Skyrim needs heroes, and there's no one else but us.
I said before that every catastrophe brings chaos to the Mundus, and the Great War, followed by the Civil War, did the very same thing. These bloody conflicts filled the mortal world with uncertainty, and these uncertain times tore open old wounds. This incident at Helgen mentioned by the dossier is the first and most existentially threatening of these wounds. Powerful tongues still existed in Skyrim. However, all but one of these were sworn to silence, and the one who did speak up never finished his training, and was accustomed to unleashing his powers on small, soft, mortal creatures. I've mentioned Dragonborns a couple of times throughout the video, but these men are so rare that they exist mostly in legend. The Dragon Priest Mirak is believed to have been the first Dragonborn. WULFHARTH too is believed to have been a Dragonborn, lending his gift to Tiber Septim. But WULFHARTH was a Shezarene, an aspect of Shor, and the gifts associated with this could easily be mistaken for being Dragonborn. A Dragonborn, or Dovahkiin in the Dragon tongue, does not need to study or meditate on the Thu'um. They learn shouts instantly, and most importantly, they can absorb the souls of dragons, consuming their immortality and their knowledge. During the Dragon War so long ago, the Nordic champions had no choice but to banish Alduin outside of time with an Elder Scroll. What else could they do given that he was immortal? But with a Dragonborn, these dragons can finally and truly be defeated. When the Sayesi warriors came from Akavir 2,000 years later, they chose to invade Tamriel from the north, despite having the entire eastern seaboard to land on. They did this because they were searching for the Dragonborn, and where better to find a Dragonborn than in Skyrim, where men carried winds with them, and beat the supposedly indomitable dragons into submission. According to the rise and fall of the Blades, the Dragon Guard cut a path through Skyrim, and it was not until they were stopped by Reachmen Cyrodiil during the battle at Pale Pass that the invasion came to an end. It was Reachmen who united the human lands of Cyrodiil and defeated the Akaviri invaders. Reachmen is one of the first documented and widely accepted of the mythic Dragonborn, those anointed by Akatosh and Alessia themselves. Born with the soul of a dragon is what his followers would say. Reports differ widely on the nature of the battle at Pale Pass, but the end result is the same, that the remaining Dragon Guard, upon hearing the voice of Reachmen Cyrodiil, knelt and swore their lives to him, their conqueror and saviour. Fragments from late First Era texts refer to the warriors dropping to their knees, saying, "We were not hunting, or did not intend," author's rough translation, continuing, "We have been searching for you." We'll talk about Akatosh and Alessia's connection to the Dragonborn in time, but the Sayesi of Akavir became the Dragon Guard, and they devoted themselves fully to Reachmen and his dynasty for good reason. If a Dragonborn bloodline is protected, then Tamriel would have a warrior capable of finishing the job the Nords had started. I mentioned earlier the metaphysical idea that Yakuda exists in the past, and that Atmora and Old Meris were dreams of perfect human and elven realms respectively. There is of course no hard evidence of this theory, but how could there be? If Yakuda represents the past, then perhaps Akavir represents the future, and these Akaviri invaders came to prevent a world-ending cataclysm. The Sayesi Dragon Guard, which would go on to become the Blades, constructed temple fortresses across Tamriel. Within Skyrim's fortress, named Skyhaven Temple, the Dragon Guard carved the Dragon Wall. Upon this wall, the Akaviri craftsmen depicted an ancient prophecy that heralded the return of the World Eater. It was called the Prophecy of the Dragonborn, and it goes as follows. When misrule takes its place at the 8 corners of the world, when the brass tower walks and time is reshaped, when the thrice-blessed fail and the red tower trembles, when the Dragonborn ruler loses his throne and the white tower falls, when the snow tower lies sundered, kingless, bleeding. The World Eater wakes, and the wheel turns upon the last Dragonborn. In this era of chaos, the stage was set for this prophecy to be fulfilled. When misrule takes its place at the 8 corners of the world, the first line could have many interpretations. The number 8 is significant in both the Mundus and all creation. There are 8 towers of creation. Anummaril split his staff of towers into 8 pieces to correspond with each of these, and this staff was used by Maruk to break the dragon for 1,008 years. There is another staff that was split into 8 as well, and this one is believed to be what the Dragonborn prophecy is referencing. When Jaeger Tharn betrayed Uriel Septim VII and created an illusory simulacrum of the Emperor so that he could rule, he used the Staff of Chaos to pull it off. But just as the staff had been vital in trapping the Emperor in Oblivion, it could also undo Tharn's work, if it were to fall into the wrong hands. Thus he split it into 8 pieces and hid them in the 8 corners of Tamriel. Remember all those wars I mentioned occurring in the late Third Era? Well, it is believed that the discord disseminated while dismantling the Staff of Chaos, as well as the usurpation of the Ruby Throne by Tharn, created the chaotic atmosphere that set off all of these wars. According to the Pocket Guide 3rd edition, the 10 years that Tharn reigned, the so-called Imperial Simulacrum, was a time when old troubles resurfaced, forgotten grudges rekindled, and wars flared throughout the land. In the east, Morrowind attacked Blackmarsh in the Arnesian War. In the north, Skyrim battled High Rock and Hammerfell in the War of Bendermark. In the south, Elsewhere took arms against Valenwood in the 5-Year War. In the west, Valenwood also lost land to its old ally Somerset in the War of the Blue Divide. This Tamriel-wide unrest was only the beginning. The second line of the prophecy, when the brass tower walks and time is reshaped, brings us back to the 7th century of the First Era, when the Dwemer were cast out from the arena. The uncreation of the Numidium was a dangerous contradiction. It should have been erased along with its makers, but it lingered, a hulking, stomping echo of the blaspheming priest Khagranak's profane ideas. Talos overwhelmed the High Elves with it. The many factions of the Warp in the West used it to break the dragon again. Every time it was galvanized into motion, it shook the foundations of the Mundus, and the unnatural power it gave to natural things was pure chaos. Thus it finds its way into the prophecy, when the thrice-blessed fail and the Red Tower trembles. The third line of the prophecy augurs the eventual downfall of the Tribunal, and the subsequent destruction that left Morrowind in ashes and shadow. The Chimera had chided the Dwemer for their audacity. How dare they mock the gods, especially the force that gives life to the Mundus, by using the Heart of Lorkhan for their own ends. And yet, the promise of power and undeath will test any mortal's strength of will, and the virtuous Triune of Morrowind, Nerevar's wife and his 2 most trusted generals, the body, the mind and the spirit, could not resist it. They double-crossed their Hortator, their inciter, their encourager, and they turned their backs on the gods who guided them to the holy land of Resdania, all for the intoxication of demi-apotheosis. With that power, they turned Morrowind into an unstoppable force. Not even Tiber Septim, backed by legions and northern legends, had the courage to depose them. But no matter what Almsovy did for their nation, they could not change the words of the Dragonborn prophecy. They couldn't erode the inexorable etchings on the Dragon Wall and avoid their downfall. Dagoth awakened, with his own motives, but despite those, he too was charged by the heart, and the heart laughed at ulterior motives. Dagoth cut the Triune off from their power source, and the returned ghost of Nerevar, the Nerevarine, did the rest. Almsovy tore itself apart. C retreated into his mechanical machinations. Alm, the mother, became a devourer, and murdered C. V traversed the cosmos, and felt his power wax and finally wane. With his departure, the protection of Vex's ego left the mundane world. Bardal crashed into Vivek City. Red Mountain erupted, and like the come down from a psychedelic transcendent high, Morrowind entered a malaise it could not recover from. When the Dragonborn ruler loses his throne and the White Tower falls, Alessia signed in blood the Dragonborn Covenant, a promise that so long as one of her Dragonblood descendants sits the Ruby Throne and dons the Amulet of Kings, the arena of Tamriel would be safe from the envious forces of Oblivion. But bloodlines dilute, dynasties die, and this accord would never stand the test of time. If we ignore the fact that Talos Stormcrown's direct bloodline didn't last long at all, the last line of Dragonborn rulers were the Septims. When Mehrunes Dagon invaded and Mankar stole the Amulet of Kings, the Covenant was officially ended. There was a secret Septim heir who saved Tamriel from destruction, but he gave his life in the process. The Dragonborn ruler lost his throne, and in the Great War, the White Tower fell to the Aldmeri Dominion. The Imperial City was liberated, but we all know from the White Gold Concordat that this counted for little. The Empire was weak and couldn't fight the Thalmor anymore. When the Snow Tower lies sundered, kingless, bleeding, the humiliation of the Cyrodiilic Empire led directly into the Skyrim Civil War, Stormcloak versus Imperial. The Dragon Wall depicts this by showing the throat of the world cloven down the middle. And this brings us to the present. The final line of the prophecy tells us what's to come. The World Eater wakes, and the wheel turns upon the last Dragonborn. The banishment of Alduin left a time rift atop the Snow Tower, and it was only a matter of time before it opened again. Shor knew it, Pelennor knew it, WULFHARTH knew it, the Greybeards knew it, Reachmen and his Dragon Guard knew it. Would Alduin end the world, or would he conquer it? Is there any difference between the two in the end? The answer to that is trivial, because the wheel turned upon the last Dragonborn. This prophecy exists outside of time, whether it came from an Elder Scroll, the Demon of Knowledge, or Akavir. A prophecy is a prophecy, and it's preordained. As we've alluded to in this video, and several others, the waking of the World Eater was always known, and Shor has been exercising his will from beyond the grave to prevent his precious plane of existence from ceasing to exist. When Alduin first exercised his tyranny over Skyrim, Shor's wife Kyne bestowed the Thu'um upon the Nords, and the threat was dealt with, for a time. When the Ayleids, the Heartland Elves, exercised their tyranny over the Nedic humans of Cyrod, Shor's wife Kyne bestowed Morahouse and Pelennor upon the Alessians. And when Alessia made her new cosmopolitan religion, combining aspects of Elven Auriel and Nordic Shor to make Akatosh, Akatosh made a covenant with the Queen. That covenant protected Alessia's empire from destruction, and from all we know about the Mundus, which side of Akatosh would hope to preserve the mortal realm? Could it have been the Elven side, Auriel, who begged Anu to take the original spirits back to Aetherius after discovering Shor's trap? Unlikely. How about the human side, Shor, who invented this realm, whose lifeblood flows through its core, who scoffs at anyone who tries to undermine it? My Septims are on the latter, and with this context in mind, the idea of the Dragonborn morphs into something new entirely. The Dragonborn is associated with Akatosh because Akatosh is the dragon god of the divines. But the Dragonborn, ultimately, is not a dragon. The Dragonborn is a man with the powers of a dragon. The Dragonborn is a Dragonslayer. Alduin the Dragon versus the Dragonborn Dragonslayer. It's like the Elnafey War of the Dawn all over again. In the Dawn, the old Elnafey, the Elves, were led by Auriel and Trinimac against the wandering Elnafey, the men led by Shor Lorkhan. The return of Alduin and the rise of the Dragonborn is an echo of this very war. But before we reach this climax, let's take a moment to mention the state of Skyrim in the 201st year of the Fourth Era. If chaos breeds conflict, then this year was perhaps the most chaotic of all in this Kalpa's long history. This year saw the rise of the Volkihar vampire clan. The Volkihar had haunted Skyrim for thousands of years. Like spectres they loitered, pale-skinned, blending into ice and mist, reaching up through frozen lakes to drown and drain their victims. But in this fateful year of the Fourth Era, the patriarch of the clan, Lord Harkon, attempted to execute the Tyranny of the Sun prophecy. This prophecy comes from an Elder Scroll, and part of it goes, "Among the Night's children, a dreadlord will rise. In an age of strife, when dragons return to the realm of men, darkness will mingle with light, and the night and day will be as one." The plan was simple. With Auriel's bow and the sacrifice of the daughter of Coldharbour, the Volkihar vampires could blot out the sun and bring eternal night to Tamriel. An order of vampire hunters called the Dawn Guard endeavoured to foil this plan, but ultimately it would fall to the Dragonborn to save the realm. In the same year, the first Dragonborn returned from Hermaeus Mora's Apocrypha to assert his dominance as the greatest Dragonborn ever to live. Miraak had been Mora's apprentice for 4,000 years, and he was ready to emancipate himself from the Prince of Forbidden Knowledge's all-knowing grasp. But to do so, he needed to defeat the last Dragonborn, or the false Dragonborn as Miraak chose to call him. The outcome of this duel will prove significant in events to come. But to return to the focus of the conversation, it is clear now that in the 201st year of the Fourth Era, chaos was widespread, and the fate of the mortal world was in grave danger. Another crucial historical event went down this year, one that added another cut to the already severely wounded Cyrodiilic Empire. Rumour has it that Emperor Titus Mede II was assassinated by the Dark Brotherhood, leaving the Ruby Throne empty once again. With civil war in Skyrim, and the Old Merry Dominion desperate to reclaim the territories they'd gained in the Great War, this assassination couldn't have happened at a worse time. A great war had come to Tamriel, and though the Empire of Men had resisted, only one faction was truly prepared to deal with the consequences of this conflict. The Sumset Isles had been renamed to Alinor by the Thalmor, and this was not an aesthetic choice, it was a statement. The Elves wanted nothing more to do with humans and the Empire's incessant cry for coexistence. But how would the races of men respond? For context, since I brushed over most of the war earlier in the video, let me clarify. The vassal states of the Empire, namely Hammerfell, High Rock and Skyrim, all fought valiantly to save Cyrodiil from the Old Merry Dominion. In doing so, the races of men could live harmoniously while maintaining some individuality. But when Cyrodiil caved under Dominion pressure and the Emperor signed the White Gold Concordat, the provinces who had rallied behind Cyrodiil suffered. Their sacrifices were rewarded with sanctions and concessions. High Rock came out relatively unscathed, for now, but Hammerfell was forced to cede large portions of its southern reaches to the High Elves. The Redguard leaders hadn't signed anything, why should they surrender? Especially when they had leagues of harsh desert they could lure the Dominion into for favourable fights. According to Justinius Quintius's account of the war, Hammerfell, however, refused to accept the White Gold Concordat, being unwilling to concede defeat and the loss of so much of their territory. Titus II was forced to officially renounce Hammerfell as an imperial province in order to preserve the hard-won peace treaty. The Redguards, understandably, looked on this as a betrayal. In this, the Thalmor certainly achieved one of their long-term goals by sowing lasting bitterness between Hammerfell and the Empire. In the end, the heroic Redguards fought the Old Merry Dominion to a standstill, although the war lasted for 5 more years and left southern Hammerfell devastated. The Redguards say that this proves that the White Gold Concordat was unnecessary, and that if Titus II had kept his nerve, the Old Merry could have been truly defeated by the combined forces of Hammerfell and the rest of the Empire. The truth of that assertion can of course never be known. But the Redguards should not forget the great sacrifice of Imperial blood, Breton, Nord and Cyrodiilic, at the Battle of the Red Ring, that weakened the Dominion enough to allow the eventual Second Treaty of Stros M'Kai in 4th Era 180, and the withdrawal of Old Merry forces from Hammerfell. Quintius raises good points about the sacrifices of the rest of the Empire, but that doesn't mean the Redguards were wrong either. Hammerfell remained intact, and the Dominion retreated, and this set a precedent for the Nords of Skyrim. The Nords didn't have to sacrifice their land, but they did have to give up Talos worship. Some Nords didn't care for worshipping human gods, just as those same Nords didn't particularly care for magic, and condemned the College of Winterhold after the collapse. But for the Nords who did care, they were watching their already dying culture breathe another dying breath. And this is where I, a humble skald and scholar wandering the northern expanses of Skyrim, can weigh in. And if there are any adventurers out there listening to this, you may recognise some of these things too. As I explore Skyrim in the Fourth Era, it's hard to see much trace of the Great North we read about in the histories or hear about in the songs. After a few pitchers of mead in the taverns of the Nine Holds, it's easy to get enthralled by the romance of the past. Mighty warriors breathing the earth, roaring the sky into sickness, uplifting villages and throwing them into the sea, and clever men bringing the rains of Kine to wash away the stain of foreign demons. But now, the only way to find traces of these distant times comes from delving into forgotten crypts and Nordic ruins. Is it the case that the Skald's stories are more wind than substance? Or is it simply a case of a culture becoming diluted over the centuries? If you look to another universe's Northerners, for example, a universe that only exists to us adventurers. The druid groves of mythic Britain were burned by Romans, and their culture was replaced by the Anglo-Saxons who came after them. And the wooden structures of the Anglo-Saxons were in turn burned by the Normans who succeeded them. If you put a French king on the throne, how English is England, and how British is Britain? I know that's a grand oversimplification of that world's history, as most of England did in fact remain English, at least where it counts in the populace and the peasantry. But I'm sure you can take my point. Thousands of years will change any culture, especially in places where great wars and paradigm shifts occur. But there will always be a subset of the populace who yearn for what came before, and will resist change. It just so happens that in the arena of Tamriel, this change is potentially calamitous and could bring about the end of the world. The Stormcloak recruitment essay titled Nords Arise illustrates just how tense things have become. Do not let the lessons of history go unheeded. The Aldmeri Dominion and its Thalmor masters made war upon men, just as the Elves made war upon Ysgramor and our people in ancient times. Shining Sarfall was burned to the ground, reduced to ruins and rubble in their treacherous assault. But Ysgramor and his sons gathered the 500 companions and made war upon the Elves, casting them out of Skyrim. In the Great War fought by our fathers, the Elves again betrayed men by attacking us unprovoked. The Dominion and the Thalmor cannot be trusted. Like Ysgramor, Ulfric Stormcloak is a true hero of Skyrim. His name will ring in Sovngarde for generations to come. Only he had the courage to single out King Torygg and challenge him to trial by arms. Ulfric's Thu'um, a gift from Talos himself, struck down this traitorous ruler, and by his death we are now free of our imperial shackles and the Thalmor overlords that darken the imperial throne. The Empire has sent its legions to govern us. They have enlisted our own countrymen to their cause. They have set brother against brother, father against son. They have caused Skyrim to battle itself in their name, for their cause. Do not let them divide us. Do not let them conquer us. Reject the imperial law that forbids the worship of Talos. Join Ulfric Stormcloak and his cause. The Thalmor were incredibly cunning in orchestrating this civil war. It's the perfect conflict to pit men against men. And that's because both sides are justified in their causes. I've focused mostly on the Stormcloaks thus far due to the topic of this video, but the Imperials are no less sympathetic. Whether you're for or against Cyrodiil's colonial ways, and for or against Skyrim's nationalistic ways. In the context of this conflict, any reasonable person can be drawn to either side. The Empire is a shadow of its former glory in the 201st year of the Fourth Era. Hammerfell has seceded. Skyrim is on the brink of doing the same. But now more than ever in human history, unity is worth fighting for. Could it be that Ulfric is being brash, just as he had been when making a statement out of the High King? Torygg was supposedly receptive to Ulfric's pleas, only to be killed before he could declare a stance on independence. What if the Empire signed the White Gold Concordat to appease the Thalmor, while they recover their strength and regroup with their vassal states? What if compliance with the Dominion's unreasonable terms is just there to buy time, until the Empire can crush the Aldmeri invaders for good? Remember, even though Mer live longer, they reproduce at a much slower rate. 1 generation is enough for the human losses of the Great War to recover, but that cannot be said for the Elves. This reality has been true since the dawn. As the Annuad states, the old Elnathe retained their ancient power and knowledge, but the Wanderers were more numerous and toughened by their long struggle to survive on Nirn. It seems the Thalmor might even have anticipated this, and for that reason, intentionally struck at a time when chaos was rife in Tamriel. The first act of war was a grand flourish by the Dominion. An ambassador brought a covered cart to the gates of the Imperial City and upended it. The severed heads of every Blades agent in Somerset and Valenwood spilled onto the cobbles in a mess of flies, blood and viscera. This not only crippled Imperial intelligence in the south, but it also served another secret purpose. Remember when we talked about the Dragon Guard and their ultimate goal of having a Dragonborn primed and ready for Alduin's return? Well, the Dragon Guard went on to become the Blades, and the Aldmeri Dominion had just bloodily dismantled a huge portion of their ranks. Not only that, but they demanded the total disbandment of the Blades in the White Gold Concordat. It seems the Thalmor were aware of the Dragonborn prophecy, and though they were not responsible for Alduin's return, they sure seemed prepared and were ready to capitalize on it. The land of Dawn's Beauty is a place of echoes. Hammerfell is an echo of Yakuda in the distant past, where the war between men and elves already occurred. Somerset is an echo of Aldmeris in the minds of the Aldmer. Every elf, somewhere in the depths of their psyche, holds a memory of a time before, when they were Elnathe, when they were Arda, and they were of Aetherius. Skyrim is an echo of Atmora, a wondrous verdant land where men and giants battled and drank in the eternal green summers of life. Blissful until the Mer came and spoiled it all. Lorkhan, who dies at the beginning and the end of every age, knows that every Kalpa is an echo of the last. Themes and archetypes persist, while the rest resets. But each time his heart is torn free, the world is born anew. His and Nirn's children live again, until chaos makes the place unstable, and the world is eaten back to the beginning again. Such is the relentless, devouring beauty of the Ouroboros. The Mundus is like a good story. It is circular. No matter what happens, the snake's tail will always loop back around to its gaping maw. Lorkhan will always empower mortals to prolong the story, but no matter how big the circle grows, it will always be a circle, a wheel that turns inexorably. This particular wheel, this present age, has long outlived its expiry date. The elves, servants of embittered Auriel, are destined to complete the circle. Alduin too exists for that sole purpose. Conflict once again converges in the north, where the Elnathe War is always fought, and chaos coalesces around the site of this inevitable war. Magical catastrophes like the collapse of Winterhold, the return of dragons, the rise of prophesied heroes, tongues breaking their silence to lead their people. It all comes together to form the climax of this story. The true end goal of the Thalmor is often debated, but no one can deny that it is the opposite goal of the Nords. Auriel fought Lorkhan in the dawn. The elves fought for Auriel, the men fought for Lorkhan. That is the current state of affairs where things were left unanswered in the Fourth Era. I've always believed that the Thalmor ambition is to dismantle the Towers of Creation, to complete Auriel's ambition, escaping the trap that Lorkhan set and returning to Aetherius. The exact motive of the Thalmor cannot be proven, yet simultaneously, the power of the Towers cannot be denied. Prince Atribus Mede of the Mede dynasty commented the following on the nature of the towers. Well, some think that the White Gold Tower, and some other towers around Tamriel, help, well, hold up the world or something like that. Others believe that before the dragon broke, the tower helped protect us from invasion from Oblivion. They help keep Mundus, the world, from dissolving back into Oblivion, or something like that. Anyway, everyone seems to agree it has power, but no one knows exactly what kind. Atribus was young, and only just beginning to grasp the nature of the realm he inhabited. The ape who led the Elysian Order, Maruk, was motivated by the belief that removing the Aldmeri taint from Akatosh, that is, expunging the Auriel half and leaving only the Lorkhan half, would grant mortals the potential to conquer the arcane cycle, the cycle of life and death. Others, like Vivek, the spirit of the Triune, took their understanding to a transcendent level. Vivek learned that the law of time solidified the 8 components of chaos into the spokes of the orbic wheel, with the Mundus at the wheel's hub. By mastering the secret syllable of royalty, Kim, Vivek was able to see the wheel from the side, revealing the letter I, the name of God. That is how Tiber Talos went from man to God. My point being, anyone who doubts the metaphysical power of the towers is doomed. I believe the Thalmor understood the power of the towers, and sought to tear them down, in the hope of breaking the mortal realm, and releasing the spirits confined within to rise back to Aetherius. It's entirely possible that the Aldmeri Dominion has the simple aim of conquering Tamriel, and instating their own version of the Great Cyrodiilic Empire, only ruled by elves. But this doesn't align with anything traditional Aldmer holds sacred. The High Elves always sought their ancient homeland of Aldmeris, a place which is almost certainly just an illusion, a fantasy land constructed in the minds of the elves to resemble Aetherius where the gods reside. The Pocket Guide to the Empire 3rd edition states that, for countless centuries, adventurers have sought lost Aldmeris, only to return disappointed, if they return at all. Some say that Aldmeris was sunk into the sea by the angry gods of the Aldmer. Others claim that the elven homeland has left Mundus, and will only return when the races of Mer are united as one. If the elves believe this, then reforming the Aldmeri Dominion would be a major priority, and that's exactly what they did. Additionally, the most commonly accepted creation myth for the Altmer, namely the Heart of the World, recorded in the monomyth, claims that after Lorkhan sprung his mundane trap, Auriel pleaded with Anu to take them back, but he had already filled their places with something else. But his soul was gentler and granted Auriel his bow and shield, so that he might save the Aldmer from the hordes of men. But like the other Anuic gods, Auriel was absent for most of history. How were the elves supposed to save themselves from the hordes of men, and from Lorkhan's realm of limitation? Well, according to varieties of faith, Auriel led the original Aldmer against the armies of Lorkhan in mythic times, vanquishing that tyrant and establishing the first kingdoms of the Altmer, Altmora and Old Elnathay. He then ascended to heaven in full observance of his followers, so that they might learn the steps needed to escape the mortal plane. If the Pocket Guide and varieties of faith speak true, then there are 2 things the elves must do to follow in Auriel's footsteps, and to ascend to Aldmeris, aka Aetherius. First, they must reunite the races of Mer. Then they must make war with men, vanquish them, and then, I believe, tear down the foundations of the realm. This is not a new notion. Realms have been torn down before. Just look at Mankar Cameron's Mythic Dawn commentaries. After reading Mehrunes Dagon's Mysterium Xarxes, written in the deserts of rust and wounds, Mankar learned how the adjacent place of Lig was unmade. In this alternate realm, neither men nor elves were the dominant race. The Mundex terrene was once ruled over solely by the tyrant Dread Kings, each to their own dominion, and border wars fought between their slave oceans. They were akin to the time totems of old, yet evil and full of mockery and profane powers. No one that lived did so outside of the sufferance of the dregs. To liberate themselves from the crustaceous tyrant kings, the slaves rebelled, and Mehrunes Dagon led them. By the magic word Numantia, a great rebellion rose up and pulled down the towers of Kim El Garjig, and the Templars of the upstart were slaughtered, and blood fell like dew from the upper wards down to the lowest pits, where the slaves with maniacal faces took chains and teeth to their jailers, and all hope was brushfire. Alduin listens, my lord, let all the Orbis know itself to be free. Mehrunes is come, there is no dominion save free will. Know that your hell is broken, people of the Orbis, and praise the Numantia which is liberty. Mankar Cameron's motives are too complex to discuss right now, but the Mythic Dawn cult, and the Oblivion crisis they set in motion, was founded on the idea that a great uprising, and the pulling down of towers, could bring about Numantia, which means freedom, which means liberty. I also have videos on the channel theorising that Mankar Cameron was associated with the Ayleids, and wished to destroy the Empire of Men, which would align him well with the Aldmeri Dominion. If the Thalmor hold true to Aldmeri traditions, and wish to follow in Auriel's footsteps, ascending the planar stairway to Aetherius, then surely they would learn from Mankar's manifesto, and seek to tear down the towers of Kim El Garjig. This roughly translates to the towers of the royal hands of order. These towers maintain order in the Mundus, and thus, to return to Aldmeris, the Thalmor must tear them down. As things currently stand, 4 of the Towers of Creation have been deactivated. The Orichalc Tower of Yakuda sank into the sea along with the entire continent. The Heartstone of Red Mountain was supposedly destroyed by the Nerevarine. The Brass Tower was dismantled after the warp in the west, and the Crystal Tower of Somerset was shattered during the Oblivion crisis. The 5th Tower, Greensap of Valenwood, is in a province under Aldmeri Dominion control. The White Gold Tower was almost captured too, though it was saved in the Battle of the Red Ring which concluded the Great War. There is no doubt that this tower is still essential to the Thalmor grand scheme. That leaves only 2 towers. The first of these, the Snow Tower, is at the pinnacle of the Skyrim Civil War. But you can rest assured that the Thalmor are keeping a particularly close eye on this conflict, and on this tower. That leaves only one, Tower 0, the Fount of Creation, Adamantia. The Pocket Guide 3rd edition states, "One persistent story that is accepted by many cultures is that as the world congealed into reality, the gods made a great tower to discuss how best to proceed with the making of Mundus. The physical, temporal, spiritual and magical elements of Nirn were set at this convention, and the tower itself remained behind, even as some of the gods disappeared into Aetherius. Today it is the Adamantine Tower on the little island of Balfiera, between Hyrok and Hammerfell in the Iliac Bay. That such a humanoid structure remains the sole footprint of the Aedra speaks perhaps of the essentially mortal nature of our world. Adamantia is the tower that started everything. It is the oldest structure on Nirn, built by the gods themselves. As one Nord architect puts it in his text titled Tower of Adamant, it rises, stark and sheer, from the high centre of Balfiera Island in the Iliac Bay, where it has stood since the dawn of time itself. Adamantine Tower it is called, for the unknown, ageless material from which it is built, and Tower 0 as the edifice that predates all other buildings on Mundus. If the Mundus is a story, circular in nature, then the story can only end in one place, and that place is the beginning, Tower 0. Surely then, if the story must end at the Adamantine Tower, then the Thalmor must be making moves to reach it. And the answer to that question is clear. In the Great War, the Aldmeri Dominion pressed north through the deserts of Hammerfell, hoping to reach the shores of the Iliac Bay, but they were repelled by the plucky Red Guards. The races of men had not abandoned the fight. And so we reach the end of recorded Tamrielic history, though it is not so much an end, rather a sheer cliff, and we can only wait to see what awaits us over the precipice. The Dragonborn did return, fulfilling the prophecy despite the gutting of the Dragon Guard and the crippling of the Empire of Men. Alduin was defeated in Sovngarde, and the fight for Shor's realm returned to the arena. The Dragonborn is Shor Lorkhan Akatosh's champion. It has always been so. Alessia's covenant was always with Shor, not Auriel. The Dragonborn exists to prolong Tamriel, to protect Shor's creation. Alduin versus the Dragonborn was like Lorkhan versus Auriel in the Dawn. But even though Shor's champion was victorious, Auriel's army, the Aldmeri Dominion, has not yet been defeated. At the end of the latest chapter in Tamrielic history, the Dragonborn was whisked away to Mora's Apocrypha. But surely it is their destiny to return again. And this is where I will speculate about the final war to come. On one side of the battle, we have a unified Aldmeri Dominion. Do the races of men have it in them to unify as well? Or will they continue to tear each other apart? Imperials, Nords and Bretons all come from the same Nedic stock. Though the Bretons are tainted by Moorish blood, they did seize the Durrani Empire of Hyrok without even engaging in outright conflict. They won by breeding the Durrani elves out, isolating the Durrani on Isle Balfiera to hide under the shadow of the Ur Tower. And while the Redguards are not Nedic, they are human, and they came from Yakuda after eliminating the sinistral elves of their old continent. If these four races are to halt the advance of Auriel's elven army, they must unify. Ulfric Stormcloak has proven himself to be an inspiring leader, but Ulfric Stormcloak fights for the Nords, and the health of the Cyrodiilic Empire matters to him only insofar as it benefits Skyrim. Ulfric is like Shor, he belongs in the north. As the text, Shazara the Divines put perfectly when explaining Alessia's predicament over adapting her new pantheon to suit men and mer. Concessions were made, and Empress Alessia instituted a new religion, the Eight Divines, an elegant, well-researched synthesis of both pantheons, Nordic and Aldmeri. Shazar, as a result, had to change. He could no longer be the bloodthirsty anti-Aldmer warlord of old. He could not disappear altogether either, or the Nords would have withdrawn their support of her rule. Alessia knew Shor could not disappear entirely, and we see why in the Fourth Era, with the removal of Talos from the Pantheon. Alessia was right. Shor could only be venerated as the chief of the Northern Pantheon. He was far too anti-elven to fit in the Empire. But Shor had answered her prayers, and empowered her to topple the Ayleid Empire. And for this, she smuggled him into Akatosh, the man-face of this two-headed divine. Ulfric, therefore, like Shor, should lead Skyrim while working alongside the Empire once again. But that leaves one crucial question: who should rule the Empire? It must be someone who can reconcile the differences of Skyrim, Cyrodiil, and Hammerfell. It must be someone who has proven themselves capable of dealing with existential threats, like the return of the World Eater, for example. What about the Last Dragonborn? Whether you look at Alessia's dynasty, Reacmen's or Tiber Septim's, all of the most prosperous iterations of the Heartland Empire were led by Dragonborns. The Sayesi Dragon Guard came all the way from Akavir to find the fabled Dragonborn, and when they did, they dedicated their lives to protecting Reachmen and all his heirs. Ever since Alessia's rise, the key to a prosperous empire and a stable Tamriel has hinged on the reign of a Dragonborn ruler. That connection was made sacred by Akatosh when offering Saint Alessia the Dragonblood Covenant. Remember, though I say Akatosh, this is the work of Akatosh's human head, not his dragon head. For the dragon would not ensure the destruction of his reptilian children by allowing Dragonborn men to live. Trials of Saint Alessia, which details the covenant between her and Akatosh, states, "And Akatosh drew from his breast a burning handful of his heart's blood, and he gave it into Alessia's hand, saying, 'This shall also be a token to you of our joined blood and pledged faith. So long as you and your descendants shall wear the Amulet of Kings, then shall this dragonfire burn, an eternal flame, as a sign to all men and gods of our faithfulness. So long as the dragonfire shall burn, to you and to all generations, I swear that my heart's blood shall hold fast the gates of Oblivion. So long as the blood of the dragon runs strong in her rulers, the glory of the Empire shall extend in unbroken years. But should the dragonfires fail, and should no heir of our joined blood wear the Amulet of Kings, then shall the Empire descend into darkness, and the demon lords of misrule shall govern the land. Initially, this covenant was made to fend off Daedric invasions like the Oblivion Crisis, and to punish mortal civilizations that descend into Daedra worship, like the Ayleids. But it also claims that, so long as the blood of the dragon runs strong in her rulers, the glory of the Empire shall extend in unbroken years. Ever since Martin Septim sacrificed himself to end the Oblivion Crisis, the Empire has gone without a dragonborn ruler. The Mede dynasty deserves some respect, for Titus Mede I had been a gallant warlord in the Colovian Highlands prior to his rise to prominence. But no matter how good of a warrior and a king he might prove to be, the blood of dragons did not course through his veins. Thus, the protections of Shor Akatosh would not avail him. But now that the Dragonborn prophecy has come to fruition, and Alduin has been vanquished, and the Skyrim civil war has been brought to an end, who could possibly lead the races of men better than the Dragonborn? Of course, there are a couple of caveats to that. Whichever side emerged victorious currently hangs in the balance, and however it pans out, Skyrim must come to the aid of Cyrodiil in dealing with the Aldmeri Dominion. But let's say that Ulfric became the High King of Skyrim. He might just be willing to raise his banners in aid of a worthy emperor like the Dragonborn. There is also the Prince of Fate to account for. After killing the first Dragonborn, Mirak, the last Dragonborn became Hermaeus Mora's new champion. If being Mora's champion means the same for the last Dragonborn as it did for the first, then the last Dragonborn may fade into myth, trapped in Apocrypha for eternity. But there have been other legendary Nordic heroes who came face to face with the Woodland Man and escaped the Daedric Prince's tricks. According to the text, Hermamora, the Woodland Man, a study of Atmoran spirituality. The Atmorans, and the Nords of ancient Skyrim, knew Hermamora as a tempter, a being who offered knowledge or power to the unwary to ensnare them. Nobody knew this better than the first human historian, Ysgramor, who had dealings with the Woodland Man. From Fragmenti Abyssum Hermaeus Mora, the story goes like this. So Ysgramor collected the laments of the giant wives and brought them to Froa and Grosta, who twisted them into the woeful bowstring, so that Ysgramor could restring his mighty bow Longlauncher. And thereafter did Longlauncher sigh when it was born, and moan when it was shot. And Ysgramor decided to take it hunting. And he hunted and slew much game in the Atmoran Frostwood, until he paused at a ford to drink his fill. Then across the stream bounded the white stag of Forelgrim, and Ysgramor shot at it and missed, which in no wise pleased him, and he swore to pursue the white stag until it fell to him. When again he lost the trail and stopped, sore vexed, and Hare did appear and spake, saying, "The stag hieth down into yon vale. How knoweth you this?" demanded Ysgramor of the Hare, which replied, "I know, for I have long ears. Yea, had you ears as long as mine, you too could hear your prey wherever it went." "Would then," said Ysgramor, "that my ears were as long as thine." At that the hare's nose did twitch, and Ysgramor felt his ears begin to grow and point. But a fox did leap from the coppice, and fall upon the hare, slaying it, and Ysgramor, in wonder, felt his ears dwindle to their wonted size. And the fox spake, saying, "Know thou, mortal, that I am sure, and this was nary hare, but indeed Hermamora, who did nearly trick thee into becoming of elven kind. Rely you hereafter, mortal, upon the forthright methods of man, and eschew the tricks of the elves, lest ye become one. Now go, for the white stag awaiteth thee in the vale." In this tale, Hermaeus Mora attempted the most foul of tricks. He almost severed the connection between Shor and his chosen people, reshaping Ysgramor's ears to make him one of Auriel's elves. But quick and cunning as a fox, Shor manifested to protect his greatest champion. Surely then, Shor would make his will done again, and rescue the Last Dragonborn from the woodland demon's clutches. The other caveat is the identity of this Last Dragonborn. History is a tricky thing. Look too far back, and the veracity of any source is obscured by the weight of years. Look to the wrong historian, and you may find a source riddled with racial or cultural biases. And then, when it comes to contemporary sources, breaking news is akin to gossip, for it will always take time for the facts to be sifted from the fiction. If the coming war is between men and elves, like it was in the Dawn, how can we reconcile the possibility that the Last Dragonborn was a non-human? Well, the only thing I'll say about that is that heroes can come from the unlikeliest of origins, and champions of Shor can take the unlikeliest of shapes. One of Shor's greatest champions was a gemstone in the shape of a man, with an elvish name. Another, Maruk, was a pitiful ape, part of a culture that idolized the Altmer. Maruk was an Imgur, one of the great apes of Valenwood. According to the Pocket Guide to the Empire 1st edition, they see the High Elves as their lords and masters, and as a portrait of an ideal civilized society. Great apes go to desperate measures to emulate the High Elves. They wear capes, practice with dueling sword, and attempt to speak with perfect enunciation and courtly manners, despite their gravelly baritone voices. Each Imgur bears some kind of title, be it Baron, Duke, Earl, or the like, which they use when addressing the members of the Thalmor. Needless to say, there are no landowning great apes. More extreme great apes shave their bodies and powder their skin white to seem more like the High Elves. They often cut themselves in the process, creating the truly pathetic picture of a naked white ape, skin dotted pink with blood, strutting around the trading posts of Valenwood with mock nobility. The Imgur feel that humans are beneath them as lesser beastfolk, and pretend to find their smell exceedingly offensive. A great ape holds a perfumed corner of his cape to his nose when men are around. And yet, despite the Imgur grovelling at the feet of the Aldmer, Maruk was different. He saw Shor's vision of Tamriel, and knew that only men held any respect for this world. Following Auriel meant resenting mortal existence. Maruk endured a century of penance for his bestial propensities, and he experienced rapturous enlightenment through the spirit of Alessia. According to the text titled The Illusion of Death, his sight was seared, and his tongue was swollen, and his pelt was mottled, and his left thumb pointed ever at the stars of the tower. And ever did the shade of Alesh speak to him, serrated words that rasped his concept organ, and brought him to wisdom through affliction. And he recorded her words in his simian gore with glyphs on the beseeching scarp. And the fire in his blood did etch the lithic face with the 77 inflexible doctrines. And though the labour depleted, yea, even consumed his very substance, he stinted not, for he knew that death is an illusion. For did not Alesh persist, speaking knives though dead? And had not Pelinal been witness to her death, although dead himself at the death of Umaril? Maruk understood why Shor Lorkhan was the true god of Tamriel. Shor had died fighting Auriel, yet his will on Nirn continued to be done. Alessia died too, yet her spirit made way for Riemann Cyrodiil, born from the soil of the Heartland. And Pelinal had died fighting the elven sorcerer king Umaril, yet his stone heart was the lifeblood of the Empire of Men. With these revelations, Maruk endeavoured to expunge the Aldmeri taint from Akatosh, aka the removal of Auriel and the singular veneration of Shazar. What I'm trying to say is that the prophetic responsibilities of the Last Dragonborn transcends race. Even an Imgur, ridiculed as a species for being Aldmeri bootlickers, can see the wondrous nature of the Mundus, and might just give everything to preserve it. The core of the disagreement between Cyrodiil and Skyrim can be seen through the dichotomy of Shor and Shazar. Shor is too anti-elven. The same can be said of Ulfric Stormcloak. But the Dragonborn, This is a hero with no name or face, an anonymous representative of the interests of Tamriel. The Dragonborn is like Shazar, a Nordic spirit at its core, but shaped into something that can serve as the spearhead for all human undertaking. For that reason, I believe the Last Dragonborn's uncertain race makes them the perfect unifying force for a cosmopolitan empire, and the key to restoring the Heartland to its former glory. The only question is the Last Dragonborn too powerful to ever be allowed back into the Mundus? At the end, as at the dawn, contradictory ideas clash and echo, and both are utterly destroyed. Where warm and cold fronts meet, where the green grass that once danced in the hopeful summer breezes are flattened by the piling snow, two lines were drawn. The southern line was held by figures with flawless golden skin, sharp of ear, cheek and jaw. Framing their angular gilded faces were helms forged from the brightest, most incandescent metals on Nirn. Moonstone that shone like it was always in direct sunlight, and quicksilver, pale and pure, precious for its frailty when shaping, but sturdy when alloyed. Beautiful yet terrible, to face this gilded front line was to face the oldest, wisest, most magically gifted beings in the land of Dawn's beauty. The northern line was manned by figures as hardy and adaptable as evergreen trees. Some wore plates of ice and iron. Beneath their long, tangled beards, voices like bergs colliding boomed, shaking stones down to grit, turning the arena of Tamriel into an amphitheatre. Some were shorter, simpler upon the eye, but when it came to forming ranks, none were straighter or more in sync. Some were dark as a moonless night, equally dark of hair and eye, but while their shapes absorbed what little light filled this night, their blades were magnificent. There were dazzling arcs of steel, even roiling blades of ethereal power. The last of them had the stolen features of the enemy, with slight points to their ears, and Magicka hummed around them in anticipation for all that was about to unfold. Silence swallowed both lines as all present looked up. The black sky was a nocturnal animal with a cavernous maw. To gaze too deep into its darkness would give any mortal the overwhelming sensation of being engulfed, of falling into the impossibly immense belly of the cosmos. Beacons of light made themselves known, spots everywhere, sparkling like gems. The Magnagi had come to watch, but the moons were still missing, as if they'd been called to action somewhere else. Both sides waited for the call, for some brave soul to announce the end of the world. But it didn't come from the ranks of either army. It came once again from above. Some of the stars grew in size, becoming momentary suns, and from these blinding rifts, the gods of the old Elnathe materialized to lead the Golden Army. A cheer of premature victory went up, and the Southerners charged. The many-coloured wanderers whispered their prayers, and those prayers streaked across the sky as veins of vivid aurora. Shor's sons, and the gods of the wandering Elnathe fell from Sovngarde. Rapturous cries of salvation penetrated the lips of the bearded men. The Annuad was about to be rewritten. On that long night, steel rang against steel, swords thumped into shields. Magicka crackled and sparked in volleys over it all. It was a percussive arrangement that beat in time with the heartbeat of the world. Bathed in silver starlight and colourful aurora, countless souls left the land of the living to ascend back to the Dreamsleeve. On that long night, time had no bearing, because like the moons, the god of time was absent. Until twilight welcomed the rising sun. Magnus had come to see the world end, as he should, for he would be the architect of its rebirth. The sun's rays carried the eagle and his champion to reinforce the golden ones, but the sun's rays also revealed the twin moons, and they crashed together and fell to the battlefield in the shape of almighty Shor. The war waged on, until, finally, at the heart of the battlefield, Shor stood surrounded by his soldiers. but Auriel's champion Trinomac was unstoppable. He swung Penitent, the blade of courage, in a great sideways arc, sundering 100 men in a single motion, and a path opened before him. Directly ahead of the Golden Champion was Lorkhan. They charged at one another, and the collision was titanic. Lorkhan's axe struck Trinomac's blade, and the force of it disarmed both gods. With gauntleted hands, Trinomac beat the Doom Drum. With ferocity unseen in all the Orbis, Auriel's champion tore the plates of ebony from Lorkhan's chest. The god of men fell to his knees before the tangled armies. Every man and mer fell still and silent. Only the drumbeat made a sound now. Da-doom, da-doom, da-doom. Trinomac removed his gauntlets, and with more than hands, he penetrated Lorkhan's chest, and ripped his heart free. A torrent of crimson spattered his golden plate, and with a great roar, Auriel's champion held the doom drum aloft. The trickster was undone. The war was surely over. The men dragged Lorkhan's body away, and swore blood vengeance on the heirs of Auriel for all time. But their curses could not be heard over the elated cries of the elves. Trinomac once more gazed toward the distant horizon, and saw that the sun was rising higher. But when Trinomac and Auriel tried to destroy the heart of Lorkhan, it laughed at them. It said, "This heart is the heart of the world, for one was made to satisfy the other." The heart boomed with laughter, and in that moment, victory turned to ash. Auriel and Trinomac were sure the Mundus was undone, but all they'd done was assure the new dawn. The sun was not rising to signal their triumph. It was rising on a new Kalpa. Trinomac ended nothing. He was only the fang of the world snake, piercing the serpent's own tail. The last the poet remembered, he was being split from crown to groin by Penitent. But now he sat in the Hall of Valor, elevated by the river of beer that flowed down his throat. And the poet cast his gaze beyond the high-vaulted ceiling, too high to be built by man, and sent his sight through the long window, out into the eternal evening. The cheers all around carried him higher, until his spirit was beyond the confines of the great hall. The sky opened up like the outstretched arms of the warrior king Shor in the flesh. In the lights he saw the gods, the whole pantheon, and Sovngarde's sky was their vast and vibrant canvas. He tasted the kiss at the end on kind sweet lips. He traced the mercurial runes of the Hermetic One. He wept at the beauty of Debella's perfect boreal curves. He even saw the jagged lines of the ravenous dragon. But in such splendid omnicolour, he was impervious to fear. Somewhere beneath this soaring spirit, the Nord body he inhabited raised his tankard, and to thunderous applause made toast to the totems, and to what immeasurable glory came from being a child of the sky. When the Skald was returned to his vessel, he wanted to quiet the music, to hush the raucous laughter and the nonsensical chatter. He wanted to express what he'd just experienced in his inebriated flight, but he feared he could not possibly transmit his rapture to the others. And in that moment, the poet vowed to channel his love for his people, for the Nords of Skyrim and of Sovngarde, to all who might hear him. He would send it down from the core of his consciousness, through his calloused hands, to parchment, in the form of prose and poetry and song, and he would disseminate it through the Orbis, to every corner of Aetherius, Oblivion and Mundus, for any soul attuned to his drunken frequency. And he would have another lifetime to do it, because the war was over, and he was about to be reborn.